Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn.
She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone.
When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome along to Stanley Park, Blackpool, for the Vitality County Championship game between Lancashire and Durham. The sun is trying to break through on a cloudy morning here in Blackpool. and the forecast is for sunshine throughout the day. I've got Keaton Jennings alongside me. Keaton, the toss has just taken place. Tell me what's happened.
We've lost the toss. We are batting first.
And it looks a little bit of moisture and a little bit of grass on this pitch, but it's not green grass.
No, not green. Quite a sort of even covering of grass. Feels a little bit soft underneath, so I probably would like to have bowled first. It's wet. You've got to do both disciplines. You've got to do both disciplines well in order to win the game.
Now, results are at a premium for Lancashire. You've not had the start of the season that you'd have liked. A couple of changes for this game.
Yeah, we've had one change. Tom Bailey misses out and young Tom Astonwall comes in. I think we've got to be realistic with where we are. We've got a couple of young lads playing as well, but we've also got some really old lads, in myself, a few grey hairs floating around, so we need to make sure we stand up and perform. It's one of those games where you're playing against, well, at least for me, I'm playing against some of my really good mates, so you want to kind of impress and have a beer with your mates at the end of the day's play, having put in a good performance.
Yeah, and you can't quite put your finger on why Lancashire haven't succeeded so far this season, but more responsibility from the senior players would help, perhaps.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Look, I mean, the thing you get with youth is a level of inconsistency, which you expect. It's also a level of non-scoring and naivety, which is quite nice. But yeah, like you say, look, senior players have to stand up in tough times. It's one of those where you look to the guys to stand up through those tough wins and try and guide you. So it's not through a lack of effort. Guys have worked incredibly hard. It hasn't been too many days off, I can promise you that. So look, it's one of those you just got to keep fighting, keep showing up, keep turning up and keep competing.
We've got a really nice blend of youth and experience, the youth to go along with the older heads like yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, it's a nice blend. It is going to take time, but it's a blend that we believe, especially long term, will hopefully reap some reward. But for now, guys need to front up. It's a tough environment. Professional sport isn't easy. You'll know from many years playing it. It's not an environment where you come and just succeed. You've got 11 other guys you're playing against that are paid to do the same discipline as you. So you've got to make sure you're tough and make sure you show up.
Keaton, best of luck today. Off you go and get your pads on.
Thank you, mate.
So we'll see Keaton opening the batting for Lancashire in a very short while. We'll be back with you then for ball-by-ball coverage. See you then on Lancs TV.
It is a little overcast today. There's a bit of cloud above us, and there was a very kind of light drizzle maybe an hour or so ago, but nothing too sinister, nothing that certainly stopped the players from warming up anyway. We can see Ben Stokes, he's leading out the boys there at Durham lads. He's gone over for a chat with Graham Onions, who's just packing away some stuff. He's not quite got the Durham gear off the outfield, but Ben Stokes playing for Durham, Nathan Lyon playing for Lancashire. Durham win the toss and they're bowling first. Looks like a bowling morning, doesn't it really, Martin, to be fair?
It does, and Durham will be hoping to get quick wickets here because a few weeks ago they put Warwickshire in on that tiny boundary at Edgbaston and watched them rack up more than 600 runs on the wicket that the skipper said he thought might do a bit early doors, but it didn't really. We've just, in the last few weeks, just seen some very flat tracks, to be honest with you, so I've been looking forward to this game because if nothing else, you feel an outground's going to bring you a result other than a draw.
Yeah,
because it was rather turgid at times at Hampshire the other day, and when the players eventually went off for a bit of bad light in the final afternoon, Simon Hughes, the analyst, suggested it was the first time he'd ever seen the players leaving the field because they were due to a lack of interest. But it did rain not long after that.
Oh dear, not ideal. Well, speaking of rain, it's Ben to open up the bowling for Durham. So Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings are the two opening batters. It's Wells that's on strike, and there are 3 slips in place. And here we go, the first ball of the match is Ben Rain from around the wicket and left alone by Luke Wells. And they're through to the keeper, and there is no run. So the 2 sides in full for you. I'll let Martin's disappearing for an update, but he'll come back and fill in all the details for the Durham side. Because there's more than just Ben Stokes. There's 10 others, which won't come as a massive surprise. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings are the 2 opening batters. Josh Bohannon and then George Balderson, Tom Bruce, George Bell, Matty Hurst, Tom Aspinwall, Will Williams, Saqib Mahmood and Nathan Lyon make up Lancashire's 11. So that's 2 changes from the side that lost to Nottinghamshire in the last game. There's Rain bowls again, and Wells just clips this ball off his toes out towards the leg side and picked up at mid-wicket. by David Benningham, and there is no run. So 2 changes for Lancashire sees the return of Nathan Lyon. He didn't play at Trent Bridge last week, and he comes in for Tom Hartley, and Tom Bailey is rested, rotated, dropped, whichever way you want to call it, and Aspinwall comes in. There's rain balls again, and Wells gets forward and defends, and again Benningham at mid-wicket to field, and there is no run. So that's the 2 changes made by Lancashire for this fixture. And as Martin was saying, this the 4 days here, I think we're going to expect it, unless the weather surprises us all and comes in and ruins it, we're going to get a result, because that's the type of pitch we have here. It's kind of a result type wicket. It's a venue now that Lancashire have used for quite a few years. Certainly white ball cricket, a lot of white ball cricket played here. Did have a championship match here last year as well. Essex came here and won. Bit of a delay, I think. I think they want a man around the bat here. Want a short leg in place, so we're just waiting for I think a helmet to be brought out. Yeah, Essex came here and won last season in the county championship, but yeah, I think we'll hopefully be in for a good four days. Update Radio Manchester listeners. Yeah, we're underway on time, which is great, with Lancashire batting first. The Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings opening the batting for Lancashire. Nathan Lyon playing for Lancashire, and the England Test match captain Ben Stokes in the Durham side. Durham win the toss, Lancashire batting first, and the 0 for 0. And here comes Clark, Graham Clark, who's got the old helmet on and the protective gear. So they want a kind of short leg in place. They've gone 4 slips now. So they did have a mid-wicket, and now they've gone for that forward short leg and 4 slips. And there's a rain. Back in past the umpire. Balls again. Forward goes Wells in defence. And there is no run. They have started elsewhere in the county championship. Everywhere. No issues with the weather. So games this week in Division 1, Essex against Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire against Hampshire, Somerset against Kent, and Surrey against Worcestershire. Division 1 games. And in Division 2, Derbyshire, Northamptonshire, Glamorgan, Middlesex, Leicestershire, Gloucestershire, and Sussex against Yorkshire. Everyone's playing. Happy days. There's rain again. Balls to Wells, who plays right forward and defends, and pushes the ball up to the number 38, Ben Stokes, who's at mid-off, and there's no run.
Luke Wells will have fond memories of playing against Durham, not least because he's got 4 centuries against them.
Ah, that's handy.
But his highest score was around that this week in 2017, a game which was not really going places at Hove, when he put on 376 for the 3rd wicket with Stian van Zyl. He made 258.
Here's rain to Wells, it's left and through to the keeper. That's the end of the first over. It's a maiden to begin with for Ben Rain. Lancashire batting first, 0 for 0.
Van Zyl made 149 on that occasion. That's the highest partnership for any wicket against Durham. And of course, Keaton Jennings, the former Durham batsman, had a fantastic season in 2016 when he won the Cricket Writers Player of the Year, and scored 7 centuries that season, which is a Durham club record. 1,602 runs as well that year, the highest by any Durham player in a season, and he was the first Durham player to finish as the leading run maker in the country. And then Cricket Writers Awards just gone. It was Alex Lees who received the Silver Salver. So it's a bit of a grey day here. We've had a bit of mizzle driving along the seafront past Blackpool Pleasure Beach this morning, and I have to say it didn't look that pleasurable in the conditions.
Did it not?
It didn't.
Oh.
It looked a bit deserted and a bit damp, but I'm sure by this afternoon it'll be very busy and it'll be sunny.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So here's Matty Potts, gonna bowl up the hill, coming in towards us, right arm round the wicket to Keaton Jennings, who leaves that one alone. What are the ends here? Is that the park end or not? Which one is the... Or is this the park? This is the park end, is it?
I might have to get back to you with that. By just turning around and asking Paul Edwards to remind me politely.
They're already bringing some sawdust to the crease here for Potts.
It's the very exciting north and south end.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a bit boring, that, isn't it?
It's about like the Stadium of Light, that, isn't it?
We're at the north end, just in case you weren't certain as to which way's north and which way's south.
Is the park sort of over our left shoulder, isn't it?
We're surrounded by the park.
Are we?
Yeah, we're in it. Yeah. The zoo's behind us.
Is it?
This could be the zoo end.
Right.
The giraffe end.
Potts in. Jennings down the track, pushes on out to the offside. No run there. 31 now, Keaton Jennings. Well, he made his Test debut for England in India, and he got a century on day one of his Test career. He was the 4th England player to do that. And I rang his dad to see if he would come on to Radio Newcastle to chat to us, and he missed him getting the century because he was on holiday and there was a power cut in the villa. By the time the power came back on, Keaton was walking off the field having been dismissed. So Potts in again, that's left alone. So his dad Ray, former player, and they reckon Ray, when he got animated in the dressing room, they nicknamed him the Jet. So Keaton Jennings' Twitter handle was Jet Jennings for a while, and his mum's actually from Sunderland. The next ball was a leave. Here's Potts coming in again. Bowles, Jennings down the track. That's inside edge onto thigh pad. It loops up into the air and then comes to a rest. Just near point. George Drizel's on already as a 12th man.
I've not gone through the Durham side.
Have you not? That's a bit remiss of you.
Well, I thought I'd leave it for you.
Right, okay.
I thought you'd
but
be right
that was the point
that.
when I jumped up to run away and do a thing on Radio Newcastle. So Durham, then it's Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick, the skipper. Then you've got Colin Ackerman, David Beddingham, Ben Stokes. Then it's Ollie Robinson, the keeper.
Is Stokes playing?
Yeah,
no one mentioned it.
No, they should have had it on the BBC website, shouldn't they? That's gone through to the keeper. Ollie Robinson, the keeper. Graham Clark, Paul Coughlin back in the side. He's bowled well this year, but they've had to use him sparingly. Matty Potts, Ben Rain, and Callum Parkinson, the spinner, whose twin brother Matt played for Durham on loan from Lancashire last year and is now at Kent. And I think Callum started at Lancashire's academy, didn't he? From Bolton. Decent crowding already. It was a nice round of applause as the players came out. Potts bowls, Jennings forward to that one, drives it down the hill, and that is the first runs of the day. They're going to run 2. Stokes goes and fields it. Stokes had a knee operation last November, and then played in the 5 Test series in India. Tom Hartley of Lancashire featured in that one, including that win against India in Hyderabad in the first Test, I think it was. When he took 7 for 26. So that 2 came at the end of the over. So 2 overs gone, 2 on the board here on the BBC.
And those listening on Sports Extra will be here at Blackpool Cricket Club until 12:25, and then back again at 2 as Rain comes in and bowls left by Wells and through to Robinson. There's no run. There is uninterrupted coverage on the BBC Sports website and the app. Thanks, Kevin.
What's on in that hour? Is it Formula One? Something like that? Yeah, Formula One, I think. Actually, Kevin's making a sign that he looks like he's on a go-kart track, or maybe the Dodgems at Blackpool Pleasure Beach.
That'd be good fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
A trip to the Pleasure Beach. Get on the Dodgems. It's Rain from the north end of the ground. Bowls to Wells. It's a bit dull, that, isn't it? Bowls to Wells, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
It's good that you knew that.
Well, I've just got my spies behind me that keep me across all these things.
David Fenix emailed, first email of the day, weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk. Did you know the steel in Blackpool Tower is from Concert in County Durham? I didn't know that.
Good start. Well, the whole of it, the whole steel.
I imagine, yeah.
Rain in bowls again to Wells, who thinks about playing and pulls the bat away through to Robinson, no run. 2 without loss, Lancashire batting first.
What I can recommend, because we came down here a few years ago and the kids were quite a bit younger than they are now, and we went to the basically to see the illuminations, but we went to the Blackpool Tower Circus.
Okay.
And that was fantastic.
Nice.
One of the people who was performing, I think, had been the World BMX freestyle champion or something like that. But it's a cracking circus in the tower.
Short leg back in place as Rain comes in and balls again to Wells. Through it goes to Robinson. There's no run. 2 without loss. Wells on 0, Jennings on 2.
Katie Scott's email. She says, "Morning, Marty. I'm afraid I missed all of last week's game as we were on holiday at Euro Disney." I don't think you missed anything, Katie, to be honest with you. Not much cricket there, she said, although I did find a portrait of Mr. Toad playing cricket in the Toad Hall restaurant, and there he is. He's got a Union Jack strip on as well. But seems to have been batting with some keeper's gloves, judging by the photograph, because there's some bats on the wall with some keeper's gloves next to them.
Rain sets off again, balls, Wells defends, just turns the ball out towards the leg side. It slowly trickles up to mid-on where Potts feels no run.
She says, "Hope you have a nice time in Blackpool. The last time I was there, I was studying their meerkats at the zoo when I was doing my PhD. It's a nice little zoo if you get the chance to look around. Hope Durham go well this week."
It's right behind us, Martin. You could get there in the lunch break, no problem. 100 yards away.
What if the keeper tranquilises me and thinks I've escaped from one of the?
Well, we'll all thank him for that if that does happen. Rain balls again to Wells. That's forward and defends, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. It's another maiden that for Ben Rain. So he's bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens, 3 gone of the Lancashire first innings, 2 without loss.
Useless Durham stats. Wickets for Durham's bowlers against Lancashire for Durham in first-class cricket. Stokes has got 18, Borthwick 11, Rain 6, Coghlan 6. It's Potts' first appearance against them, yeah. Now, did he not play in the Bob Willis Trophy against them? I'd have to look that up. When was that? 2021, was it the Bob Willis Trophy?
Yeah. No, it was 2020, wasn't
2020, wasn't it?
2020. Yeah.
Well, he was certainly part of the Durham squad by then because he made his debut in 2017. Here he is, coming up the hill, right arm round. Jennings drives at that one. That's a nice shot. That's gone through, past point for 4. Hits an advertising hoarding halfway down the boundary on our left-hand side. Otherwise, it was going to thump into the front of the steps. A little terrace with a white wall behind it reminds me of Ebbleton Colliery Cricket Club in the North East Premier League. Bit of a sort of coconut shy effect when the punters sit there against the wall at Ebbleton. 6 on the board. 6 for none after Durham put Lancashire in. Potts to Stokes. Stokes and Potts to Jennings. Jennings takes a few steps down the track. He's trying to nullify the shorter ball there, just sort of slightly short of a length delivery, isn't he? He's moving his feet well. Played that one safely away.
Yeah, we've seen this quite a bit from Keaton Jennings already this season, and we saw it last season as well. Coming down the pitch, almost batting outside his crease, using his feet. The keeper sometimes does stand right up behind the stumps.
Next ball's gone wide of the slip cordon and behind point for 4 down to vacant third man.
Yeah, it's a little edgy, wasn't it, from Jennings? It's a scoreboard move in though. I think it's 10 without loss. We can't see it.
I can.
Can you see it?
It's 10,
okay,
yeah. And if I lean forward just along the side of the van, if you lean forward, you might be able to see that.
Oh, I can.
Yeah. Potts comes in, bowls. That's off the pads. There's a big appeal, and it dies away. Umpire's not interested. Umpires are Richard Illingworth, who I think is at square leg, and Rob Bailey behind the stumps. Hear a pamphlet? It sounds like a parrot I can hear there. Parakeet. Did you hear that?
Could be from the zoo.
You probably got them flying around the park.
Actually, last year, the game here against Essex, there was a bird escaped
Potts bowls. Jennings leaves that one. It pitches outside of off stump and then swings towards the leg side as the keeper takes it. Potts didn't play in that 2020 game.
It was a Pelican that escaped last year.
Was it a Pelican?
Yeah.
The bowling attack for Durham in 2020 was Carse, Rain, Salisbury and Rushworth.
Okay. Where is Carse? He's not playing, is he, in this game?
Has been, I think it's
rotated.
Rotationally rested.
Yeah.
Potts bowls. Forward comes Jennings. That stays low and he plays it into mid wicket, and that is the end of the over. So 10 runs on the board. 4 overs gone. And Wells is yet to get off the mark. He's faced 12 deliveries. Jennings has those runs to his name. He's faced 12 deliveries as well. And he's hit 2 fours.
Yeah, Wells has faced all the bowling, hasn't he, from Ben Ray? And
they haven't switched ends yet, have they?
They haven't, no.
The runs they got were a 2.
Yep. So they've both been monopolising the bowlers. It's going to be Rain to Wells to continue with the short leg in place. 4 slips again, yeah, 4 slips. Point, mid off, mid on. And Clark under the helmets at short leg. Here's Ben Rain into to Wells. Just dabbed up towards mid on, and there's no run.
Bernard's emailed. He's wondering if this is the shortest away trip this season. In the championship, it will be. The two sides will meet each other at Sedbergh.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Which, from the top of my head, was about 87 miles from each ground or something,
It's
wasn't
quite,
it?
yeah,
it was equidistant.
It was, yeah.
So.
But a 4-day game, then, didn't we, a few years ago?
Yeah.
Championship.
2019 was a great week. That absolutely fantastic week.
Rain to Wells, forward again, defends, and there is no run. Still remains on 0. Lancashire 10 without loss. We're going to have the kind of the background hum of the generator, I think, for the 4 days.
It's like being on a canal boat, isn't it? Just coming up to the first lock.
You're a big fan of that, aren't you?
That's just a lovely way to meander around the countryside.
Yeah,
4 miles an hour.
Is that top? That's top speed, is it? Rain into Wells. That's defended. No run.
Well, you could go faster.
Okay.
But you're meant to do 4 miles an hour.
Okay.
And if you're passing moored boats, you're meant to go dead slow.
Right.
In case somebody's making a cup of tea.
10 without loss. And Ben Rain yet to concede a run.
Stuart's tweeted, he says, I'm just wondering why the media centre is full behind you, but I can't think of a reason.
There's Rain. And balls. Playing a miss from Wells. Through to Robinson, there's no run. It's quite busy. We don't have a monitor in our commentary box working just yet, so we can't quite see when the Lancs TV kind of cut to the media marquee, but they've had to get a bigger one this year. And as the famous phrase goes, we're going to need a bigger tent because Stokes are playing. So yeah, they had to request a bigger tent this year to fit everybody in. Rain into to Wells, getting forward and defending, just steers the ball away into the offside. No run. Up comes Stokes from mid-off to field. Scoops the ball up and gives it a bit of a polish. And the crowd just starting to thicken up a little bit, isn't it? A few more people coming in. So the forecast is good for the rest of the day, and certainly it's lovely over the weekend, so I think that'll be perfect. Especially if
a couple of lads in Sunderland tops over there.
Oh, nice.
And shorts. They're optimistic.
Steady on. Wells going back and just dabs this ball away for his first run, and the first run conceded by Ben Rain today.
Down to the Express Grill enclosure.
Come back for 2 towards the Express Grill. Right, that's the end of the over. We've got Paul Allett and we've got Callum Flynn with us today, and I've done a rota. So who's coming on? We're both going off.
We're going off, are we?
And Paul and Callum are going to come on.
Hooked.
Yeah. we've been given the hook. It's about time, to be fair. So Callum Flynn, captain of England's physical disability side, Paul Allott will be joining you in the next couple of minutes. In fact, I'll stay on until Paul gets in position, because he goes at his own pace. There's no rushing him. There you go, Paul. You pop there on. We're going to see Potts to continue from the south end of the ground, and Callum will come and join you as Potts comes in and bowls, driven nicely for 4 by Keaton Jennings. All yours, Paul, and Callum will be with you.
Thanks, Scott. Encouraging from Keaton Jennings. It's testing time for Lancashire's openers out there, with the ball doing a little bit, safe to say. Jennings has been looking to be aggressive all the way through his short stay so far, batting for 20-25 minutes or so. Look to use his feet and get down the pitch, which is unusual for opening batters. Half forward there, and possibly a little bit of bat. Concerted appeal by everybody in the ring from Durham, the slips, keeper and bowler. Callum, how are you?
I'm really good, how are you?
Good, mate.
Good, good. Steady little start for Durham and Lancashire here. Lancashire just trying to get through this new ball spell. Potts and rain not giving much away, a little bit in the pitch. And Jennings and Wells will just be hoping to occupy the crease for some time. And just try and make it easier for the rest of the order to bat later on in the day. In comes Potts, bowls, and Jennings forward, plays it nicely through backward point, should pick up a couple. Gets 2, takes the score on to 18. Just looks a little bit in the wicket, just a little bit of sea movement.
Well, you look at it as we did before the start of play, and you're just hoping you're going to win the toss and put the opposition in. It's that sort of pitch. It's got plenty of grass on it. I've never seen this ground at Blackpool with as much grass on at this time. It looks really good. I mean, it's lush, really good outfield.
Potts, bowls, and Jennings down the wicket, as he quite often see, just pushes that into the offside for no run.
Yeah, I mean, in recent times, Blackpool has been a rough old playing area, but they've really got their act together over the last 3 or 4 years. The square is beautifully grassed, the outfield's good, it's flat. They had it completely relaid about 4 years ago. As Potts comes in again, it's just tickled away down the leg side. They'll go for 4 down to fine leg. It's nicely played by Keaton Jennings, nothing too extravagant about that, as Potts looked to keep his length full. So yeah, just getting back to tosses and conditions, I mean, it's one of those muggy, murky mornings, isn't it, with a bit of drizzle in the air, and it's a sort of fairly heavy atmosphere. If ever anything was screaming out about bowl first, then it's these conditions today.
Potts bowls, and that one's just left through to the keeper for no run. 22 for none after the 6. Yeah, everything as well with the forecast for the next 3 days. I think it's days 2, 3 and 4 we'll see quite a bit of sun as well, so Durham will be really hoping to take advantage of this toss, try and get some early wickets, especially with Lancashire's fragile order at the moment. They'll be looking to really just keep battling, spend some time at the crease and post a decent score. Like you say, put some confidence back into that dressing room.
Well, they certainly need a better performance. I mean, a victory obviously will be ideal, but the performances have been below par.
Rain continues from the north end. Wells pushes that into the offside for no run. yeah, it's the manner of the defeats as well. They've been quite heavily, sadly for Lancashire, with a couple of innings defeats, and I think it was a 7-wicket and a 9-wicket loss. So, like you say, they'll be hoping to turn the fortunes around and get that first win of the 2024 season.
Well, they're looking for a concerted improvement in performance all around, but the senior batters, 2 of which are out in the middle at the moment, need to come to the party, as it were, along with Josh Bohannon, who's not really started so well, because there's so much inexperience in this in the middle order. Really, when you look at Balderson, Bell, Hurst, Tom Bruce as well, who looked to be coming into a bit of form last game at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, the whole experience got took out last season, didn't it? I suppose with Croft,
Vilas.
Croft and Vilas, yeah. Croft white ball contracts only this year. Then comes Rain, bowls and just pushes Wells back and plays that into the offside for no run. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a transitional period, isn't it, for Lancashire? They're trying to bring them youngsters through, who are clearly very talented, with George Bell nearly getting that first 100 this year. Hurst last week hitting a fantastic 100 in a losing defeat. So it's what them Lancashire fans might just have to be patient with this younger team that are coming through. As Rain bowls and Wells pushes down the ground. Rain, I think, gets an hand on that off his own bowling, stops the run.
Yeah, good piece of work from Ben Rain. Half stop. Just finished talking about conditions here, because I was saying there's a layer of grass that it appears green from here, from the boundary edge, but when you get there, there's a sort of whitish tinge to it. And enough grass on the pitch to suggest, as Rain beats the bat outside off stump again, Wells just playing forward but trying to get his bat inside the line. So conditions ideal for seam bowling, and this first session is going to be crucial for Lancashire. If they can get through this session without losing more than a couple of wickets, that'll be great. They'll be pleased with the first half hour to have got up to 22 already. Rain in again round the wicket. No great pace from Ben Rain. That's the end of the over. 22 without loss from 7 bowled.
Does it look like a wicket that might take spin later on in the game? You often see it in these outgrounds, don't you, where they tend to spin more often than not as the game goes on.
Blackpool used to be very dry and dusty, going back years. Jack Simmons was professional here for a long time, of course. And this pitch itself, well, Shane Warne used to say, if it seams, it spins. So it's certainly been doing a bit of seaming, that is for sure. I don't know whether it's going to break up, but I think generally a club ground pitch, which is what this is, after getting to 4 days, will turn.
Potts bowls and Jennings on the front foot punches that through mid on. Gets no run.
Bit more pace from Potts than from Rain. I was standing side on earlier on, and the carry through to the keeper, Ollie Robinson, was quite marked.
So he comes, and Jennings down the wicket. A little bit of appeal from the bowler. All the Corden keeping their hands down, not getting very excited about that one.
Well, no, it's a good ploy by Keaton Jennings. He's batting out of his ground, and there's a little shimmy down the pitch. As soon as you do that, you're basically taking LBW out of the equation, I think.
Just trying to push Potts off that length as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's sort of the danger length where it's just jagging around a little bit. That one's left through to the wicket-keeper for no run. Will someone like Matthew Potts be, you know, a bit more motivation now in these next few games before the England Test summer kicks in with the news of James Anderson hanging up the boots for England?
Well, I think so. There's quite a few in the queue, isn't there? Replacements for Jimmy Anderson. It's a bit of an anachronism, really. You can't replace Jimmy, but who will slot into the side in his place? Potts is one, as that goes harmlessly past the off stump of Keaton Jennings. There's always added motivation as well. Today you've got the England captain playing, so bowlers on both sides. We've got Saki Mahmood, of course, getting his way back into cricket, playing for Lancashire. So the shop window is very much open as Potts comes again. Just pushed into the offside, no run.
He had a very successful India A and England Lions tour, didn't he? Just at the start of the year, 20 wickets in the 3 games in Indian conditions as well. I think I was really impressed with him, how he bowled over there and how he adapted to their wickets. So he'll be looking for a place in that England Test team this summer. That one goes through to the keeper again. Jennings, nice and patient outside the off stump. 22 for none after 8. Jennings on 20 and Wells on 2.
Well, patience is a virtue and a real positive and a plus for Lancashire's batters today. And I do like the way these two have said about their task. There'll have been some harsh words spoken over the last few weeks in the dressing room. A lot of hard work done. Keaton Jennings was telling me after the toss that not been many days off. Everybody's been working really hard. So, I mean, it's obvious that there's a realisation within the camp that they're not playing well enough. And this is a chance to start on that road to redemption, basically. Rain again. Short, too short, can't bowl that short outside off stump, just stood up to be hit, and Wells has hit it nicely down towards backward point. And they'll pick up 3, so this is the first change of ends for the batters, I think, in the first 35 minutes.
Yeah, a little bit edgy from Wells, but kind of well then we can throw the bat out quite short and wide from Rain. He's probably first real loose delivery in this first half an hour. Will it be a real battle for someone like Luke Wells out there who he wants to feel bat on ball, he likes to score in boundaries and get away quickly? Will he be kind of battling his natural flow, do you reckon?
Yeah, a little bit.
Out of form?
Well, I think you just got to play the conditions, haven't you? And he'll realise, or will have realised, that it's not easy. Rain to Jennings, who advances down the pitch, pace and a half, and just pushes it out to mid-off, who has a hurl at the stumps. Keaton Jennings said he was relishing the prospect of playing against his old chums. Of course, he started his career, first-class career at Durham, moving down to Lancashire 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. Happy to be back amongst some of his former teammates, even though he's playing against them, of course. Rain in again, slightly shorter. Didn't like being advanced to the ball before. A little bit more pace in that delivery as well.
I suppose that's what Jennings wants, really, doesn't it? Rain to pull that ball back of a length, takes out LB, takes out bowled, and Jennings is probably a bit more comfortable with the ball being there. So the ploy that Jennings is working coming down the crease is paying off so far. Again, Jennings just a little step down the wicket. Rain just pushes that a little bit wider. See if Jennings wants to flash outside the off stump, but they've been very patient, the experienced pair of Wells and Jennings so far this morning.
Well, yeah, you've got to wait until the ball's right up for you to drive on in conditions like this, or wait until it's short and wide before you countenance any attacking stroke. Change of attack for Rain. He's coming over the wicket for the first time this morning, being solely bowling round the wicket at Wells.
Allowed through to the keeper for no run.
I'm always slightly surprised when, in good bowling conditions, when right-arm bowlers start bowling round the wicket immediately to left-handers. I just think that you explore the weakness outside off stump much better if you're bowling over the wicket, just slanting the ball across them. There's always a chance of running it back into the pads. But it's not the modern way, as Rain comes in again, much wider outside off stump this time. That's the end of the over. It's 25 without loss now. And, 9 overs bowled.
Yeah, I've always thought with someone like Wells and Jennings, who quite like it on the pads, on the hip area. Left-handers often do. Like you say, is it just a straight plough, just to go straight across them and just try and frustrate them outside that off stump, see if they'll flash. Whereas if it's angling into their pads, I think they'll be pretty comfortable with that sort of angle. We see our first bowling change, and it's going to be the England skipper, Ben Stokes, return to action. There's been a lot of media attention with Stokes and getting him back into some form of cricket, ready for the England summer, and now we're going to see the first sight of him in the county championship for over 2 years.
Oh, a long-awaited moment as Stokes comes in to bowl his first ball for Durham. For a while, it's a loosener, just a gentle delivery, which you would expect. He looks fit, mind. Does he ever? He looks pinch fit. Ben Stokes put an awful lot of work and effort into getting himself into condition to be able to perform as a fully fledged all-rounder again. He's been struggling with that knee injury for some considerable time, taking bowling out of the equation. But the statement is that he's firmly back in contention now.
That one's allowed through to the keeper for no run. Yeah, he looked really fit in the warm-up. He was running in at some intensity and getting it through on the practice wickets here at Blackpool, which are obviously not quite as firm and prepared as the match wicket. So he'll be looking to generate some decent pace, but also the movement that Stokes gets as well can shape it both ways.
Well, I don't think we should be expecting too much from him too early in terms of pace. This will be a nice, easy workout for him as he bowls that one down leg side. It's just helped on its way by Luke Wells, who picks up a boundary. Slightly too much leg side from Ben Stokes. I do love coming to outgrounds. You can't see anything from our commentary position, which is not good. Looking at the scoreboard through a perspex screen, sometimes it's working, sometimes it isn't. Telling me it's 29 for not from 9 overs now. But Stokes is still in, just ambling in, nice and steady. Nothing too extravagant. That's pushed into the offside by Wells. Interesting to see how many overs he gets under his belt today and what his target will be. I would suggest in the low teens.
There'll be some restrictions, won't there, with higher up in the ECB in terms of his workload, so but it's brilliant to see him playing county championship, especially at an outground like Blackpool. Wells just prods forward and plays that nicely into the offside for no run. They'll get the scoring opportunities as well. Wells and Jennings off Stokes. He's very attacking, and sometimes that often means you get a bad ball, a short wide one, or an over-pitch delivery. So there'll be scoring opportunities from Stokes, but have to make sure they stay patient as well and keep playing the scenario. And then comes Stokes, balls, and just cramps Wells up a little bit, who plays that into the leg side and no run.
Well, it's a gentle start from Ben Stokes, and I didn't expect anything else. It's all about becoming confident again in your body and your knee and the injury that you've had. And as he comes in again, just on a length, just pushed away by Wells. That's the end of Ben Stokes' first over back in county cricket. 31 without loss, 9 overs gone.
I suppose this is a brilliant thing about outground cricket, isn't it? Blackpool, the local Blackpool fans and the cricket fans around the area will, last season, wouldn't have expected to be watching Stokes and Lyon go at it at the local club Blackpool at Stanley Park here. So I think people are fans, and sometimes they had moan and groan about outground cricket, but I think it's brilliant to see. Well,
yeah, I mean, I firmly of the belief this is the way that county championship cricket should go. Should spread it out to outgrounds and take it around the country. I mean, you're going to get maybe 1,000 people watching today, this afternoon, and it looks good. Blackpool is a good natural amphitheatre. It's got banking all the way around it. A little bit of terracing away to our right at Backward Point as rain comes in again. Left by Keaton Jennings. It's a good place to come and watch cricket. You got you can bring your own chair. You can sit on the seats that are provided, or the benches that are provided.
Just creates that bit more atmosphere as well, doesn't it? These somewhere like Emirates Old Trafford, where you'd have a couple of thousand in and they're a bit more spread around. There's not much theatre or atmosphere, whereas these outgrounds feel like the fans are on top of the players as rain comes in and just clips Jennings on the 5-pad. No run. Yeah, it just feels like the supporters are a lot closer to the action, and it's a lot more intimate for the fans.
She's just a rough guide then. Just had Scott Reed come over and have a look at the his elaborately crafted commentary rota, which is actually just a rough guide. Ignore the timings; they're just there for sort of, I don't know, the fact that he's got a biro in his hand probably.
Range just make a couple of changes to the field, takes a gully out and brings an extra catcher in on the leg side. And Jennings punches that down the ground beautifully, stands and doesn't watch it, just takes his mark again. That's 4, beautiful shot from Jennings.
Yeah, well, it's a classic example of the way Jennings has played this morning. He's been very watchful, as you need to be an opening batsman when the ball is seaming, but anything over pitched and it's full, that really was full, and he's climbed into it. It's a glorious off drive for 4.
Train comes in and Jennings down the wicket and drops to that back of a length again, where Jennings is happy just to watch that through to Robinson with the gloves.
You could see the anguish quite clearly on his face when he got out at Trent Bridge earlier in the week. The last game of the second innings was a wild slash of a drive outside off stump, and his head went back and the bat went in the air. He couldn't quite believe what he'd done. It's been a lot more control so far this morning in the first 3/4 of an hour.
Rain back round the wicket to Jennings and just gets him fending at that one outside the off stump, goes through to Robinson. Yeah, he's someone who likes to lead from the front, Jennings, when he gets himself in and really tries to score big, and he so often does once he gets past them. The 50-60 mark, he often accumulates really well. So we're wanting to lead from the front, the skipper. It's been a tough start to his reign this season. We'll be looking to score big today and try and have a positive result for Lancashire. There's rain, bowls, and first real back of a length delivery from Durham this morning. Jennings just prods forward and plays that for no run. That's the end of the 11th over, 35 for none here at Blackpool Stanley Park. As Paul Allett leaves us, Scott Reed's back on.
Hi, Callum. Yeah, I think Martin's going to come and replace you. So 35 without loss here on Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website and app, and on Lancs TV. And we've got Ben Stokes to send down his second over in balls to Wells. That's defended, and there is no run. So we're into the 12th over of this Lancashire first innings. Pretty steady stock, but player misses along the way. And Jennings has got 24, Wells has got 9. Rains bowled 6 overs, Potts has bowled 4, and Stokes now into his second over. Bowling from the southern end of the ground, the top end as we look from our commentary marquee. There's 3 slips and there's a gully. Point mid-off, there's a mid-on. Stokes in and bowls. Oh, that just bounces a little on Luke Wells, who gets right on top of it and nudges the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. There's a fine leg as well in front of the pavilion. That's how it's all set up. There's some lively scores elsewhere in the county championship. There's games across divisions 1 and 2. Everyone's playing, so no issues with the weather or anything like that. We'll have a look at some of the Division 1 games in a minute. Here's Stokes again, bowls, and that's deflected down towards the fine leg boundary for 4 runs for Luke Wells. Just nudged it off his hip down towards the boundary for 4, and that will push Lancashire onto 39 without loss here at Stanley Park. So yeah, elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey are playing Worcestershire. This game taking place at the Oval. And Surrey are 35 for 4. They were 15 for 4 at one stage. So Burns has gone for 8, Sibley for 1, Smith for North, and Ben Folkes for 1. So Ollie Pope and Dan Lawrence are batting for Surrey. 35 for 4 Surrey at the Oval against Worcestershire. And Stokes is in and bowls again to Wells. That's defended. And there is no run. So a bit of a recovery from 15 for 4. And Joe Leach, big year for him actually, testimonial year. And he's picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 13. So Surrey are 35 for 4. Elsewhere in Division 1, Somerset are taking on Kent, and they're 69 for 1 at Taunton. Nottinghamshire have lost a couple of early wickets against Hampshire, 17 for 2 at Trent Bridge and Notts. Stokes comes in and bowls to Wells. That's pushed away into the offside. They're going to scamper through for a quick single. As Potts picks up and throws towards the stumps at the keeper's end, and Wells does get 1. And that takes Lancashire on to 40 without loss. So Nottinghamshire 17 for 2 against Hampshire. And the other Division 1 game is Warwickshire, who are at Essex this week, and Warwickshire are 40 for 2. That's how it's looking in Division 1. That headline kind of score certainly coming from the Oval. 35 for 4 Surrey against Worcestershire. We'll look at some of the Division 2 games in a minute, but currently the England Test match captain is he's having to make sure that people are not walking in front of the sight screen on the far side of the ground. So Ben Stokes is waving in the direction of the sight screen, and just hoping that a couple of the spectators don't go drifting in front of the sight screen. Here comes Stokes back in, this time bowling to Keaton Jennings, and that's left and taken by Robinson. There's no run. Quick look into Division 2. Derbyshire against Northamptonshire. Northants 24 without loss. Batting first. Glamorgan are taking on Middlesex, and Manus Labuschagne is out for 23. Opened the batting for Glamorgan. 44 for 1. Labuschagne, the wicket to fall, taking on Middlesex this week, are Glamorgan. Gloucestershire 51 without loss at Leicestershire on the back of their great win last week. Stokes to Jennings, forward and defence. And there is no run. There's the end of the over. Lancashire 42 without loss. So, yeah, Gloucestershire 51 without loss against Leicestershire. A great win, the Gloucestershire boys at Northamptonshire last week. And the other game in Division 2 is in sunny Sussex, where the home side are 56 for 2. And they're taking on Yorkshire this week. And Martin Emerson's back alongside me.
Paul Coghlan ready to bowl from the zoo end, I'm going to call it.
Okay.
I didn't see the football last night, but Norwich were heavily beaten by Leeds, weren't they? Was it 4-1 or 4-0? In the playoffs?
Didn't notice that. Didn't catch that.
Anyway, the Norwich manager's been relieved of his duties today as a result.
Yeah, they got beat 4-0, Norwich.
4-0.
Oh dear.
So Paul Coghlan coming into the attack. He's bowled well this season, actually. He's being used sparingly by Durham with a bind on his injury record. Right arm over. Coming into bowl to Wells. And is defended. So having been put in, Lancashire have had all their runs taken off them because the scoreboard's gone blank. 42 without loss, I think now.
I think
yes, after 12 overs, so a good start. Durham put them in. You could see why. It was a bit damp and overcast, bit of mizzle in the air, but the cloud base has lifted quite a lot now, and it looks like it's brightening up quite considerably. Coghlan, 31 years old now, bowls. Oh, that's a sharp delivery, and that ties Wells up in knots, and it's hit him around about the thigh pad box area. He stumbles backwards as he tries to fend that one away. Quiz question. Paul Coghlan, 31, how many first class matches has he played?
Go on.
60. Which is a sign of the injuries he's endured over the years. Shoulder, thumb, hamstring, back.
Oh, goodness, falling apart.
He just throws himself into everything. Here he comes again. Bowls, fended away one-handed by Wells. It stays short on the leg side. Wells is now checking his bat handle and looking at the splice area.
Change the field there, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're trying to get some helmets brought down. There's Ben Rain shouting instructions to the dressing room, and they look like they're waiting for something to come. Oh, here we go.
Oh, they had a short leg
Graham
in
Clark's
earlier on.
in.
Yeah, Clark had the helmet on for Ben Rain.
Right, Clark's come back on. He's got to put the shin pads on and whatnot, and Drizel's jogging back off again. I thought you had to wait until the end of an over to bring somebody back on. Used to be when I played, you weren't allowed to come on until the over. If you'd gone off the field, you couldn't come back on until the over had finished. Clark's gone in as a short leg. Potts as a short mid-wicket. 3 in the slip cord, and Coghlan bowls. And again the ball spits at Wells, and he fends it away one-handed again. Gets a single this time as it goes down towards square leg.
Didn't he? It kind of rushed him a little bit, that.
3 similar deliveries, all roughly around about leg stump 5-pad height. If you want to email, wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk, at Marty Cricket on Twitter. Well, Scott Reed's still 16 on Twitter. This is off the pad from Jennings. Drop short to short leg. It is Scott Reed 16, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't say
Do you not
I
use
pay,
it anymore?
No, I don't really pay much attention to it.
Do you know?
Very better just sticking with your email.
Have you gone off to Threads or some alternative universe?
Gone off to any of them, really.
Right. Coghlan up to the stumps, bowls. Jennings turns that to square leg. Potts is in there quickly, throws it at the stumps at the keeper's end. Misses, backed up on the far side by Beddingham. 1 run. End of the over, 44 for none. Lancashire haven't been put in by Durham. These two have only played each other once before here. It was in that really wet summer of 2007, and the game was over in 2 days. It was an absolute seamer's paradise. Glenn Chappell took 7 wickets in Durham's first innings, and then Otis Gibson took 8 in Lancashire's. So Durham all out in their first innings for just 166. Michael Di Venuto top scoring with 78. Chappell took a career best 7 for 53. Then Gibson took 8 for 68. Lancashire dismissed for 183. They had been 13 for 4. 6 batsmen never reached double figures. Luke Sutton managed to make 66. In the second innings, Durham all out for 185, with Chappell taking 3 for 33 and Sajid Mahmood 4 for 51. That innings lasted just 48 overs. Dale Benkertstein, now the Lancashire coach, was the best of the batsmen with 77. 7 players failed to reach double figures on that occasion. And then things calmed down slightly on the afternoon of day 2 as Stuart Law made 82 and VVS Laxman 55. Lancashire reached their target of 169 with a loss of 3 wickets.
Here comes Ben Stokes, bowls to Keaton Jennings, angled away to the leg side. No run.
They had been 7 for 2, but their partnership was a vital 125. But 18 wickets fell on day 1, which was enough to see the pitch inspectors scrambled in their Ford Granada with a green flashing light on the roof. But the pitch inspectors arrived and said they thought the pitch was satisfactory, and the groundsman said it was the best wicket he'd seen at Blackpool.
Oh, okay.
So all over in 2 days.
Stokes in 3 slips waiting, bowling to Keaton Jennings. On the walk is Jennings, and just glances it away off his pad down to towards fine leg for a single. And that takes Lancashire on to 45 without loss. Jennings moves on to 26 not out, with Luke Wells on 15. In the 14th over of the Lancashire first innings, Durham winning the toss and electing to have a bowl first. And we've got Stokes with the ball in hand, and Wells with a twirl of the bat. He's the man that's on strike. Here comes Stokes bounding in, bowls again to Wells. Again, just nudged away down towards short fine leg. Wells jogs through for a single, and he keeps the strike. Sorry, brings Jennings back on strike when Wells moves on to 16, and the score now to 46 without loss. They've both had pretty much, in fact they have, up until that delivery, both faced 41 deliveries each, Wells and Jennings. It's been a pretty balanced partnership. Jennings has scored a little quicker than Wells. 46 without loss. Here's Stokes. He's bowling over the wicket to Jennings. Ball's full, and that's driven nicely away through the offside by Keaton Jennings. It doesn't quite reach the boundary rope. Jennings just come back for 2. I think it's Callum Parkinson now that's gone across and scooped up the ball. Takes Jennings on to 28 not out, and the score on to 48 without loss. And here comes Stokes back in, bowls again to Jennings. It's turned to the leg side, and there is no run. Remains on 26. And the score, 46 without loss. Sorry, correction, 48 without loss. So they've got themselves a leg slip in here. 3 slips, a leg slip, a square leg, fine leg, mid on, mid off, and point. Stokes bowls left by Jennings. Through it goes to Ollie Robinson, and that is the end of the over. 48 on the board for Lancashire, edging towards a half century partnership. And it is a pretty solid spell, this, by Wells and Jennings. A pretty solid opening partnership for Lancashire. Well, not been too many of those. Certainly in Lancashire's first innings this season, it has been a challenge for them, but had a pretty steady start here. Reminder on Sports Extra, you'll be staying here at Blackpool until about 25 past 12, and then there's some Formula 1 qualifying to come from about 25 past 12, and then back again for the start of the afternoon session just after 1:30. Well, that's down the leg side. It's Coughlin in over the wicket and bowling. Taken by Robinson. And a good solid first hour this for Lancashire. They've put 48 runs on the board thanks to Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. Jennings unbeaten on 26 and Wells on 16. And we've seen Ben Stokes into the attack for the first time today. He's bowled 3 overs so far. But a good first hour for Lancashire. They're 48 without loss. That's in the air, clipped away by Wells. His cries of catch. And out it goes towards the square leg boundary, and they hustle back for 2. So it's actually it's just a single. We just got the 1 there. So I should now move on to 49 without loss. It just kind of flicked away off the pads by Wells, out towards square leg. It's in the air, but it didn't go to hand. Coughlin bowls again. Oh, that's edged down towards the 3rd man boundary. Well, that's gone in between the keeper and first slip. It's 4 runs to bring up the half-century partnership. Callum Flynn is back alongside me. Martin Emerson will come and join you in a second, Callum. So he'll come and join you in a second. It's gone for 4 to bring up the 50 partnership, 53 without loss. But you could sense the cry of frustration in the Lancashire, in the Durham players there, because that was an edge that somehow has gone in between keeper and first slip. Coughlin back at the top of his mark, sets off again, and bowls to Jennings. Oh, it's a play and a miss, and that's gone through to Robinson. And there is no run. So a chance created, and bizarrely not taken out. Well, unfortunately not got a replay to be able to just kind of have a little look through that. See if I can scroll back on the live stream. But it was certainly an edge that well, one of those the keeper left it for the slip fielder, and the slip fielder left it for the keeper by the looks of it. Coughlin turns, sets off again. Jennings waits, comes over the wicket and bowls, and Jennings defends back down the pitch, and there is no run. Martin's back alongside me. I'll make way, and Callum will come and join you, Martin, but there's a chance there in that over for Durham, but not taken.
So the 50 up for Lancashire in the 15th over. Coughlin bowling down the hill. Bit of a slope here, running away from us. And he comes, and that's turned down towards Parkinson, long leg for 1 by Jennings. I just saw the ball go up the boundary. That was what brought the 50 up, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's.
But it was a missed chance, was it?
Yeah, Robinson just got a bit wrong-footed, I think, and just created a decent-sized gap actually between himself and the first slip, which don't know if it was Lees or Ackerman. I think it might have been Ackerman at first slip. But yeah, a chance. Good start for Lancashire though, after being put into that on bowler-friendly morning so far. Still doing a little bit though. Durham will be hoping just to try and get that first wicket, and obviously there's been quite a few cracks in this Lancashire batting order this year, so they'll be hoping once they get one, a couple might come and follow.
Here's Stokes. Short ball pulled into the ground and away for 4 through mid-wicket by Jennings. That sounded really tinny. It's come off the bottom of the bat there, but it's gone to the boundary on the western side of the ground.
Yeah, it's one of them where it sounds like it should go a lot quicker than what it did, but
yeah.
like I say, I think it's Jennings give it everything, but it's just the bottom of the bat there, but he's onto that short ball pretty quickly, as Jennings often is.
So Lancashire will be more than happy with this. Put in, it was drizzly, it was overcast, it was cool, and they're 58 for none. Stokes again. Comes in and bowls. Oh, and that one rises on Jennings. He looks initially to try and pull that through the leg side, and then pulls his bottom hand off the bat, raises it out the road of the ball as it comes through around about rib high to the keeper. I think I'm right in thinking was did Stokes only bowl in the final test 5 overs or something like that in India?
Yeah, he got a wicket first ball, didn't he? It's a typical Stokes thing, really, isn't it? Just often makes things happen. Does Ben Stokes, so Scott Borthwick, his captain, will be hoping he can make a little bit happen right now for Durham.
He bowls again. That's in towards middle and leg, and is played out to mid-wicket by Jennings for 1. Just looking to see the last matches that Stokes played. It was 2 years ago. 73 first-class games for Durham now. So Middlesex in May 2022. It was playoff final weekend. And didn't get any runs in that game, 15 and none, but he took 4 for 119. In comes Stokes once more, driven nicely by Wells. It was a half volley outside of off stump, and that has gone up towards the far boundary. Parkinson's chased it and he keeps it in. Out towards wide long off.
Just a little bit slow, the outfield, isn't it, with the recent weather. Grounds are still trying to firm up with the start to the summer that we've had, but it's a lovely shot from Wells, over pitch from Stokes, deserved to be put away, and Wells picks up 3.
Stokes again, right arm over, comes in, has 3 slips in place. Jennings plays that safely into the floor and out to Beddingham at mid-wicket. The ground is very, very soft underfoot where we are, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we're in a marquee, but there's obviously been a lot of rain here in recent weeks because the chairs are sort of sinking a little bit. And I've lost a stone in weight as well, so. Just walking around the boundary earlier, it felt very spongy underfoot. Stokes bowls. Jennings gets a bit of a leading edge there. He's looking to turn that through the leg side. It's gone off towards the covers for 1. So 63 without loss here on the BBC. Got a couple of emails. wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to drop me a line. Jamie Bowman, not here in person, but here in spirit. Local reporter. Covers the patch across Runcorn and Widnes and Merseyside. Which famous pop duo feature a member from Blackpool and one from the Roca Riviera, brackets South Shields, which is actually not on the Roca Riviera. Whew. He says, missing you all today, go well and enjoy the sunshine. Fond memories of his camping trip at Sedbergh. So when we covered the game at Sedbergh in 2019, he was camping in a farmer's field along the road.
Oh.
So
it's a nice area though, Sedbergh, isn't it? It's
yeah,
lovely,
gorgeous place.
Lovely outground. Seen, I think Sedbergh School got dropped off before actually. I think some of their school kids are here.
Yeah.
Seeing them get off a coach before. Obviously Lancashire have got a bit of a affiliation going with Sedbergh now. Played
And
a few of their games there. Bowles and Jennings again down the ground, that big stride, puts his hands through that and he picks up 4. Lovely shot from Jennings.
Well, Tom Aspinwall, who's playing for Lancashire, it's his second championship match for Lancashire. He went to Sedbergh School, played for Cumberland Schools. He also played for Durham under-15s against Derbyshire in 2017. But Martin Spate, the former Durham wicketkeeper batsman who used to do commentaries with me a few years ago, he was one of the cricket coaches at Sedbergh, but has recently left and started at Repton in Derbyshire in January this year, to be replaced at Sedbergh by a former Lancashire player, I think.
In comes Coughlin. Balls and Jennings punches that down the ground. Good fielding from Stokes. Times that pretty well again. Jennings will be a little bit annoyed that he didn't pick up a boundary there. Probably a bit more over pitch than the ball before, which he thumped down the ground for 4. Well, he's missed out on that one, but at 67 for none, Jennings will be very happy with this start, and so will the Lancashire changing room.
There's Jimmy Anyon, who's the new Sedbergh School coach.
That's a bit back of 11, tucks it into the leg side for no run. Yeah, I think they host a couple of Metro Bank One Day Cup games this year.
Well, they are playing Durham there this year.
And Coughlin comes and balls again. Back of 11, Jennings tucks that off the hip down to fine leg. Gets a single. Takes the score on to 68.
Jimmy Anyon played for Warwickshire in Sussex. He was coaching at Hurstpierpoint College before he moved to Sedbergh, and that is just on the road between Gatwick and Brighton. As you head south, you pass Hurstpierpoint near Hickstead, where they have the horse trials.
Very good knowledge, that might it.
Where are we now? 68 for none.
Come balls, and again just targeting that 5 pad a little bit. Wells just getting trapped. It's the 5 guard, and they have got more like a leg gully just on the turn, and not quite a short leg, but someone's still under the helmet, just around 7-8 meters away from the batter. We've still got a couple of catches on the leg side. Coughlin just trying to shape it back into the 2 left-handers, trying to find that inside edge. In he comes, balls, and Wells flicks that off his legs. Oh, I think it's Colin Parkinson down there. Bit of a
6
diving attempt. Palms it over the rope for 6. It would have been a great catch. Timed that pretty well, Wells. I think he's looking at the bottom of the bat. May have just told it a little bit, but it's a bit of a freebie on his pads, and it'd have been a bit unlucky if we found Parkinson then, but I would say it would have been a brilliant catch from Colin Parkinson.
He got his hands to it, but it smashed it the advertising hoardings.
Takes the score on to 74 for none after 17 here at Stanley Park.
Listeners to Sports Extra will be leaving us around 12:25 for an hour. Coverage of the game continues uninterrupted, of course, on the BBC Sports website and the app, in glorious surround sound and Technicolor, possibly. So Wells was on 20 then. He got both hands to it, but the ball was absolutely flying. He was at full stretch. He was like a goalkeeper trying to pick one out from underneath the bar.
Yeah, it would have been a pretty spectacular catch, wouldn't it? Would have really got the energy going for Durham if that one stuck.
So Potts replaces Rain. Stokes, and the first ball is over pitched and drilled down the field. Stokes is chasing after it. He slides in and throws the ball on the turn. Oh, I think you could realistically describe that as a hoy on the turn. He stops it going for 4 down the far end of the ground. So Stokes' first spell comes to an end, and he bowled 4 overs, none for 26.
Yeah, you're just going to have to be patient out of the Durham and the Durham players and the Durham fans with Stokes. He's
Potts over the wicket to Jennings, who leaves the ball alone, raises the bat above his head, goes through at about waist height to the keeper. Potts, his first 4 overs were none for 20. Rain, 6 overs, none for 9. 3 maidens as well from Rain, and Coghlan, none for 19 from 3. But Coghlan did get that edge, which went through the slip cord. And was it Keaton Jennings who was on strike at the time?
Yeah, Keaton Jennings. Yeah, I think Keaton didn't really look back. I think he just expected it to be caught as well.
In comes Potts, and there's a bit of a yelp from the slip cord. And I think that's probably bat on the pad.
Not quite found the consistency, Durham. The first 30 minutes was pretty good. Ben Rain keeping it tight. I think both batters got stuck down at either end, and I think it took 30 minutes to have a change of ends for the batsmen. But just since then, it's been a little bit wayward. There's some over-pitch deliveries, some short down leg.
Potts once more. That's a leave outside the line of off stump. Going back to Jamie Bowman's question, the famous pop duo, the South Shields bit's thrown me. I was going to go for soft sell. But anyone got any ideas? Let us know. So one member from Blackpool and another one from South Shields. Michael Ventris has emailed, "Hi Marty, from an overcast Costa Fishburn." As Potts turns, running up the slope, right arm over to Jennings. Jennings cuts at a shortish ball wide of off stump and goes to Clark at point no run. He says, "I know you get some odd texts, and this is one of them. My wife and I were planning to come to the Lancashire match. I was going to book the hotel at the ground in Manchester. But then my wife remembered that I had 500 plants coming this weekend, so I didn't book it. Then I saw in the paper Stokes was going to play at Blackpool, and I realised it was a good thing that I didn't book the hotel in Manchester," says Mike. Yes, quite a commute from there.
A lot of planting to be done as well that weekend.
Yeah,
500.
500.
Blimey.
Davy Fenwick says Graham Clark and his brother Jordan at Surrey both went to Sedbergh, as did Harry Book. Yep. That's a nice cut from Jennings out through the covers for 4. Back foot punch, and there's his 50 as well. Raises his bat, gets applause from around the ground. So 80 for none. So 63 balls, 9 fours for his 50. And Lancashire 80 for none at the end of the 18th over.
Yeah, it was Jennings at his best there. Just as we typically see with Keaton Jennings coming down the track, just a couple of yards, and Potts just drops it back of a length a little bit, and Jennings plays it on the up lovely through the covers. Picks up 4 and a great 50 for Keaton Jennings. He'll be looking to go big now for lead from the front as the skipper and the opening batsman for Lancashire.
Well, at the minute, Jennings has got 28 centuries, 12 for Lancashire and 13 for Durham. Plus England centuries, he's got, that's now 41 50s as well.
Coghlan in, bowls, and they're full of 11th, and Wells just turns that to mid-on for no run.
So that's his, he's had 100 already this season and a 50, and now he's got another.
Yeah, it's just what you want from your skipper. As he lost the toss, and he probably would have bowled as well, I imagine, Keaton Jennings, but being stuck in, Lancashire 80 for none. Excellent start.
This season he's got 172 against Hampshire and 91 against Notts.
Coghlan bowls, and there's a bit of a pill from the bowler, but he's on his own with that one. Not much support from the corner. Keeper running well down the leg side to try and take the delivery. There's no run off the 5 guard of Wells.
Scott will be coming back on air in a minute. The end of this over.
Cockling balls and Wells just prods forward. Much better length and line there. Testing the outside edge of Luke Wells, but also the inside edge. Not fully committing on that front foot. Luke Wells, he's not quite moving as well as Keaton Jennings, and he's still battling this early season form. He's made 150 this season so far, but he'll be looking to try and get some form in this game. Easy balls and just prods forward. Gets a single into the leg side.
Davies' guess for the pop duo, either the Lighthouse family or the Kane gang, he says. Kane gang could be a good one. No doubt we'll get the answer after lunch.
Cockling balls and Jennings just turns that into the leg side. Lancashire 81 for none.
Andrew sent us a picture on Twitter. He's watching and listening at the poolside on holiday in Kusadasi. Is that Turkey? Is it Kusadasi?
Looks a bit better weather than here. A bit overcast at the moment, but the forecast looks pretty good for the 4 days. Bit of sunshine in next 3.
Appleton Cricket Club says Blackpool, and it's
balls and
that's a nice shot.
Back of a length, and Jennings dispatches that behind square. He's onto that in a flash. Jennings picks up the short ball really well and swivels on that and times that very well. Number 4 for Keaton Jennings, and that takes the score on to 85 for none for Lancashire.
Just strayed a little bit down the leg side there. Yeah, I was comparing Appleton Cricket Club to this backdrop with the white steps and the seats here and the white wall, and they said a nice early shot from Marty this morning on Lancashire Stream about Appleton Cricket Club. So there you go.
Yeah, it's a nice ground, isn't it, with the steps and the banks that they've got at Blackpool.
That's the end of the over, so I'll jump off. I think, Scott, are you coming on? Yep.
Potts is going to continue. Just comes round the wicket now, changing the angle up to Luke Wells. And again, just slides down the leg side. It's happened quite often for the Durham bowlers in the last 40 minutes or so. Those on it pretty good in the first half an hour. Well, then since then they've been probably just searching too hard for that first wicket, if anything.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah, I think it's been quite a bit of that, Callum, hasn't there? That kind of searching for the for a breakthrough, but they've come across some pretty stubborn resistance here from Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Just change around the commentary box. This is down the leg side. They're appealing maybe for a little caught down the leg side by Potts to Wells. But doesn't get any joy there. Callum Flynn and Martin Emerson have left us. Paul Allett's joining me here. This has been a pretty good hour and a half, hasn't it, for the Lanky boys?
Well, yes, I wouldn't have had any money on them being in this position at the start of play.
You have little faith.
Well, yeah, well, I'd have expected 1 or 2 wickets to go down. I was just having a chat to Durham's chief executive, Tim Bostock, over there, and he said, what's been going on? I said, well, a bit of everything. Some good bowling, some good batting, doing a bit.
Round the wicket, Potts. Turned into the onside by Wells. Good diving stop at mid-wicket, actually. And there's no run.
So, it's doing a bit, basically.
Yeah.
Not swinging much, is it? But there's a bit of help off the seam. But as always at Blackpool, when the pitch looks like it does today, it doesn't do as much as you're expecting. Anything short just stands up a little bit, and so it's not much. There's carry, but it's gentle carry, if you know what I mean.
Potts to Wells off the back foot, just run that down towards third man. Come back for a second, it won't reach the the boundary. So 2 more to Wells. He moves on to 29, and Lancashire now 87 without loss.
That's a classic example, because that was short just outside off stump, and Wells, who has a weakness there, we've seen that this summer, but he had time to adjust and just feather the ball down to third for a couple of runs. So you've got to be accurate, pinpoint accurate with your bowling. You've got to keep the ball up and not too far up, otherwise you get driven.
Potts to Wells, edged and gone this time. And well, like a noticeable sigh of relief from Potts and from Durham. Colin Ackerman takes the catch, and Wells has to depart for 29, but you could hear the roar of delight and relief, I reckon, from Potts. Lancashire lose their first wicket, 87 for 1. Wells caught by Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Matty Potts.
Well, just as we're talking Lancashire's batters up, there's that element of weakness that shows itself in Luke Wells's defence. He just followed it a little bit. Good ball from Potts from round the wicket, probably just held its own, and Wells getting an outside edge through to second slip. Nicely caught. We had a good view of it here. It was coming right down the barrel at us. Our position at fine third. It's a good ball. I mean, he had to play at it, and Luke Wells has battled hard this morning. But he's gone, and 87, that Australia's fatal number, isn't it? So you get an Australian in your side and all these things start to happen. 13 before 100, that's the Aussie number.
Was a good delivery, wasn't it? Bowling round the wicket to the left-hander.
Maybe I was a bit unfair on Luke Wells, but it's where to bowl at him.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you don't need to bowl anywhere else. As a bowler on a pitch that's helping you a little, that's where you've got to bowl. And maybe Durham haven't persevered enough. But very often the way when you put the opposition in, the bowlers, in inverted commas, try too hard. So I'm not sure that's been the case, actually. We've seen good spells.
Yeah.
Stokes has bowled nicely. Rain, Potts, Coughlin. I mean, one flew between slip and keeper, didn't it? It should have been taken.
Yeah. Yeah, I managed to watch that back. It was a bit of an odd one, that, because the keeper's kind of shuffled away to the leg side and he's wrong-footed. He must have gone at least a pace, a step or two to his left. And then it's gone right in between Robinson and first slip. Fourth wicket, first slip. It was a bit of an odd one, that. So yeah, they maybe had a bit of bad luck along the way, but it's Lancashire's best opening partnership, certainly in their first innings this season. It's been hard going at times.
Now's the test. You see, lose one wicket and half an hour to go before lunch. It's going to be tough for Bohannon.
He's on strike with 3 slips and a gully. He leaves that first delivery from over the wicket by Potts. Carries nicely into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. So a wicket taken over that for Durham and for Potts. Ending a good partnership for the first wicket. 87 for 1, Lancashire. 20 overs gone of their first innings, and we've got exactly half an hour left before we get to the lunch break on the first day.
And again, that last delivery was a good example of where to bowl. So it was fullish, but the carry was good. If you bang it in short, it just stands up a little bit. So you've got to keep that as a bowler. You've got to keep that length as full as you can, and the ball will do a little bit. It just shaped away off the seam. It was well left by Bohannon.
As Coughlin sets off again. Let's run away by Jennings for a single. So Durham have won the toss and they've bowled first here. Would that have been a pretty straightforward call for you, bowling first? Well, just because of the conditions? Because
I think so. Yeah, I mean, Keaton was going to bowl first.
Was he? Right, okay.
And just, you know, it was one of those. Just when you want to win the toss and do something you want, you lose it. You know, it's one of those situations, isn't it? When you know, these things happen, unfortunately. When things aren't going your way, nothing goes your way. But things have done in the first 90 minutes for Lancashire.
Coughlin balls again, left by Bohannon. Nice pace carry through to Robinson.
Good player, this lad. I mean, he's had some dreadful luck with injuries. signed for Notts, didn't he, and dislocated his shoulder in the first week or so that he was at Notts, and struggled to recover from that, then obviously moved back to Durham. But he's always seemed to me to be a fine bowler.
It sets off again, Coghlan over the wicket and bowls to behind him. Again, that's left. And there's no run. When Martin Emerson was on commentary with me at the start of the day's play, he was talking about the amount of first-class matches that he's played, and this is only his 61st, and he's 31, which is probably, as he was saying, it's probably a reflection of his injury problems, really.
Yeah.
60 first-class matches at the age of 31, when his first-class debut came back in 2012. In the balls to Bohannon, that loops in the air. I'm not certain how much, if any, bat was on that, but there's a leaping catch or attempted catch at mid-wicket.
Well, all the signs are suggesting that there was a bit of an inside edge or a glove onto thigh pad as the ball looped away, long way.
Didn't it?
A long way. Not about bouncy thigh pad as Josh Bohannon. Because that's gone 15 paces on the leg side, probably.
It's David Benningham trying to make up the ground at mid-wicket to put a dive in and try and catch the ball. Coghlan again to Bohannon, just calmly played up towards the leg side, up towards mid-on. There's no run. 88 for 1. Here at Stanley Park in Blackpool on Lancashire TV and across the BBC Sport website and app. The opening day of this Vitality County Championship fixture. And it's Durham bowling first, 1 wicket so far in this morning session, that of Luke Wells. It's a good delivery by Potts from around the wicket to the left-hander, edged it to second slip with Ackerman, took the catch. I guess a nice ball by Coghlan, pushed through to Bohannon. Just slides past him into the gloves of Robinson. That's a good over, that.
Yeah, again, it's a classic statement on how you should be bowling. You know, bore the batsman rigid, basically just make him feel uncomfortable on and around off stump, and force him into playing the strokes that he doesn't want to play. So it's a good over from Coghlan. A little bit of away seam, and Bohannon middling one and playing and missing at one.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a scratchy start to his season, Josh Bohannon. 383 runs coming into this fixture, averaging 24. His top score of 84 came in the first game against Surrey at Emirates Old Trafford. Struggled for runs since, but they'll come, I'm sure, for Josh Bohannon. His Potts from around the wicket to Jennings, just eases into it and just works the ball away to the leg side. Through he goes for a single, and takes Jennings on to a very pleasant 56 not out. And Lancashire 89 for 1 brings Bohannon back on strike. Potts into his 7th over, 1 for 28. So far the bowlers used by Durham. Ben Rain 6 overs, Potts now into his 7th. Ben Stokes to bowl 4 overs. And Paul Coghlan 5. As Bohannon just presses forward the ball and just shapes away into the gloves of Robinson. No run. Yeah, 4 over spell from Ben Stokes this morning from the southern end of the ground. 4 overs for 26.
Started as you'd expect, just in a fairly leisurely fashion. That's not to say he's taken it this appearance and performance light-heartedly, but he has to ease his way into this build-up back to an full all-rounder status.
It's defended by Bohannon to mid-on, and there's no run.
And I was up with Neil Fairbrother, who represents him actually, up in the pavilion, and watching him bowl the last 2 overs from side on, and he was cruising to the stumps by the time he bowled a couple of overs. He was looking good, running in the Stokes of old. Actually, he looked fine.
Potts to Bohannon. It's a good ball that nips through.
I said to said to Neil, is there a quota for him? Because when you're easing yourself back into full fitness, and Saqib has had quotas that imposed on him, a number of overs he can bowl in an innings or a day or whatever. And Neil just said, no, it's up to him really. I think they just let him go, knowing full well that he won't want to bowl 30 overs in the day.
It'd be a bit of a surprise, wouldn't it?
Well, it would, yeah.
It's good to see him, wasn't it? Running in and looking in good rhythm. There's Potts. Big strong lad in balls to Bahan and brings him forward. The ball again just slides past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Robinson. No run. We've got Stokes and Lyon playing in this game. It's brilliant for Blackpool Cricket Club, isn't it? Across the weekend as well. Forecast is good.
Yeah.
Two real stellar names playing. .89 for 1. Just over 20 minutes remaining of the morning session. Bahanan still looking for his first run. His Potts back into Bahanan. That should do it. Off the hip, pulled away behind square down towards the boundary at backward square leg. And Bahanan gets himself going here. Gets his first runs, and that pushes Lancashire beyond the 90 mark now. 93 for 1 at the end of the over.
Potts will be kicking himself there. Bahanan will be saying thank you very much. Bowled a really good over at him, beating him 3 times outside the off stump, and then all that hard work undone by the shorter ball on leg stump, which he just whipped away behind square for 4. Eases all the pressure on the batsman, lets Josh Bahanan get off the mark and feel a little bit more comfortable about things.
Jennings on strike. Here's Coughlin over the wicket and bowls left alone. Taken by Robinson. And there is no run. Pretty lengthy spell, this, isn't it, for Coughlin? Yeah, this is 6 over on the bounce from this end.
Yeah, I was talking to Callum about the shop window being open for England seamers, prospective seamers, an awful lot of them stacking up.
Yep.
We were hopeful of perhaps seeing Cast today, and Potts, which we've seen, Mahmood, and all in front of Ben Stokes, of course, as Jennings just gets hit on the thigh. They take a single.
Yeah, we saw 2 last week. I mean, obviously Mahmood played last week at Trent Bridge, but then Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington bowled beautifully for Nottinghamshire last week. Pennington in particular, he looks a fine bowler. Bowled quickly as well.
Yeah.
There's a few options.
Well, he's Pennington's what I call a true English seamer with a bit of extra pace, but a little bit like Coughlin. Coughlin's got some decent pace and good control. So Ollie Stone's a bit quicker, isn't he?
Yep.
And there's Josh Tongue, who's not quite got off the mark yet.
No, I was reading about that actually. I think he's suffered another setback, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's been reported he could miss a significant portion of the home summer. Coughlin to Bahanan, it's left. Yeah, with another injury for Josh Tongue.
So I mean, when Stokes is playing like this, it's almost a test trial for him. I noticed that Ray Baker's here, one of the ECB bowling spotters.
Okay.
He'll be looking at anybody and everybody that performs.
I think he was at Trent Bridge as well last week.
Probably, yes. And Saqib very much on the radar. He needs to string a few games together really and see how he's getting on.
Coughlin to Bahanan and leaves. Movement away, that kind of shape away from Bahanan. Robinson takes it actually and goes across first slip where Scott Borthwick's fielded it.
It was a bit of a slingy delivery, that wasn't all start. It started wide and went wider. Stokes is bouncing up and down at mid-off. He might fancy another spell before lunch. There's 20, 15 minutes or so, 17 minutes to go. A couple of overs.
Coghlan to Bohannon. It's off the back foot, just dropped into the offside. But Stokes picks it up and enthusiastically has a shy at the stump at the non-striker's end, but he missed. Bohannon gets through. End of the over, that.
Heartening for everybody, every English cricket supporter, that, to see Ben Stokes charging in from wide mid-off to extra cover. One-handed pick up, the swivel and throw at the stumps. He's frisky, and he's warming up. He is. Yeah, he'll be. He says, "Come on, I need a couple of overs before lunch. I can get a wicket or two." But you know, every time you'd see Stokes do something like that in the last couple of years, you heart in your mouth, wondering whether he was going to get up again.
Yeah,
because of the knee.
Yep.
None of that. No flexing of the knee now. Just a jaunty spring in the air, and he's off again.
It's popped to Bohannon off the back foot, punched into the offside, no run. Yeah, I mean that was good to see. I mean, I was full-blooded, kind of charging to the ball, tumbling, picking it up, shying at the stumps. That was the full works, wasn't it, from Ben Stokes? First match of the summer, his first county championship game for 2 years.
Well, it's the way of the world these days.
Yeah. Potts loops round and comes back in again to Bohannon, dropping it into the offside and calling his captain through. Stokes again quickly across the ground to field. Bohannon gets a single. He moves on to 6. And Lancashire 90 something. I think it's 96. 96 for 1.
It's great, isn't it, being at outground? I love it. This is where the cricket should be. County cricket should be brought out to more outgrounds around the country, but it does test the spectator and the broadcaster occasionally. We've got one scoreboard here, which is effectively being blocked now by Kevin Howells of the BBC, James Price, who's our media. Well, he's head of media and all sorts of communications.
I wonder what he does.
Yeah, I think that's what he is. Got another single, missed that one. and the score, so we can't see the scoreboard.
No.
We've got a delayed feed of pictures, so it's great really, because you just have to keep whittering on about nonsense.
You do, yeah.
Which is what we do anyway.
Quite. Even when we have a monitor and a scoreboard, it still doesn't stop us talking
Whittering
rubbish.
Yeah, exactly.
Edging towards 3 figures here, Lancashire. 97 for 1 with that single. Steered out into the offside by Josh Bohannon, picked up at cover point, and there is no run. But I'm in full agreement that I quite like it. I quite like coming to watch 4-day games at outgrounds. I think it.
Well, you've got a bit of atmosphere.
It does, yeah, it does.
You know, I think it helps spread the word of the game. I think it's where Championship cricket, it's a bit soulless playing at Edgbaston or the Oval or Emirates Old Trafford when there's 1,000 people, not even that, 500 people in the ground.
Yeah.
Whereas here there'll be hundreds, and if you get a nice day tomorrow and Sunday, you'll get over 1,000 people in, and it looks good. It's great little ground. It's a natural amphitheatre with grass banking and terracing and whatever. Pavilion in the corner.
Yeah, it's nice.
Well, with a nice terrace in front of it. Well populated by members of Blackpool and Lancashire.
Potts to Bohannon. It's played down towards Coghlan in the gully. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 97 for 1. Have you got happy memories playing here?
Didn't play here an awful lot.
Okay.
But yeah, I seem to remember being captain when we beat Essex.
Right.
I did a Sunday league here as well. Captain did all right. I played one of my first ever representative games on this ground. It was with the North of England under 16s, 15s against India. It's going back a bit. It's 50 years ago. That
Blimey, goodness.
And to be fair, the changing rooms were pokey then, and they've not changed. Yeah. It's a bit harsh on Blackpool because they've done an awful lot of good at the club. The ground, it looks fantastic now. I mean, it was on their own admission, they would say it got scabby a few years ago.
Here is Ben Stokes.
He's here, yeah.
Into Jennings. Jennings shaping to work it away to the leg side. It deflects off his thigh pad out into the offside. No run. Yeah, it does look good. And they've done, you say, they've done a lot of work, haven't they? They relayed the outfield, didn't they, a couple of years ago?
Yeah, yeah, maybe 3 years, 4 years ago now. It was when I was director of cricket. So.
Right, okay.
And I've got pictures on my phone of it as a ploughed field, basically.
Right.
I've never seen as much grass on it. It looks good. It's flat and even, nicely grassed. I like it.
It's Stokes to Jennings. Just defended into the offside, no run.
You can tell the easy-paced nature of the pitch, really. I mean, yes, it seemed, but Jennings had time to almost wait for that delivery from Stokes.
97 for 1. Jennings on 57 and Bohannon on 6. Just over 10 minutes remaining of the morning session. Here's Ben Stokes. Sets off again, 3 slips waiting. Over the wicket to Jennings. Just nudged away off his hip. Takes a single out towards square leg, 98 for 1 now.
I must admit, I admire your intentions in terms of trying to organise your flock. Because in the morning you do spend, you know, 2 or 3 minutes poring over what is loosely deemed a commentary rota.
Yeah, yeah.
And it starts okay at 10:55.
It does.
And then gradually it just becomes completely ignored. I notice now that we should have been replaced.
Yep.
And the viewer or listener will probably agree that we should have been replaced. However, we're here till lunch now.
It would appear so.
Yeah, well, it would appear. Well, there's nobody else in the vicinity.
There isn't, no. Stokes to Bohannon, that's left. And through to Robinson. I don't know who he is. It's supposed to be Flynn and Emerson.
Yeah, but we're not bothered. They can go now. If they come to try and sneak in for 10 minutes.
There's no point.
No.
We might as well just see it through.
It's all right. It's good fun.
I'll do another rota for the afternoon, and that will also be ignored as well.
I wouldn't bother. Just ignore it. Whoever turns up.
Just crack on. 3 slips in a gully. Stokes to Bohannon. That's calmly and patiently in behind that.
Stokes turns in frustration. He realises a little bit short. Scuffs at the footholes, as all bowlers do when they bowl a delivery they're not particularly pleased with. Still an attacking field, of course. 3 slips, 4 slips. 3 slips in the gully, anyway.
Yeah, it's been pretty much 3 slips all morning, hasn't it? I think that gully has gone to more of a 4-slip position. And Stokes again to Bohannon. He just turns it into the onside. And there's no run, so that's the end of Stokes' first over back. A little mini spell before lunch here. Only got 10 minutes left. Chance for a couple of overs. Only gone for 1. 98 for 1.
That last delivery is just where Bohannon gets himself into a little bit of bother playing across the pad. He's been LBW a couple of times in recent weeks. Just getting stuck around, trying to play round the pad.
Captain and the vice-captain together. In the middle, Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon.
Marcus North just exiting the press tent. Obviously been giving interviews to everybody bar us.
Quite clearly. Jennings on the walk as Rain returns from the south end of the ground and takes a single. Actually, Keaton Jennings just eases the ball down towards fine leg. So it's edging slowly towards the 3 figures. 99 for 1. Howells is on the look for the old lunch bags there. He's gone in there.
He's got one.
He's gone in there as Howells. Got himself a little lunch bag. Salt and vinegar crisps, I reckon that as well.
Cheese and onion, are they?
Oh, the cheese and onion.
No, salt and vinegar, probably. Cheese and onion always used to be in a green packet.
Didn't it? Yeah.
But it seems to have shifted.
I don't know why. It's confusing.
What's he got? He's proudly displaying them, but not to us.
Rain's going to come over the wicket to Bohannon. He edges forward as Josh Bohannon and defends, pushing it back down the pitch.
Salt and vinegar.
Salt and vinegar. Thought so, yeah. It's an unknown make of salt and vinegar crisps.
It's an own brand from one of the better-known supermarkets.
Got you. I'm sure they'd be lovely. 3 slips waiting. There's Rain. To Bohannon up onto his toes and defends. Drops it into the offside, no run.
Just too short. They'll be encouraged, I think, at lunchtime in the resume to pitch the ball up a foot further.
$99 for 1. Bohannon 6 and Jennings on 59. There's Rain muscling his way back in. Balls again to Bohannon. There's an appeal there by Ben Rain as Bohannon looks to try and get forward. Targeting those pads of Josh Bohannon.
Got a decent stride in there, and it looked as though it probably hit him outside the line of off stump. But it was an enthusiastic appeal from the slip cordon and the bowler.
Trying to prize another one out before the lunch break. Have a little look at some of the scores elsewhere in Division 1. Through the course of this over, there was plenty of wickets early on at the Oval. There's Rains in and bowls to Bohannon, that's left. Through to Robinson, there's no runs. So Surrey, the defending double champions, were at one stage. They were 15 for 4 at one point. And they've gone from 15 for 4 to 94 for 4. With Ollie Pope on 35.
You got the tricks there, Leach 3.
Forster 46, yeah, Leach got 3. So Surrey have recovered to 94 for 5, edging towards lunch at the Oval. It's flashed away by Bohannon up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Potts. And that's the end of the over. 99 for 1 Lancashire with about 6 minutes to go of the morning session. Elsewhere in Division 1, Warwickshire are playing Essex this week. At Essex, Warwickshire 73 for 5. With the usual suspects, I reckon. Yeah, Porter 1, Cook 1, Snater 2 and Harmer 1. 75 for 5 Warwickshire against Essex. Nottinghamshire have lost wickets at Trent Bridge against Hampshire. Probably the usual suspects for them. It is, yeah. 3 for Abbas, 1 for Barker, 1 for Abbott and 1 for Fuller. Stokes to Jennings. And that brings up 3 figures for Lancashire. Just a little calm clip off the pads for a single to square leg. And it's now exactly 100 for 1.
Well, when the coin came down at 10:30 this morning and Keaton Jennings realised he'd lost and was going to have to bat first on a gloomy morning on a pitch that looked as though it was going to offer, if you'd given him 100 for 1 at lunch, he'd have snapped your hand off. He really would.
Stokes into the right hand of Bohannon now, over the wicket to Bohannon. It's defended. There's no run. So yeah, Nottinghamshire 60 for 6 at Trent Bridge.
Hamid still there.
Gone for 20. Got his runs last week. Slater 0, Young 0, Clark 4, Tom Moore 17, Jack Haynes 8. Abbas 3 for 5. 9 overs, 3 for 5. Abbas.
Who won the toss there?
Hampshire.
Yeah. Did Worcester win at the Oval?
It's left by Bohannon through to Robinson. And there is no run. Yep, they did. Somerset 122 for 3 in their game against Kent. Tom Lavenby is 54 not out, and Tom Banton is unbeaten on 1. So 122 for 3. Somerset against Kent at Taunton. There's Stokes. In for Durham and Bowles. That's off the back foot's in the air, slapped away through the offside by Bohannon. Comes back for 2.
Yeah, a bit close to Bohannon, that. But got on top of it, didn't time it. Picks up 2.
In Division 2, Northamptonshire are playing Derbyshire. Northampton's batting first in 99 for 1. Glamorgan opened with Marnus Labuschagne in their match against Middlesex. Labuschagne falling for 23. Glamorgan 65 for 2 against Middlesex. Stokes to Bohannon. It's defended, no run. Gloucestershire on the back of their first win for
a long time.
2
years.
I think they said 590 odd days. I was reading. They won last week against Northants, and they made a good start with the bat against Leicestershire, with Cameron Bancroft unbeaten on 54. 102 without loss. Gloucestershire at Leicester this week, and the Yorkies are at Sussex. Stokes is in and bowling to Bohannon. It's defended away into the offside, no run. End of the over, 3 coming off that. It's 102 for 1, with time for 1 more over before lunch. And just to finish those scores, Sussex, Yorkshire at Hove. Sussex are 103 for 4 batting first against Yorkshire.
There's a man wandering around with a vat. A vat of warm stuff. Not quite sure what it is.
No.
It's 2 vats, in fact.
I'm going something pie related, I reckon.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
And the vat, I'm going for, like, you know, mushy peas, something like that.
Oh, crikey. Okay. We'll have to update viewers and listeners later on this afternoon as to what was in the vat. It's covered in silver foil at the moment.
Who gets the honour of?
I don't know. Well, are you the senior? Who's the senior in here?
Well, you.
Oh, crikey.
Here's Rain in and balls. Forward goes Jennings in defence. This will be the final over before the lunch break. Jennings defending, no run. He's on 60, Bohannon's on 8. It's 102 for 1. On Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. Day 1 of this county championship fixture. From the lovely Stanley Park. If you are Rains into Jennings on the walk.
Well, it eliminates the LBW that they were shouting for, because he's probably about 4 paces down the pitch by the time the ball's hit him, which is fair enough. He did it. He's done it from the first over of the game, so it's a reasonable way of batting, stroke defending, stroke putting the bowler off his line and length. And it's worked so far. He'll be wanting to see these final 3 balls out.
Does it a lot, doesn't he, Keaton Jennings?
Yeah, even on the flattest of pitches, he'll come down. Yeah.
A conversation between the bowler here and Ben Stokes, by the looks of it.
No, something innovative like a silly mid off or a silly mid on, maybe, and then again maybe not, or a short leg. No. Well, it's a sort of medium short leg, isn't it? That's the result of that conversation.
Yeah, it's 2 catches close in on the leg side now.
One that's square leg and one sort of square mid wicket.
Plus the 3 slips. Rain around the wicket balls, left by Jennings. Taken by Robinson. Yeah, if you're in the area over the course of the weekend, fancy watching some cricket, get yourself down to Blackpool Cricket Club. Forecast is good for the weekend. Chance to watch Ben Stokes have a bat or a ball. Chance to watch Nathan Lyon. Some young Lancashire players as well. There's Tom Aspinwall and Matty Hurst. Just about the big names.
No, well, the youngsters have, they'll be loving the opportunity of playing in front of the England captain.
Jennings on the walk. Defender back to Rain, no run.
I mean, Stokes is a champion of young talent and county talent. There's no question about that. And Lancashire have got a number of those in their team. You look at Balderson, Bell, Hurst, Aspinwall, all out to impress.
There's rain again. Jennings again on the walk, pushes the ball through straight mid-off, and comes back for two. Moves on to 62 not out. It's now 104 for one.
Well, I sort of pushed him a little bit at the interview at the toss, saying it's time for the senior players to stand up, and he agreed. Obviously, there's no question it isn't, but it's been a good performance this so far this morning, with just a ball left before lunch.
Rain in balls, just eased away towards square leg by Keaton Jennings. Tumbling stop by Clark at square leg. That's the over, and that's lunch. And that's a pretty good session for Lancashire. 104 for one at lunch, Paul.
Yeah, very good session. I was in fear and trepidation of Lancashire's batting performance this morning, given everything that's gone before and the situation they've been in, losing matches. The batting has been a little bit frail at times. Well, it's been a really good riposte by Keaton Jennings, the captain, and Luke Wells, who played nicely, and then Josh Bohannon, who's batted well for the last 35 minutes or so. It's been a fine performance by those two. Durham will be a little frustrated that they haven't made more inroads into the Lancashire batting lineup. They've bowled okay without bowling perhaps quite as well as they would have liked. But the one positive for Durham and England cricket is that Ben Stokes is back, raring to go and firing on all cylinders. He's bowled 6 overs this morning without success, but the success is that he's looked sprightly and fit.
Which is excellent news, as you say, for English cricket. Right, we'll take a little break. The players are heading off. Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon heading up towards the pavilion. Cheers, Paul. And we'll be back with you here on Lancs TV for more live coverage from Blackpool and the BBC Sport website and app in about 40 minutes.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph. of disaster, of pain or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone.
When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's great. What a moment.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's pair brother.
Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
A really wonderful game of cricket.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
monster hit for 6. It's shot by Salt. It's into...
We are in a hard world of professional elite sport.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. We are back again.
It isn't a nice Sunday school tea party. There are no hiding places.
It's another monster hit for 6.
I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
You put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. Doesn't work like that, does it?
It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff and everyone in it.
A few wins put together, maybe they could actually reach finals day.
Well, that's a ferocious looking shot.
We don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity.
They're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The reality dawns, that is what professional sport is.
At the time, I didn't really feel like I was trailblazing. I was just a young girl who loved cricket, had a passion for it.
Because at the time, there was nowhere really for you to go.
I never believed I was good enough to play for England. I say it's his fault, I'm a number 11 now. The girl coming on now, this is where we cash in, this is where we get stuck in. And I got 4 for, and like not many overs. And my mum just turned around to them and went, that's my daughter, by the way. You know, he always maintained that I was good enough to be there. It was nothing to do with being a girl. That was probably my goal, was just to do as much as I could for as long as I could. I remember that summer being, it just lit cricket up, didn't it? I must have had 6 hours sleep throughout the entire test match. You know, they've got a girl playing for them, is she any good? I remember being more nervous making my first team debut for Hayward than I was for my England debut. A young Kate Cross, to not have to do what I did, not have to be the first girl to do things.
Welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. And I'm delighted to say that today I've got a trailblazer alongside me, none other than Kate Cross, the first girl to be admitted to the Lancashire Academy, the first lady to play in the Central Lancashire League and one of the original centrally contracted players for England. Kate, I think it's pretty fair to say you are a trailblazer for women's cricket, isn't it?
I think when you say all those things, I guess hindsight gives you a bigger picture. Obviously, at the time, I didn't really feel like I was trailblazing. I was just a young girl who loved cricket, had a passion for it, wanted to play as much as possible, and was lucky enough to get those opportunities. So I think that the trailblazing kind of comes with the territory, but not what I intended.
No, you wouldn't. Obviously, you wouldn't think that at the time. I don't think. But thinking about it, the first girl to be in the Lancashire Academy, going back to 2006, that must have been a very interesting experience and possibly quite a scary one for you.
Yeah, it was. Again, I think at the time I was just delighted that I got another couple of training sessions in the week, and I was getting to come here and do it at a ground that I'd watched a lot of cricket at, and you know, that felt really special. But I remember it being quite intimidating. I remember going to that first training session. I was 15 at the time, and obviously my dad had to drive me because I couldn't drive. And I remember being really nervous on the drive in that, you know, I was going to be training with, at the time, what I thought were really elite athletes and, you know, young lads who could go on to play for Lancashire and England. But I think that the thing that probably made it pretty big for me was the media attention around being that first girl. And I'll always remember how John Stanworth remained so calm about his decision to select me, and you know, he always maintained that I was good enough to be there, and if he'd seen a lad with the skill set that I had, he would have selected them to be in the academy. It was nothing to do with being a girl. And I actually think that really helped me with my journey in cricket. not that he took a chance, but you know, he did something that was out of the norm.
Well, that's probably how it should be, but it was in advance of its time then, wasn't it? I mean, it's how it would be perceived now.
Yeah.
But then, even though we're only talking not very many years ago, 16, 17 years ago.
Feels like a long time
Well, yeah,
ago.
maybe, but it was out of the ordinary then.
Yeah, it was, and like I said, there was a lot of media attention around it, and I had to get stuck into doing live interviews with Sky and the BBC, and I remember doing these interviews, and then week one of training, when the academy actually started and we kicked into winter training, week one was around media training, and John got the cameras out and said, you know, you're going to have to get used to this, and I was thinking, I really could have done with this about 10 days ago when the media interest started. But that I always kind of maintain that was the moment that I thought cricket's the sport for me. That I was playing a bit of netball at the time, and I loved netball. Obviously played a lot of sport at school, but cricket was that moment was like, you know, I could really take this seriously now.
That's interesting, because at the time there was nowhere really for you to go, was there? There was no professional women's cricket. I mean, England played, and there was sort of amateur county cricket, but you couldn't have dreamt of forging a career in the game at that time.
No, absolutely not. Obviously, like you said, there was no professionalism in the game. If it was kind of semi-professional, and the girls that were playing for England were paid
peanuts,
a basic wage to, you know, there was a lot of subsidising, a lot of coaching, a lot of work with chance to shine. But it's hard to think what my aspirations would have been at that time, because I never believed I was good enough to play for England, but I always just like I said, I just wanted to play more cricket, and I felt like that was probably my goal, was just to do as much as I could for as long as I could. I'd been playing for Lancashire first team for 2 years at that point, which was quite a scary thought as a 15-year-old. But I think I don't know if I actually did have an aspiration to play for England. I think it was just more that I wanted to probably see what I could get out of myself and what the opportunities would bring.
There is no doubt that it helped you coming from a sporting family. Your father obviously was a very good professional footballer. Your elder brother played decent cricket and played good club cricket. So sport within your family was extremely natural, wasn't it?
Yeah. There was no doubt in the summer that I was having to play cricket with my brother in the back garden. I'm the youngest of three, so almost the product of being told what to do and bossed around by Bobby, my older brother. I always joke as well that as we went through our cricket careers, me, my sister and my brother, Bobby's an opening batter, I'm an opening bowler, and Jem was the wicket keeper, so you could see how it worked in the back garden. And I never got to bat. If we ever got Bobby out, that was it. We'd go inside and play a different game. We weren't allowed to bat. So.
Did he not bowl, Bobby?
Not very well. So yeah, that's why I say it's his fault. I'm a number 11 now. So, but yeah, sport was just always part of my life growing up. It was never forced on us though. I think Dad was always quite aware that he didn't want to force us into having to play sport. And I'm terrible at football. I'm definitely not my father's daughter there. But yeah, I think it was just, you know, I remember my summers just being really bright, sunshine. You're always in the garden. I'm sure it was rose-tinted glasses now looking back, but I think the community that cricket creates is one that you're just always down at the cricket club. As I got older, I'd get into scoring and doing the tins for the first team or helping Mum do the tees. Or was playing in the car park. You know, we had a little runway strip near the scoreboard that we could play as a under-11s group, and you know, I was just always playing cricket, so it just felt like it was natural to be doing that. And I always wondered what my friends did in the summer holidays if they didn't have a cricket club to go to, what would they do?
Did you go to the cricket club because Bobby, your brother, played, or did your dad play? Or was it just because you wanted to go anyway?
It stems back to my Uncle Bob. So Uncle Bob.
So not Brother Bob?
Not Brother Bob, Uncle Bob, does get a bit confusing. He was the under-11s coach down at Haywood, and he'd played cricket for Haywood all his life, basically. My dad would play down there when he was out of football season. So the family tree always goes back to Haywood. I was actually grew up in Bury. But when I went down to play my first bit of proper cricket and went down to training, it was Uncle Bob that was the coach. So I think that also helped me back then, because I was the only girl, you know, stood out like a sore thumb. I was the only one with a ponytail in the back of my hat. So I think it was quite nice having the family there to kind of ease me into it. And it was back in the day when Uncle Bob had to be called Sir by everyone. It was very strict under 11s coaching, but I was allowed to call him Uncle Bob as long as no one else was around.
So how did you progress then to play in the men's first team? You were the first woman to play in the Central Lancashire League, which is another trailblazing step.
Yeah, it was actually one of my goals growing up. Like I said, I didn't really have the aspiration to play for England, but I always wanted to play first team cricket for Haywood. Probably because I saw that every week, and you know, it was visible to me. And I guess the women's stuff was less visible. It wasn't on TV as much as men's cricket was. But I progressed like any of the lads down at Haywood. Started in the under 11s. Played all the age group stuff, and then it got to senior cricket, and my brother was first team captain when I was, you know, kind of getting good enough to play senior cricket, and he would never pick me. Never pick me. There was some political decisions obviously in committee where he thought he can't pick his little sister, and then he stepped down as captain. He did 10 years of captaincy, and another lad took over, and they needed a bowler, so I got to go in the first team. But I remember being more nervous making my first team debut for Haywood than I was for my England debut. I think probably because of the pressure of
different environment, isn't it?
That, and also
playing with all these blokes around you.
And also, as I grew up playing for Haywood, everyone knew there was a girl that played at Haywood, and so there was always just that little bit more interest in how I bowled compared to how anyone else bowled, naturally, because you know they've got a girl playing for them. Is she any good?
And what about the comparisons then? Because you're in the tough school of cricket. You're not one of these opening batters who just swans around and strokes it to the boundary every now and again and, you know, runs very elegantly between the wickets. You're there marking your run-up out and having to sweat and toil all the way through the day. So what about the comparisons between the men and you, if you like, or were you unaware of that?
Yeah, I think I wasn't aware of it. It's all I knew. I only knew men's cricket. I'd never played women's cricket growing up, other than when I was playing for Lancashire, which was actually quite few and far between. But yeah, I think I just wanted to be part of the team, and I wanted people to see me as a cricketer and not as a girl that was playing cricket. And obviously you always got the comments. There was always someone who had something to say when you turned up to an away game. There's a really nice story, actually. Well, it's not nice because I got heckled, but my mum was watching me play third team cricket. I can't remember where we played, and there was a group of lads sat behind her, and I came on to bowl after the power play. And power play wouldn't have been power play in club cricket, but you know I didn't open
you were
the bowling.
first change.
Yeah, I didn't open the bowling. And there was this comment. Mum passed this story on to me saying that these blokes, there's a girl coming on now, this is where we cash in, this is where we get stuck in. And I got 4 for and like not many overs, and my mum just turned around to them and went, that's my daughter, by the way. And you know, she had that little smug, that ability to have that smug story.
Fantastic.
But you know, there was always something like that got said. So I think growing up, that I didn't really know it was happening at the time, but I think there was almost this need to constantly prove myself when I was playing cricket, because you had people who had those views on women playing, and you know, it wasn't as normal as it is now to see a girl playing in men's cricket back then. So I think there was just always that little bit more pressure when I played, and that, I think, in turn spurred me and motivated me to be the best cricketer that I could be. And then obviously when when John Stanworth then accepted me into the Lancs Academy, I think that almost gave me even more motivation to keep wanting to prove myself, because someone, you know, in quite a big role has made a big decision that's gained media attention, and I wanted to prove to everyone that he'd made the right decision. And you know, it was, even though there was a lot of talk about it being a wasted spot because I was never going to progress to play for England, and I think there was some monetary gain if someone from the academy did go on to play for England. There was a lot of controversy around that. And I think, it made me want to prove to people that John had made the right decision. So there was, I think, a lot of that has now shaped who I am as a cricketer.
I was going to say, in essence, it's hard work being a girl, a woman at that time, progressing into the men's game. And it's quite obvious that you've got to propensity and a liking for hard work by doing what you're doing. Where do you think that's come from?
Probably everything that I've just said. I think that element of standing out a lot. You know, you just couldn't go under the radar being the girl that played for Haywood. And I did work hard. I probably wish I'd worked harder, knowing what I know now. I think if I could go back and do my time again, I wish I'd got fitter earlier and worked a bit harder. But I do just think my passion for the game got me through a lot of it because I loved playing and I wanted to play at every opportunity. I saw how much fun my brother was having at the weekend with his mates going out playing in the first team. You know, I wanted that, I craved that. I then kind of found a lot of like-minded girls who were going through the same journey as me when I first started playing for Lancashire. They all had the same story of playing men's cricket and kind of getting the sexist remarks and stuff. So I think there was a lot of things that probably went into the pot. And like I said, it's easy to look back with hindsight now and realise that, you know, that is where my resilience came from, or whatever it might be. But I just love the game. I just wanted to play as much as possible, and I think that's what inspired me and motivated me to keep doing it.
Aside from cricket, you've also worked hard to get a degree. You've got a degree in psychology at Leeds, I think, and you've gone on and got a master's. So what's inspired you and kept you going to work hard to get those academic qualifications?
Well, the first one, when I first went to uni, that was because I needed to get a job. Cricket, there was no career in cricket.
Right.
So I went to uni in 2010, and the professional contracts didn't come in until 2014. So I went to university with the view that I'd need a degree, find a job that would help me, you know, play cricket as well, in a semi-professional state that it was still in at the time. Recently, the Masters was more, I'm getting towards that stage of my career where everyone's talking to me about retiring because I'm in my 30s now, so I thought I'd better do something just in case and the worst happens. But I've always had, I think my journey in cricket has always made me want to help a young Kate Cross to not have to do what I did, not have to be the first girl to do things, but actually have a really clear path that would, you know, help them play for England or for Lancashire or for Thunder, whoever it might be. So I did a master's in a sports director's master. I'm not very patient with coaching, so I think I'm more behind the scenes kind of decision making. But I think that's why I did it. It was just so that, you know, young girls wouldn't necessarily have to have the journey that I had in it. Not that I would change my journey for anything, but, you know, I just want girls to think sport's a really great option as a career, especially cricket, because it's given me some of my best times in life. It's given me some of my worst times in life, but it's given me, you know, some of the most incredible memories, and you want as many girls to think that that can be for them. So that's why I think I've been inspired to keep going academically as well.
In a way, they say life, or some of the good things in life are about being in the right place at the right time. And even though initially in your career, so 2006 onwards, there was very little women's cricket, it started to the effect of women's cricket started to snowball as it got into the early 2010s, didn't it? 2013, 14 were the first central contracts. And you first played for England in 2013. I think you were involved in 2011. So when did it start to dawn on you that there may be a possibility of pursuing a life in cricket almost totally without having anything else around you?
Probably the day that we came back from Australia. We did
when you'd won the Ashes?
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. We did back-to-back Ashes, so I wasn't involved in the 2013 home series, but the girls won it back here, and then we went and defended the Ashes in the winter of 2014. And we got back from that tour, and we got an email from the ECB about a bonus, and at the time it felt like this really significant bonus. I think it was like 10 grand or something like that to be, you know, to win the Ashes. And then we went over to the World Cup, the T20 World Cup in Bangladesh in that March. We returned from that trip and we got this email saying that professional contracts were coming in. And it wasn't until I read that email that I thought, right, you know, I might have a job here. If I'm offered a contract, then I could consider myself a professional sports person. So that was really, it was quite unexpected because there'd been no talk about professionalism of the game. The girls were in that semi-professional era of working with Chance to Shine to subsidise and do coaching whilst they were still training as England players. And I'd just come out of university, so I graduated, I think, in the summer of 2013. So I again, it was right place, right time for me. That I'd just finished uni, was looking for jobs, thinking what could I do. I'd done a degree in psychology, so I was kind of looking down that route. And then this email landed in my inbox, and next thing you know, you're offered a central contract by England. So it was dream come true kind of stuff. But really, until that email landed, there was never an expectation that I was going to have a career in cricket.
You had a dream debut in Perth, though, didn't you, in the Test match?
Yeah, that was pretty special.
Winning the game, wickets in both innings. What do you get, 3 for 35 in each innings, or?
Yeah, it was strange.
Something like that.
Yeah, and then the next Test match I played, I had the same figures in the game as well. It was 6 for 70 in my first 2 Test matches, which was strange. But yeah, that was a real magic 4 days. It was hard work. It was hot. I remember it being really hot. Like, you were getting in the ice bath after every session. I'd never played anything longer than a 50-over game of cricket, and then was suddenly exposed to these conditions in Perth at the Wacker. You know, that's real dream stuff. Being able to make your debut in a Test match against Australia at the Wacker as a fast bowler, you know, it was really special. And to win that game as well, it was back when we'd just started the multi-point series of the Ashes, and it was worth 6 points for the Test if you won. So it was a big win. But I was exhausted at the end of it. I remember David Collier was would he have been the CEO or the chairman of the ECB at the time?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And he rocked up to the pub that we were in Perth.
They always like to trip away to Perth, the ECB hierarchy, didn't
yeah,
they?
it's the one that everyone seems to go on, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he rocked up with the ECB credit card, so we were all thinking, oh, it's amazing, we've got a free night ahead of us. And we finished at lunchtime, so it would have been about 2 o'clock we're in this pub, and by 2:30 I was getting woken up because I'd just fallen asleep, completely got the adrenaline had gone. I must have had 6 hours sleep throughout the entire Test match. I was just on a high after every single
Well, those Swan
day.
Lagers do it to you as well.
Yeah, I think I'd only had about 2. I was gutted, I missed the big party, but yeah, it was again probably a bit of an eye-opener of what was to come, because there was just the doing it because it was there, the opportunity had come. Of course I wanted to play in a Test match. There was no talk about bowling workloads back then, or you know, nothing like that. But yeah, it was a really special 4 days for us.
Interesting point, that, because the format that the women play now, with the point system in one-day internationals and Test, you don't play very many Test matches, but I get from just chatting to you here now and knowing you anyway, that you really enjoy the challenge of the Test match. Do the girls in general look forward to playing Test matches?
Yeah, always.
And wish they'd play more?
Yeah. It's always just you always get your coloured kit for T20 cricket and one-day cricket, but the special package is when you know you've got an Ashes around the corner, or potentially when we're playing India or someone like that, because you get your whites as well, and it's what every kid in the back garden plays growing up, isn't it? Or my generation especially, it was always Test match cricket, and that was what was on my telly, what I was watching. The 2005 Ashes was just, you know, I remember queuing up outside here in 2005 to get in on that final day. Yeah, I actually snuck in. I managed to find a little two lanes were merging with the queues, and I just snuck right through the middle and got in. But it was just, I remember that summer it just lit cricket up, didn't it? It was just incredible.
Yeah.
Andrew Flintoff running in and making things happen and changing games, and he had a personality. I remember he was the first player that I saw that had this big personality on a cricket pitch, and I thought that was really special, and I wanted to be part of that. So it was kind of what I was brought up on. You know, white ball cricket wasn't really around back then, and so it was still always my dream to play Test cricket, and it's the same for every single player now. If you ask anyone, they'll want to play a Test match. I find it such a shame that we don't play enough of it, because we almost have to learn as we play.
Because you don't play it domestically, do you?
No, we don't play any red ball cricket, and we play 2 Test matches a year now, and that's a lot. When I first started, it was 1 every 3 years, and it would be in the biggest arena of playing in the Ashes, where it really mattered, where the points were heavily weighted for the Test match. So you're learning the job as you go, and you know, one session really teaches you a lot, and then you don't play it again for 18 months. So it's I think it's a real shame in that aspect, because I think we'd learn, as female cricketers, I think we'd learn a lot more about the game by playing more red ball cricket. You know, you just got to do your basics for longer, and generally the better team comes out on top in Test cricket. And I think that's what I love so much about it, is that it's the toil and the hard work and the emotion and everything that goes into 5 days for us now. We played a 5-day Test match this summer, and then at the end of it, you want to do it all again. It's crazy. You put your body through hell, but you want to do it all again. It's just got this.
There's a great degree of satisfaction about it, isn't there?
Yeah.
I think that's something you get from bowling fast. It doesn't matter particularly whether you've taken wickets or had a good day. There is a great degree of self-satisfaction to be had, just the physical effort that you put in and getting some form of reward at the end of the day.
Yeah,
do you think that?
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think there's the kind of chess play of it as well, and how like the tactics of Test cricket. Obviously, if you understand the game and the nuances of it, then you see a lot of the ebbs and flows in Test cricket. But for me, it's the being under pressure of trying to work batters out whilst you're out there. I feel like T20 cricket, you probably do your homework and you know how players play and how you might get them out, but there's very little time to set players up. Whereas in Test cricket, it's all kind of about that, trying to stay one step ahead of the game, but you know, work players out as you go. And I just think that's quite special.
So you've had a great time winning the Ashes 2014, 2015, but it's not always been plain sailing for you, because a year or so later you hit a bit of a wall and you have an issue with anxiety and stress. How did that manifest itself? And I know you don't mind talking about it because you have talked about it before. And why do you think that occurred for somebody who was quite obviously having a good time within the game?
Yeah, I think it was actually a bit of a shock to me that I was feeling the way that I was feeling. Like I said, I studied psychology at uni. I remember being in a lecture and we were going through depression and anxiety and symptoms of those illnesses. And I remember being in this lecture theatre and like ticked off 5 or 6 of the symptoms, and I thought, wow, that's exactly how I feel. And I remember speaking to my mum, and it was a really difficult conversation because I actually find saying the word depression really difficult. And I remember saying to her, I think this is what I'm suffering with. And she said to me, she said, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a while. You've not felt yourself.
She recognised it, did she?
Yeah, I think she just recognised that I'm quite a bubbly character. I'm quite extroverted, and I think I was quite insular when I was at uni and didn't seem to be enjoying myself as much as 18-year-olds at university should do. And it actually, that whole time of my life is actually a big blur. The years kind of merge into each other. And
so you're talking about when you were at university, and even when you were playing in your early days for England, it didn't. It manifested itself then, but didn't actually come out.
Yeah.
Until what was it, 2016?
2016. Maybe? So that's 3 or 4 years later. So I think a lot. Like I said, it does kind of all merge into one. But 2016 was when it all came to a head, basically. And for anyone who has ever suffered with anxiety or depression, it's really, I say easy, it's easy to go into your cricket environment and be the character that everyone knows you to be. But it was when I was getting home that I noticed that I was finding all of the cricket things really exhausting because I was putting this mask on.
It took about an hour and a half for the first wicket to fall, and the only wicket to fall.
Pretending I was having the best time of my life, because why wouldn't I? I'm travelling the world with England and getting to play cricket for a living. And actually I was
on 29.
despising everything.
That followed an opening stand of 87 with Keaton Jennings, the former Durham opener. Jennings at lunch, 62 from 80 deliveries. Josh Bohannon at the other end, 8 runs from 33. And Lancashire about to resume here. Stanley Park on 104 for 1. After 28 overs, we've seen 6 overs of the England skipper Ben Stokes. None for 30 so far. The 1 wicket to fall taken by another England man, Matty Potts. He's taken 1 for 35 from 8 overs in the run-up to lunch. Martin Emerson with you, along with Callum Finn here on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Newcastle, and 5 Live Sports Extra. And Paul Coughlin is going to bowl from our end, which is tantalisingly called the south end, the north end of the ground, sorry, isn't it? The south end's the far end. We've got a zoo behind, so I'm going to call this the zoo end. So,
the tower end, I suppose.
Well, the tower's across to the right somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit over the pavilion. Then comes Coughlin for the first ball after lunch. Just swayed down leg side. Hannah misses out a little bit. Goes through to the keeper for no run.
I have to say, we had a meat stew at lunchtime, and I don't know when they started cooking it, but boy, that just melted in your mouth, didn't it?
Wasn't bad, was it?
That must have been in the slow cooker for about 3 days, I reckon.
Nice little mash
Very
on the
tender,
side.
yeah. Can't get vexed, as they say.
The sun is shining though after lunch now. Bit of overcast this morning. It was certainly Lancashire's morning, but they've struggled to put 2 sessions together this year. As Coughlin comes in and it's overpitched. But Hannah meets that on the full. Might just trick away for 4. It does. Tantalising chase for the fielder, but Hannah gets a 4 early after lunch. Takes the score on to 108 for 1 for Lancashire. Yeah, Lancashire's session this morning, certainly. After being put into bat as well in bowler-friendly conditions, overcast. But Lancashire's trouble this year is putting sessions together, not just in dribs and drabs, so they'll be hoping to put 2 or 3 sessions together today. Then comes Coughlin, bowls, and much better length as Bohannon miles that through, and it carries nicely to Robinson, taking it around shoulder height.
We're at long off for the right-handed batsman here, so we're about 6 or 7 wickets across from where they're playing. It's sometimes difficult to work out how much movement there is of the ball.
Bowles and Bohannon on the front foot. Positive as always, pushes it out to Stokes at mid-off for no run. It looks like it was moving a little bit, didn't it, this morning?
There's a bit of bounce.
In the first half an hour, I thought Durham bowled really well and Lancashire battled through. There could have been 1 or 2 wickets, a couple of inside edges, just missing the fielders. But I thought the second hour, Durham just swayed off the line and length a little bit, quite a few leg side deliveries. I think they just went searching for that first wicket too early. In comes Coughlin, bowls, and Bohannon again pushing that out to the offside for no run.
One of the Durham members came up to ask me my opinion on a couple of LBW shouts, and I said, just got to tell from this angle. We're at ground level as well, aren't we? We're in a marquee. So, were there any LBWs that you thought were?
I didn't think the LBWs were close. There was a nick behind, wasn't there, off Potts? I think it might have been Wells that I think they was very keen for. As Bohannon flicks that off his leg beautifully. No point running for them ones. That's 4 again for Josh Bohannon. A solid start for Lancashire. After lunch, 8 off it. Takes the score on to 112 for 1.
There's a pavilion on the right-hand side of the ground. I'm thinking, oh, why have they fenced that off? They realise it's a kindergarten. It's a canny place to go to nursery, isn't it?
Yeah. Wouldn't get a bad view, would you, if you was in there? Hopefully they keep the kids inside, I think, for the next 4 days.
There's, well, they'll not be there tomorrow or Sunday, will they? But there's nobody in the playground at the moment. There's plenty of toys in the playground and climbing frames and slides and things like that. This is Ben Rain. The ball from the south end of the ground. Aeroplane heading towards Blackpool Airport. Rain right arm round from the far end, bowling to Jennings, the left-hander, and Jennings turns that to deep square leg for 4. Parkinson can't cut that off, he's fielding at long leg. I don't think they have any commercial flights going into Blackpool now, but at one time it was a holiday airport. I think they've stopped now.
Yeah, I think recently they did. I think they signed something. I think I've seen something in the news actually about getting some more flights in and out of Blackpool, I believe.
Yeah, I might have seen that as well. Was it Tui were trying to fly from there again? I think quite a few of the regional airports struggled after COVID, and one or two have stopped doing commercial flights for the time being. Rain comes round and bowls. This is in the gloves of the keeper Robinson, who's standing up to the stumps. Well, I went and had a look on the seafront last night, and you could see right down to Hoylake, open golf venue. I was there the year when Tiger Woods won at Hoylake. It was red hot. Great place to watch golf, with all the sand dunes offering natural amphitheatres, which is something you don't get at St Andrews. In comes Rain. That's bowled. Bohannon. Sorry, Keaton Jennings plays that to point no run there. Lytham, of course, famous for its open golf links, and Birkdale as well at Southport.
Yeah, you've got some nice courses around the coast. I think I'd score potentially a double century on some of them ones, I think.
So,
what,
130 over?
Yeah.
Rain to Jennings. Jennings nicks that off the legs, and that's away for 4 more. A fine leg. There's nobody there. It's gone into the VIP marquee on our right-hand side, I think.
Again, Durham just swayed down leg. There's been a lot of balls down that leg side. Gone down to the fine leg, square leg area to this morning, and after lunch there's been 3 already on the leg side, so
that's the 4th boundary since lunch as well.
The start that Lancashire wanted, and not the start that Durham would have wanted. I like the ploy of the keeper coming up to Jennings, though. He's someone who wants to get down the wicket and sort of change the length of the bowler.
Rain in, and that's off to fine leg as well. Parkinson's not going to get round to that either. That's going to be another 4. Willie, he dives in. He's gone over the ropes. I think he kept that in. I don't think he was in contact with the ball as he went over the rope there. They run 3, and he's got a big muddy smear on his right knee now. That's a nice area to be watching the game, isn't it? The raised terrace just in front of the bar in the corner.
Might even have to put some sun cream on later.
Yeah. Still quite a bit of cloud. A lot of the morning haze is now burning away, so we do have bright sunshine, but looking around there's still a lot of cloud around as well. The score moves on as Rain prepares to come in and bowl right arm over. It's 123, sorry, for 1, and that is the end of the over. Dot ball from Bohannon.
Yeah, 19 coming off the first 2 overs for Lancashire. Like you say, not the start that Durham would have wanted. I think they've just gone searching a little bit this morning, and look like they're searching again this afternoon. I think it's one of them wickets where at an out ground you do often get a bit more purchase for the good deliveries. There's always something in it for the bat and ball, so I think it's one of them going back to basics and trying to at the top of off stump and bringing the slip catches into play as much as you can. Got the 3 slips into Jennings as Cortland balls and falls a nice length, and Jennings just comes forward, plays it into the offside. Got a deep square, fine leg, mid on, mid off, cover, point, and the 3 catches in the cordon.
Comments the other day in the commentary at Hampshire about how Durham have struggled this year to really put sides under the cosh with the ball and the adjustment from 2nd division to 1st division. I'm pointing out, though, they've generally played on really placid tracks this year.
Then comes Coughlin balls again, down leg, and that's another 4. Jennings flicking it off his legs nicely, picks up another 4. That's 23 runs.
Well, I don't know who's been looking at the video and decided there's a weakness on the leg side, because he's cashing in here, but the one competitive wicket I think they've played on so far was at Kidderminster, so I was thinking this ground here might be a similar scenario.
Yeah, they've been in some run-fest games, haven't they, with the Kookaburra as well in the first couple of fixtures. The first game abandoned without a ball bowled. On paper, you'd be looking at Durham's bowling attack thinking, should be picking up some bowling points, shouldn't we?
Yeah, but I'm saying the tracks have just been so flat and lifeless generally.
Balls, and Jennings just gets a little inside edge into the leg side, picks up a single.
That quiz question before lunch that Jamie Bowman sent us, named the Pop Duo, where one member was from Blackpool and the other from South Shields. Now the South Shields bit confused me because I'm wondering if the person he's thinking of was from South Shields. John Morn says it could be the Pet Shop Boys, but Wikipedia has Chris Lowe born in North Shields, so that would make sense. Not South Shields. He's gone the wrong side of the river, I reckon.
Allen balls, and Bohannon just leaves that through to the wicketkeeper again. Some good carry there for the Durham bowler. Very similar field to the one he had for Jennings.
That was confusing me, that last email, and I've read his next email, and he says, please ignore my first email. He said it could be the Pet Shop Boys. He said Wikipedia has Chris Lowe born in Blackpool. Now he was the one I was thinking of, but Neil Tennant, North Shields, and he was from Tyneside somewhere.
Over them balls, and Bohannon just plays at that a little bit. Goes through to the keeper for no run. Just a little bit of seam off a length there. Bohannon evades the neck.
We are cricket at yahoo.co.uk if you think you know the answer. South Shields was the bit that threw me though, so North Shields would be right.
Then he comes, bowls, and Bohannon pushes that through the offside for no run.
In the 31st over, 128 for 1 at the end of it. At Marty Cricket on Twitter if you want to message me there.
24 runs coming off the first 3 after lunch for Lancashire. A very positive start, just putting the bad ball away so far. Nothing too extravagant from Lancashire. These two very experienced batters for Lancashire, Jennings and Bohannon, the bulk of the run scorers in the past few years.
Tom the Bookie on Twitter's gone for the Pet Shop Boys as well. So here's Ben Rain around the wicket to Jennings from the south end of the ground. Jennings pushing at that one. It's bounced out the keeper's gloves though, and Rain stopped in his tracks and stared up at the heavens. I don't know if there was an edge or not. Didn't hear anything. I think just maybe disappointed at how close he got to the edge of the bat. Rain heading back up towards the crease. 3 slips in place. Jennings forward to this one, defends. It just runs out on the offside, picked up by Clark at short extra cover.
There's been a couple of times when the keeper's come up to Jennings in the recent this season and last year, where he just got stuck on the crease once the keeper's come up, and been a little bit of an LBW candidate. He often covers most of the stumps, tends to bat on off stumps, so Ben Rain will be looking to target them pads.
Rain round the wicket. Jennings plays that too long leg. Parkinson's there, 1 run. It's a pleasant afternoon now, actually, isn't it? Cloud breaking up. I think we've got a bit of a northerly breeze, which is going to keep the temperature down a little bit, but there's quite a few people in t-shirts now sitting on our stand on our left along the boundary rope. T-shirts the order of the day at the minute. Get the factor 30 on.
First time of the year, I reckon, for Blackpool. The sun cream is out.
Rain to Bohannon. Oh, that spits up, and that's got him right in the box, and he's down on his hands and knees in agony there. And that is very, very painful. Possibly an inside edge on the box, but he's rocking backwards and forwards there, and it's just nothing anybody can do for you. It's the most horrible feeling.
What does make me laugh though is the physio will come running out don't know what he really is going to offer
Bag of
Jasper
frozen
O'Hanlon at this
peas.
stage.
Magic wand.
Magic bucket. Magic spray.
It's sickening, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think sadly anything's going to work for Jasper O'Hanlon. Just a little bit of time to rest and recover. The helmet's off. But it's a good start for Lancashire since lunch. It's been an excellent day so far. 129 for 1 in the 32nd over. Jennings leading from the front.
Yeah, Julia Wetherell's been on. She's gone for the Pet Shop Boys. She says, my claim to fame is I was brought up in the same street in Gosforth in Newcastle as Neil Tennant. Well, there you are then. They're touring again at the minute, actually. Meanwhile, the physio's chatting to the batsman who's down on his knees, helmet off, taking a drink. I'm wishing he was somewhere else, no doubt. He's currently on 16 from 44 deliveries, Jennings 79 from 92, and the partnership 42 from 71 balls here on the BBC. Well, he's back up on his feet now, and he's wiping his face. It's going to be a bit delicate for a few days, probably. Looks like play is going to be able to resume. Maybe a couple of painkillers dispatched as well there. So physio heads off again now. Gentle ripple of applause as he heads back towards his crease. There's quite a few school children in. A few of them playing on the field at lunchtime. There's a big crowd of kids over the far corner as well.
Yeah, it's good to see, especially on these out grounds. You know, you see the likes of Nathan Lyon, Ben Stokes, Keelan Jennings, Matthew Potts, these international players.
In comes Rain, and Bohannon up on his toes, cuts that one down to vacant third man. The ball not quite going to make it to the ropes, though. It's grabbed in front of the pavilion by Coghlan, and they'll run 2 instead. 131 for 1, with 1 ball left of this 32nd over. And then there'll be a change in the commentary box as Paul Allett will join Callum.
Be interesting to see when Scott Barfoot thinks about some spin into the game.
Last ball of the over, and that's played off the legs out towards deep square leg for 1. Parkinson, who is the main spin option for Durham, fields that one, end of the over. 132 for 1. See you all later on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when Scott Barfoot just tries to change the pace of the game a little bit. The seamers, I think Coughlin's been the pick of the seamers. He's been quite unlucky to not take a wicket or 2. Probably built the most pressure out of the Durham bowlers in terms of his consistent line and length so far. Potts has been pretty steady as well. 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket awaits. Back of a length, and Bohannon just plays that down nicely through the wide gully area, gets a single. Lancashire 133 for 1 into the 33rd over. 3 slips away Jennings as well. Similar field, but a deep square leg drops out to Jennings. Coghlan bowls, and again leg side to Jennings, not quite adjusting to his line to the left and right hander swap. And Jennings tickles that away for a single. It's excellent so far from Lancashire today, but they'll just be hoping just to keep ticking over and not get too ahead of themselves. It's been a tricky start to the year with some heavy defeats and probably some home truths in the changing room this year. As Coughlin bowls back of length and Bohannon push it into the offside for no run. It's a very experienced top three for Lancashire with Wells, Jennings and Bohannon, and probably the three that most people are looking at to score a bulk of the runs and get them through these tricky experiences and these tricky periods, with likes of Balderson, Bell and Hurst coming in following them, with Bruce the overseas. And comes Coughlin bowls and Bohannon allows that through to Robinson for no run. Yeah, so the skipper and the vice skipper in at the moment. They'll just be wanting to lead from the front, wanting to stand up tall for this Lancashire team and force a positive result over the next 4 days. But Durham will also be looking to do the same. They've got an excellent side on paper, probably cover all bases. Lovely. Coughlin balls and just back of length, and Bohannon turns that into the offside for a single. Yeah, Durham's a well-balanced side. And probably the odd result where it's been a bit of a run fest with a Kookaburra ball early on and not quite got into the positive positions with the ball this year, but there's still plenty of time in this game and today to try and Coughlin balls and Jennings, sorry, just pushes that down the ground. Yeah, still plenty of time in this day to burst sort of Lancashire's bubble this afternoon. The old saying that one brings two in cricket, and with Lancashire's middle order, Durham will know that 1 or 2 wickets and they're right back in this first innings. Marty joins me again.
Yeah, Paul's going to come in a minute, so it is a fairly youthful looking Lancashire side, isn't it? So Ben Rain is going to continue from the south end. Right arm over to Bohannon. Oh, he's got him in the box again, I think, but there's more bat on that this time. Ball just comes to rest on the crease.
Yeah, Bohannon just finding an inside edge answer that one. He'll be thankful. And that didn't really cure. Jennings will be having a little chuckle to himself at an on-striker's end. Lancashire 135 for 1 into the 34th over. As Rain comes in, bowls a lovely line of length. Just gets Bohannon playing just outside the off stump, probably the 4th, 5th line. Goes through the keeper for no run. Paul Allett joins me again. Good start for Lancashire, Paul. So, mic issues. Rain bowls outside the off stump. Over pitched again, and Bohannon jumps on that in a flash. Hits it through the covers for a lovely shot for 4. Lancashire find another 4 after lunch. The slip Corden looking a frustrated Corden at the moment. Not quite finding them 3, 4, 5 same deliveries just to apply a little bit of pressure. As Rain bowls, a bit more back of length, and Bohannon just prods back, plays it back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, as soon as they get a couple of dots and get a play and a miss or a nice delivery, then they often overpitch, you know, or going down leg and giving away a boundary and just releasing all that pressure that they've tried to build up. So Borthwick will just hope one of the seamers can just apply a few dots, couple of low overs, couple of maidens. Then comes Ray, and again just finds a little bit of movement. There's still something out there for the bowlers. Just one comes back into Bohannon's pads and hits him high up on the fire guard again. There's no run. The 3 slips, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep square just behind.
I'm here, Callum. Sorry
Been some mic issues today, hasn't there?
Well, it was my fault, as usual.
Rain bowls another beauty there, but the beauty is just coming between the boundaries. That one just lifts off a length a little bit, just beats the outside edge of Bohannon. That's the end of the 35th over. Lancashire 139 for 1. Good start for Lancashire, Paul.
Well, they'll be pleased to see this sun out now. It's been cloudy and overcast all morning. There was a bit of drizzle around about 10 o'clock, 10:30 this morning, and it was a guaranteed. If you win the toss, you've got to insert the opposition, which is what Durham did, of course. And Lancashire would have been mighty pleased to have got through to lunch with just one down. Keaton Jennings in dominant form, playing really well. And now the sun's out in the afternoon, things should start to get just a little bit easier.
Catlin does some brilliant fielding off his own bowling where Jennings drives it nicely down the ground, but the big fast bowler gets down and probably stops the fall.
Flurry of activity there, wasn't there? Bohannon diving back for his ground. Coughlin's damaged his hand or hurt his hand, stung his hand. It was a good shot from Jennings, straight back down the ground.
Yeah, he's played everything nicely so far. Jennings played lovely on the up, using his tall stature. Coughlin bowls, and again leg side, he does the field off his own bowling, but Jennings comfortably makes it home, gets a single.
Coughlin just replacing the divots as he dived into the turf at short mid wicket from Keaton Jennings. Couldn't get hold of the ball to release it quick enough. It's a big afternoon, this, for Bohannon and for Jennings.
Coughlin balls and there's nearly a brilliant catch. I think he had it 3/4 of the way, just as he was about to land in second slip. I think it's Ackerman there. Just drops Bohannon. Just gets tempted to feel at one outside off stump that he probably could have left alone.
Well, it was a spectacular dive away to his right, one-handed, waist height, going to where third slip would have been and has been most of the day. Bohannon getting away with one.
Again, big fast bowler beats the bat. A little bit of shape away from Bohannon there. Bohannon just kind of playing inside the line of that one.
Not had much luck, Coughlin, today. One that earlier on this morning from Wells flashed between keeper and first slip off the outside edge. Nobody moved. Beaten the outside edge on numerous occasions and has just had Bohannon dropped at second slip.
Then he comes again and Bohannon punched it through the covers. Aerial for a little bit of time, but he picks up a 4, pierces the gap, and again there's that pressure just releasing for Durham. A few dot balls, a couple of misses the bat, and again they offer that boundary ball up again. After lunch, it's been a brilliant start for Lancashire, but a very poor one for Durham.
Well, so often happens when a batsman gets a let off The boundary follows in within a couple of balls. Bohannon crashed that through extra cover.
Here he comes and finds a splice to the bar. Bohannon just beats Stokes at mid-on, gets a single.
Well, he's living a charmed life at the moment, Josh Bohannon. He just needs to calm down a little bit. He's only been batting 25, well, half an hour after lunch. And could easily have been out twice in that over, caught it slip and then dollying one up to mid-on, but got away with it. Got 5 runs in the process, and he's still there. Just needs to check himself a little bit. It's a little bit too aggressive too early at times.
Yeah, he's very much a batsman that wants to keep ticking over, isn't he? He wants to feel bat and ball. He likes to be busy and score, but
well, yeah, you say that, but I think, you know, in the past, in his formative years, he's been more of an accumulator, and has probably allowed himself to get bogged down. It's finding that happy medium between accumulation and being overly attacking. It's better, calmer, as he pushes that one from Rain just back down to mid-off.
very much the big partnership breaker. The Bohannon and Jennings one for the opposition. One popping off a length there for Rain. Just Bohannon plays it nicely in the end. Just gets behind it, stands tall and plays it down, but just spits up a little bit just off a length. Found a few just to deviate off the pitch a little bit. Rain just needs to keep applying that pressure. And just try and bog down Josh Bohannon there. There's Rain balls and Bohannon pushes forward, drives it to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, even though Rain's found a couple that have just nipped back from outside off stump, bounced a touch, he's better keeping it up to Bohannon. That last delivery was a much better length, tempting Bohannon into the drive, drawing him forward a little bit. Much less comfortable there, the batter, than when it's short.
Three slips away and Bohannon just chops that down nicely into the slip cordon. Lees does the fielding. No run. Three slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep square. Ben Stokes just limbering up a little bit at mid-on. No sign of spin yet.
No, Stokes doing his looseness. A couple of bits of shadow delivery and a few twirls of the hips.
Rain again, it's that lovely line and length. Bohannon just plays nicely forward for no run.
I wonder if Josh Bohannon is feeling a little bit more under pressure than normal with the England captain in the field. Bohannon being on the fringe of being picked for England for a number of years now. Has been the most successful county batter for 2 seasons.
There's Rain balls and Bohannon thinks about playing it, tries to pull the bat away, just finds an inside edge, but luckily it just goes through the cordon and it's no run.
Well, if he is, he'll be scrutinised as to how he gets through this little sticky patch. It was an indeterminate stroke off the last ball of the over. He's had a bit of a charmed life in the over before that. Just a question of being able to fight your way through that, settle yourself down and continue on after there's been a bit of doubt put in your mind. England captain's back on. Ben Stokes, we said, was loosening up in the field the last over. It's going on for his 3rd spell of the day, which is, again, it's encouraging that for England and Durham supporters that Stokes is seen to be fit and firing and wants to bowl, so 4-over spell, a 2-over spell, and now he starts again.
His ball's onto the pads of Jennings. Just picks up a couple to the mid-wicket boundary. Yeah, going back to the Bohannon point, he's been excellent, hasn't he, for Lancashire since he's more or less making his first-class debut. He's last season, the year before, at the top of the run-scoring charts. He's someone who's been knocking on that door for a couple of years now, and you would say, if anything, that number 3 spot for England is, as Stokes bowls to Jennings, just over pitch a little bit, and Jennings just plays that into the offside for no run. Yeah, you think a little bit of doubt maybe in that number 3 spot still.
Well, there's a bit of speculation, isn't there, about who England should pick and whether they should stick to their tried and trusted. Ollie Pope has had a rocky ride at number 3. He's I think he's almost cemented in for the early season. Down the leg side from Stokes. Jennings can't get a bat on it.
Yeah, I think they'll start the season, won't they, with Popes? I think that's what this England side are pretty good at with Stokes and McCullum. They certainly back the players that they get selected. We've seen that with Tom Hartley in the winter in India. Certainly put full confidence in the side that they put out there.
Well, Jennings not taking Stokes on there as he nudges it into the leg side. Stokes very quick in his follow through, which again is good to see. Was so used over the last 2-3 years to see, after any exertion from Stokes, any injection of pace, see him flexing that knee, that leg, but there's no sign of that today. Looks completely pain-free, moving well. Oh, bounced. Just a slower delivery from Stokes, which has very nearly lured Jennings into a false stroke. Trying to push it onto the leg side, may have got a bit of a leading edge, and it's fallen agonisingly and tantalisingly short of Ben Rain at mid-on. Well bowled from Ben Stokes, well disguised slower ball.
A couple of frustrating moments since lunch for Durham.
Short and wide from Stokes, and beautifully played from Jennings up onto his toes. Did it through extra cover. He's not going to get 4. It's a great piece of fielding in tandem by the Durham fielders. 3 to Jennings, final ball of the over, and the 150's up. 150 comes up for the loss of just 1 wicket in 37 overs. Looks like Callum's off, and Scott's going to come round and join the party. So Lancashire moving on to 150 from 37 overs. Bohannon's 30, and Jennings on strike, 86 not out.
That's defended by Jennings, and there's no run. Yeah, it's turning into a very encouraging first day this for Lancashire. One of their better days with the bat so far this season. Bohannon 13, Jennings on 86.
Well, they've had a few bad ones, that is for sure, Scott.
There's been a few, yeah. There's been a few tough days to start the new season. It's a good ball by Rain that beats Jennings.
Just hanging his bat out at that one, Keaton Jennings. It was, again, a bit of an indeterminate stroke. Beaten outside the off stump, but there wasn't much conviction in the stroke. We just had a bit of a... it's been curious because there's a sticky patch here. Bohannon's flirted with danger a couple of times. Jennings nearly poked a slower ball to mid-on. They need to just weather this little storm and kick on again, Lancashire.
There's Rain from around the wicket to Jennings. Plays calmly forward in defence. Eases the ball back along the pitch and scooped up by Rain off his own bowling.
Might be telling us, of course, that there's still plenty in this pitch for the bowlers. A little bit of seam movement. The ball stopping occasionally. Bit of deception, though, from Ben Stokes in the last over with that slower ball that nearly lured Jennings into his dismissal.
Yeah, just dropped short. It's left by Jennings, taken by Robinson, skips away to his left-hand side. The Durham keeper. It's been a very good move for him, hasn't it, going from Kent to Durham. Ollie Robinson.
Well, he's highly thought of, isn't he, both as a keeper and a batter. He wouldn't have been too highly thought of when that one whistled past his left hand and he didn't bother going for it for about an hour's play this morning.
I think Jennings was on 28 at the time.
It was a cry of anguish.
Was. It's a bit of an odd one, really, isn't it? Again, Jennings on the walk towards Rain, plays forward in defence, no run. He was deceived a bit. He seemed to take a step or two to his...
The wrong way.
The wrong way, yeah. Yeah, and it went between the increased gap between the keeper and the slip.
Well, Borthwick never moved, did he?
He didn't,
first slip,
no.
And as we said, Robinson seemed to scurry off in the wrong direction. Not the ideal combination when you're standing at first slip and keeper.
No, Jennings now on to 86. It was 28 at the time. And just a step or two down the pitch and push back to the bowler. No run. End of the over, that. Maiden for Ben Rain. It's 150 for 1. Jennings on 86 and Bohannon on 30. And Rain's now bowled 13 overs, 5 maidens for 31. He's been the most economical of the bowlers for Durham. Most expensive is... well, that's going to continue. He's bowled 7 overs for 35, Ben Stokes. And he's going to continue from this north end of the ground. Well, fair to say, maybe kind of a gentle introduction this morning. Bowled 4 overs, easing his way back into it. And came back to bowl 2 just prior to the lunch break. Into his second of this spell now. Here's Stokes. Over the wicket to Bohannon. Flashes the ball away through the offside off the back foot. Bohannon, nice looking shot out towards the boundary. Oh, and it's done. It's scooped back in on from the boundary rope at kind of a deep point, and the throw comes in from Clark. Good work out on the boundary edge.
That was good work. It was a good shot from Bohannon. He's played 1 or 2 shots that have been regretted by him almost immediately, and played without conviction, but that was good. He was up on his toes, punching hard away through cover point. I think he probably thought he was going to get 4 for it. Ended up with 2.
Yeah, it's Matty Potts, the fielding. It's good work.
Oh,
it's a play and a miss from Bohannon.
Well, it's not. It is, but it's just a dreadful shot.
Yeah.
I was just going to say at the start of the over, this is the crucial time for Lancashire now. Bohannon getting to 30. It's no good getting 30s, and he knows that, but he's just had a bit of an edgy period, hasn't he?
Yeah.
This season when he's started, he's been batting over an hour and 10 minutes now.
Yep.
To make 2 starts in his innings, and that sort of shot just lets him down.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waft, wasn't it, by Bohannon? Oh, that's a good ball by Stokes. And that beats him. Actually played that quite well.
Well, he did well to miss that.
He did,
didn't he?
yeah.
But that, nothing wrong with that. That was just a classic good piece of bowling. Bowled from close to the stumps by Stokes, and just bouncing and leaving Bahanan. He couldn't really do much more about it. It was the ball before that he could have done a lot with, or a lot better with.
1-5-2 for 1. Stokes in again and bowls, and Bahanan gets right in behind it and defends this time. 32 to Bahanan. It has been, I guess, a frustrating start to the season for him. He's not quite got going yet.
Starts, hasn't he? He's got starts.
He has had starts,
you
yeah.
know, he's got to high teens, 20s, 30s.
Yeah.
And not gone on. I mean, if he'd got out 2-3 balls ago with that airy waft, I hate to think what he'd have been saying to himself.
Stokes to Bahanan. It's flashed away towards the leg side this time. He'll come back for a second. He's run well there, Josh Bahanan, to force 2. That ball just clipped away out towards deep backward square leg, and the throw comes in from Callum Parkinson. Bahanan moves on to 34. 1-5-6 for 1. The good news for Josh Bahanan is that, well, he got hit in the Bahanans, didn't he, earlier on? And when he gets hit there, he tends to go and get big scores.
Well, he said this from an early stage, early age in his career, when he needed something to really motivate him. A smack on the inside thigh or
short
helmet.
pull by Bahanan. That's 4. Towards the boundary in front of the pavilion.
Well, there's nothing for short on this pitch. It just stands up and says, now it's saying hit me. Bahanan obliging there, he had plenty of time. It was half tracker from Stokes. Bahanan has crashed through mid-wicket for 4.
.160 for 1. He jumped right onto that, did Josh Bahanan. Dropping it short. There's Stokes, that's pushed through Fuller into the gloves of the keeper. End of the over.
Well, that last delivery was more symptomatic of what Ben Stokes can do. A little bit, he was stung into bowling a ball with a little bit more pace. Pitched it up, moved it away from Bahanan, who left it.
160 for 1.
We've got a monitor now.
We have, yep. Happy days. The Lancs TV crew, as ever, doing a fabulous job to...
It's hard work when they come to an outground and they've got all the cameras and all the kit and everything. All the cabling.
It's wide by rain. In fact, it's so far wide, it's called a wide.
You don't get many of those in 3-day cricket, 4-day cricket, sorry.
Yeah, it's a big some operation, isn't it, to get cricket on outgrounds, and then to be able to cover it as well, both with pictures and commentary on 5 Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website and app. It's a bit of a logistical effort to get it all working. It's rain. He's in and pushing it full and wide of off stump and left by Jennings. But the guy's doing a great job as ever to get it all working. To be able to bring you these pictures and bring you the commentary across the next 4 days. Weather's good.
Let's see how far Jennings is out of his ground here. It's a good foot and a half probably. The front foot is 2.5 feet in front of the popping crease, which is a long way down really.
And then he comes again.
Yeah.
So he starts out of his crease and then he's got at least a step or two, hasn't he, towards the bowler.
And you can bet your bottom dollar he'll be telling the umpire that when he gets down the other end as well, so don't be thinking of giving me out LBW.
This is probably a little bit overdue, isn't it, this, maybe? Ollie Robinson standing up.
He did it. Didn't he do it straight away after lunch?
Oh, okay. Oh, possibly after lunch. I don't think he did it this morning.
No, he didn't. No.
It's a good shout to do it now, I reckon. Keep Jennings in his crease. Rain in. Nudged away behind square on the leg side. Through he goes for a single. Jennings moves on to 87.
You'll see Scott Borthwick at first slip, changing sides because of the right and left-hander.
Yep.
And he's got his hands in his pockets and his head was down and he was just looking a little forlorn, which I suppose is the opposition captain, when you put them in and you find that they've got to 162 for one, he's every right to, really.
Yeah.
Especially as the ball's still doing a bit.
Rain to Bohannon. Clipped out towards the leg side. Jogs through for a single. Bohannon moves on to 39, 163 for one. It's not quite gone to the script I'm sure he had imagined, Scott Borthwick.
No, well, the one thing you've got to do when you put opposition in is take your chances, and Durham have spurned two, certainly. Not for want of effort, though. They've tried really hard. Perhaps bowled a fraction short at times.
Here's Rain. Balls to Jennings. It's defended into the offside. No run. 163 for one. He was got into the 90s last week at Trent Bridge, the Lancashire captain. Keaton Jennings was out for 91. He's 13 away from his second ton of the season. Rain balls again. But Jennings from the crease having to defend this. Going off the back foot up onto his toes. Steers it safely into the offside, no run. That is the end of the over. The wide to begin with, and then just a couple of singles in it. 163 for one.
Change of gloves for Jennings and Bohannon, I think, just to show you how warm it is out here at the moment. Drinks for Jennings as well. It's gone a bit muggy. That sun peeking through the clouds.
That ice cream van could be popular over the course of the weekend. Not much of a queue there at the minute, but I reckon that could be busy on Saturday and Sunday.
Yes. How many kids here are there all at school today?
Yeah.
Not that you'd have to be a kid to buy an ice cream, of course.
No. Stokes in, balls. It's short and pulled, it's in the air, down towards deep backward square leg, it should be gone. And he is. And it's gone for 39. And it's Callum Parkinson with the catch. And Stokes gets his first wicket.
Well, you can't say it's a bouncer, it's a half tracker, and Bohannon has shoveled, tried to hook at that, got a top edge. It's gone a long way down to deep fine leg where Callum Parkinson's circling under it. Takes a good catch. It's gone quite high. So it's a wicket for Stokes and Parkinson. Josh Bohannon out for 39. In disappointing fashion, he's been, well, itching to get on with it for the last 20 minutes or so. Led a bit of a charmed life and has finally fallen to a poor stroke. It's 163 for two.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty frustrating dismissal for Josh Bohannon.
Well, it's exactly the sort of thing that Lancashire, after their recent travails and the demise at Trent Bridge, will have talked long and hard about. A senior batsman going on, getting started and going on. And unfortunately, you know, Bohannon could have been out 3 times in the last 15 minutes. Playing too adventurously, unwisely. Still no matter. Ben Stokes has got his name on the scorecard now as a wicket taker, and he'll be pleased about that.
First wicket of the summer for Ben Stokes. Dismissing captain of the England Lions over the winter, Josh Barnum. So George Bell batting at 4. 3 slips in the gully. Here's Stokes for Durham, back in over the wicket, and balls to Bell, and that nips through into the gloves of Robinson.
Must be an experience for George Bell, won't it? Batting against the England captain, George Bell will have no doubt had Ben Stokes up there as one of his heroes when he was at Manchester Grammar and playing schoolboy cricket. And now he's out in the middle facing him. It's the stuff of dreams.
163 for 2. Stokes sets off again. In and balls, it's left by Bell. Taken by Robinson. This is Ben Stokes' second over of this spell, his first since the... Sorry, his third over, rather, of this spell. His first since lunch. He bowled 4 overs in the morning, and then 2 overs just prior to lunch. Now into his third over of this third spell of the day. Gets his first wicket as well. Here comes Stokes in and balls again to Bell, who gets in behind it and defends.
It's well played. He's squared him up a little bit. Right shoulder and right leg coming round. But had enough time because the ball was just fractionally short of a length to adjust.
So a wicket with the first ball of his 9th over, and 3 dot balls to follow it. Stokes sets off again, and balls to Bell, who plays off the front foot. Just guides the ball up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, you watch footage of George Bell, and as a bowler you'll know that early on in his innings he's a little bit suspect outside off stump, tends to push at balls, defend to balls that he doesn't really need to play at. Stokes will be aware of that. That was a classic example, really. It was a wide-ish ball, and he just well, he pushed at it, middled it, fine, but there was no real need to play.
Final ball of the over for Stokes. Sets off again, Bell waiting on naught. In and balls down the leg side. Good tumbling take by the keeper. Excellent work by Robinson. So it's a fantastic catch. Leaping away to his left. That's the end of the over. It's a wicket maiden for Ben Stokes. 163 for 2. Jennings on 87. Bell on naught. The England captain has his first wicket of the summer in that over. The dismissal of Josh Barnum. There's the replay of the take from the keeper. Fabulous effort. 163 for 2 in sunny Blackpool.
Wouldn't mind having another look at that Barnum dismissal. Don't know whether we can run the replay through this over at some point. Just to see what sort of position he gets into to play the shot, or not to play the shot, as it were.
Ben Raines coming out of the attack, a 6-over spell after lunch from the south end of the ground, and Matty Potts returns. Matthew Potts so far 8 overs, 1 for 35. It's Potts in, and it's defended away by Keaton Jennings. There's no run. Two wickets to fall today. Luke Wells out before lunch, off the bowling of this man, Potts. From around the wicket to the left-hander.
It was a good ball, wasn't it? Just held on Wells a little bit. And he feathered it to second slip.
Yeah, Ackerman took the catch at second slip. There's Potts again. Oh, that's down towards the boundary. It might be before Callum Parkinson does his best to try and cut it off, but it is a streaky 4 by Jennings. Takes him into the 90s, mind you. 91 not out.
Well, again, it's enough to emphasise that there's still a bit in this pitch, and you can't take liberties as a batter. Jennings looking to play an expansive drive, gets an inside edge, thin one between pad and stumps, and gets away with it. Gets a 4, takes him into the 90s.
Yeah, 91 not out, 167 for 2. Hands on hips from Matty Potts. What's his response? Back into Jennings, who's on the walk again. And defends calmly away into the offside.
Wouldn't like that if I was a bowler. Opening batter, just walking down the pitch at me. He almost setting off before I did.
Would you have said something, Paul?
Oh, undoubtedly. Yeah. I would have probably stopped and in my run-up with an indignant double teapot. So what the heck do you think you're playing at?
Giving him the death stare.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Potts to Jennings, short.
Yeah, come down the wicket to that then. See how you get on, getting that on the front foot.
Ducks under it, Keaton Jennings, and
yeah, he just played it well. I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing in this way at all. Jennings feels comfortable doing so.
167 for 2. Let's see, waving up towards the pavilion, Keaton Jennings. He's having a wander out towards.
He's broken his back leaving that one.
He's done well. Right. Well, Potts is about to set off and then realise that Keaton Jennings is about 20 yards away from the crease. And well, someone's rooting around in the bag to try and find another bat for Keaton Jennings. Let's take a look at some of the score, shall we, elsewhere, as we do, as we wait for Jennings to get a new bat in Division 1. Warwickshire at Essex this week. Warwickshire 123 for 6. In their first innings, Ed Barnard is 36 not out. At Nottinghamshire 97 for 6 in their match against Hampshire. At Trent Bridge, Somerset 192 for 4 as Potts is in and bowls to Jennings, who defends with his new bat. And there's no run. Somerset 196 for 4 now. Tom Lamberby made 69. Tom Banton's still there. James Roos unbeaten on 21. Somerset 196 for 4. And Surrey, who were 15 for 4 at one point inside the first 20 minutes or so this morning, are now 180 for 6. Ollie Pope made 63. Dan Lawrence made 84. So 180 for 6. So they've managed to recover from a pretty shaky start. Forward goes Jennings in defence. That is the end of the over. Division 2 games, Northamptonshire 134 for 4. Glamorgan are 103 for 6 against Middlesex. Northampton at Derbyshire this week. Gloucestershire are 170 without loss. Excellent start from Gloucestershire. Cameron Bancroft is 78 not out. Ben Charlesworth is 63 not out. So 170 without loss, Gloucestershire against Leicestershire. And Sussex are 138 for 8 in their match against Yorkshire. And George Hill has got 4 wickets, 4 for 17 for Yorkshire at Sussex. Coverage across the BBC Sport website and app of all the games here on Lancs TV. And that's me and Paul in the media marquee. We've been abandoned again, I think. We've way overstepped our commentary stint.
Yeah.
It's Stokes and balls to Bailiff's left.
We've overstepped by so much that I'm now into my next commentary string, having not completed my first. What are your lines of communication on this?
It's loose.
Just put it there.
Yeah, I just put it there thinking that everyone will be able to follow quite clear instructions.
Well, it is. I mean, it is graphically self-evident.
It is.
Where each individual should be at whatever time.
Correct. Yeah. No one's paying a blind bit of notice. Stokes bowls, left again by Bell. Through to Robinson.
Who's ME?
It's Martin Emerson, no?
Martin Emerson, he's
Durham.
He's the Durham.
He's the Durham.
Well,
man.
he's not intro. I don't know what he's doing.
I think he's gone back to Durham.
He's had time to.
He's gone for a walk on the prom, maybe.
He was talking about riding his bike somewhere, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's
going?
crackers.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gone for a bit of a bike ride.
Well, he's missed a complete slot. We've not seen him.
He'll come back after tea, I presume.
And coincidentally, it is you and I on this list now. So.
Oh, right. We'll carry on then.
Yeah.
There's Stokes into Bell. That's defended to mid-on. And there is no run.
Yeah, let's just concentrate on Bell for a minute. I mean, it could be daunting, said to be daunting by some, to be facing the England captain on comeback when he's going through his paces and trying to prove his fitness, and you're a young middle order batsman with responsibility, batting at 4. It's the key place.
Waits for Stokes, who's in and bowling, gets him driving away for 4.
Well, that's emphatically answered my sort of half-posed question about whether he's feeling just a touch nervous or apprehensive. Beautiful cover drive. What a great way to get off the mark. George Bell with a big stride and a controlled stroke through the offside. Stokes will search him out though in that area outside off stump.
And there's 4 slips waiting for a mistake. Stokes into Bell, leaves a rising delivery that's taken by Ollie Robinson with his gloves up above his head.
Still going up when it got to the keeper, that. So
yep.
Stokes put a bit of extra in there.
71 for 2. He batted at 4 in the second innings against Nottinghamshire, so it has been George Balderson at 4 for Lancashire this season.
But he batted there because Balderson had bowled 30 overs, and I assumed.
That's what I assumed, yeah. But he's still there, in at 4. Full ball just off stump, and he gets forward and punches to mid-off. Ben Rainfields, no run. End of the over, 171 for 2.
I wonder if there's anything in the right-hand, left-hand partnership scenario. It might be something to do with that. Although upper order batters, 4s and 5s, don't like doing that really. They get, mind you, I suppose Balderson and Bell are not so set in their ways. They're hardly senior pros, are they? Saying, over my dead body, I'm batting 4 and that's it. Get out of it. And do as you're told, son. That's what you do.
There's Potts to Jennings. The back foot trying to force the ball away. The ring of fielders on the offside, and you can see Clark, who's at cover, with his white floppy Durham sun hat on. He fields, there's no run. There's 2 slips in the gully point cover, mid-off. There's a mid-on. There's a deep square leg and fine leg for Matthew Potts, who's bowling from the south end of the ground, so directly opposite our commentary position here. We're watching Potts now come around the wicket to Jennings, who just leans into it and rolls it across his front pad and gently jogs through for a single while the ball disappears out towards a square leg boundary. Takes him on to 92. 172 for 2 now. Brings Bell back on strike. The left-hand to right-hand combination. The right-hander George Bell facing Potts for the first time. He's faced Stokes so far since replacing Josh Barnum. It's left. Again, that carries nicely, doesn't it, into Robinson's gloves.
Yeah, it's from that length, it's full length, isn't it? If you bang it in short, it doesn't really carry like that. And that in itself is the indicator to the bowlers where you should be pitching the ball. Needed to be a bit straighter than that, of course, to interest Bell into playing a shot. But that, if you pitch it up, it does zip through, and there hasn't been enough of that from the Durham bowlers. The margin for error is minimal, but so it is on any pitch, really.
Potts to Bell. Pushes at this into the offside, out towards cover. No run.
Well, yeah, as I was saying, bowlers will have done their homework on George Bell, and that is the area to bowl at him. Just you can give him a little bit of width outside off stump. He does chase it a touch. He looks to be aggressive as well.
172 for 2. In comes Potts, balls again. Oh, that's good carry through to the keeper. A little flirt with it, George Bell. Dropped his hands and pulled the bat away. Just trying to get himself settled into his innings here, Bell. Some high quality bowling from both ends. Stokes and Potts in tandem here for Durham. Potts in to Bell. Oh, again, that nips through. Has Robinson up off his feet. Takes it at kind of shoulder height. End of the over. 172 for 2.
It's a fine ball to finish the over, really was. I just wonder whether the sun coming out is just drying this pitch a bit and increasing the pace. I think it will get quicker over the next day or so, but sometimes the sun can induce juiciness into the surface and get a little bit of a scamper off the top, kiss the surface and get it to carry through. Certainly seemed to do that in that final ball to Bell, and move as well. It seemed away from him. So all in all, it was a pretty good ball. Scott,
he's
yeah,
pretty decent that last delivery, wasn't it?
It
Yeah,
was.
He's done well not to
nick it.
Yep. All right, Stokes to continue. Stokes to Jennings it will be. In and balls the Lancashire captain. It's through to the keeper again. That's a good looking ball from over the wicket to Jennings.
See, we're an hour and a bit into play in the afternoon, and there's still 2 balls and over going past the outside edge to a defensive stroke. So again, that signifies and tells us that there is something in this pitch still. Indications are that if you pitch it up, it does it a bit quicker, so that's got to be the recipe.
Stokes balls, Jennings defends. The ball just drops back down the pitch. And there's no run. A little walk away to square leg, Keaton Jennings. 92 not out for the Lancashire captain. 172 for 2. Into the middle part of the afternoon here on 5 Sports Extra, Lancs TV, the BBC Sport website and app at Stanley Park on the Fylde coast, the west coast of Lancashire. Here's Stokes in to Jennings. Forward and defends. And again, there is no run. With a firm, solid, straight bat. And Lancashire captain Paul Coughlin comes up from cover to field.
It'll be interesting to see how many people do come in over the weekend. I'm just thinking back to when Lancashire played here in years gone by. We tried to play a few one-day games here, and they were hugely well attended. You know, you get 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 people in the ground.
Stokes balls, full of ball to Jennings, that's defended. Back to Stokes, no run. Well, I guess it's the a perfect combination of events, really, isn't it? To try and get people in tomorrow on Sunday. The forecast is excellent, and you've got the England Test match captain playing. So if he's not going to, if you're not going to respond really from that over the course of Saturday and Sunday, then there's issues. That's off the back foot and having away into the offside by Jennings, but can't beat the infield, no run. And I think there will be a good turnout. There was
I mean, whichever way you look at it, you're on a winner. If you're a local, if you support Lancashire cricket, then Lancashire come out and bowl well tomorrow afternoon, or you might quite easily see a little Stokes cameo. All of which will be worth watching.
Absolutely, yeah. If you're in the area tomorrow, fancy watching some cricket, yourselves down to Blackpool. Stokes to Jennings. That's pushed full and wide, angled across the left-hander from over the wicket. He just leaves it. Watch that, right into the gloves of Ollie Robinson, who then almost runs into Colin Ackerman at second slip. That's the end of the over. So 172 for 2. That was a maiden from Ben Stokes. And that's the end of that, of his 5th over of this spell.
Have you got a favourite outground, Scott?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, so is it a Lancashire outground?
It is. Yeah.
And I would suggest if I were to ask you to pinpoint it, I would say you're going to say Southport.
I do like Southport.
Oh, it's not Southport then.
But I do enjoy Southport. But there's Potts in to Bell. Oh. That's turned away to the onside, and Jennings wants a single. He's sent back. Graham Clark picks the ball up and throws it the stumps towards the bowler's end.
Well, it was never a run, was it? I don't know why Jennings was very keen to get down this end, but Bell was on the back foot. He just nudged it into the leg side. I don't think it was a run. I don't think Bell would have stood a chance getting in at the non-striker's end.
No. It's a bit of a wild-looking throw from Graham Clark. Potts in again to Bell. Oh, it's a good ball. It's through to the keeper. It's a really good feisty spell this from Potts since he's come into the attack from that top end.
He is squaring Bell up again. Yep. A bit of seam movement, just that length, just short. Bell can't get forward to it. Beaten on the outside edge, trying to play back. Go on then. So you like Southport, but
I do like
not
Southport.
Your favourite.
It's a very, very close second. If we're talking about the Lancashire outgrounds, yeah, it's a very close second. Southport to Sedbergh, yeah. The 4 days between Lancashire and Durham at Sedbergh, what was that, 2019?
Great, wasn't it?
Brilliant. Yeah, absolutely superb. Potts to Bell, that's left. Good judge from Bell.
I'm pleased you said that, because I
had
a hand in instigating it and got a bit of flack for it as well.
I'm not I didn't say that just because...
No, of course you didn't. But it is. It's one of the classic grounds, isn't it? It's one of the most beautiful backdrops to any ground anywhere in the world. Having said that, the facilities are good as well. You know, I mean, certainly from a playing point of view, the ground's excellent. Pavilion's fine.
The pub next door is lovely.
The pub is within striding distance.
Oh, that's a short delivery again from Potts. It's a really good spell, this. Bell's dropped his hands. He looked like he's kind of got himself all tangled up a bit there, but I think he's played that pretty well, hasn't he?
I think he thought initially he was going to either pull it or ramp it over the slips. Then he thought, no, can't. It's either too close or too quick. And all that happened in the split of a second.
Yeah.
And he ended up jumping and dropping his hand, jumping up but dropping his hands at the same time.
This is good from Potts. Really good spell. Searching for the wicket, brings Bell to the front foot, plays forward in defence, no run. So yeah, Sedbergh for me, I reckon. Oh, but I must say Southport's lovely. We do enjoy Southport, and this place is nice. Like
they've done really well here. Very impressed with what they've done to the ground. The infrastructure needs a bit of a tidy up, but I think everybody's aware of that. Changing rooms are the same as they were 40 years ago when I played here, which they weren't any good then.
Final ball of the over, Potts to Bell.
Oh my word.
That's somehow managed to miss both the outside edge of George Bell, and it's not grazed the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. He's getting a bit of a working over here, Bell, from Potts. It's a really good spell, this. It's a terrific little period of the match, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, well, looking at it now, if you just walked in, you'd wonder how Lancashire got to 172 for 2, wouldn't you, with the ball zipping around.
Yeah.
Bell being beaten on the outside and the inside edge. And anyway, Lancashire are there, they're surviving, and they've got to battle hard. Jennings is within touching distance of 100.
He is, yeah. 8 away from 3 figures. It's Stokes in, and that's left alone by Jennings, and through to the keeper. There is no run.
There's a circling commentator.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a change. I think we're going to bring Callum in.
Yeah.
And once Martin's done his update for Newcastle.
Do you think he's come back from?
I think he's been for a little walk around the North Pier.
Yeah.
Had they go in the slot machines.
Yeah. Scared himself to death on the ghost train.
Yes. Been up the tower. He's done all the sightseeing stuff, and I think he'll be back to do some commentary. It's Stokes and then balls again. Oh, it's a full ball. Yorker attempted by Ben Stokes to Keaton Jennings, brings his bat down as well to keep it out.
Swung a bit, as well.
It's quite an interesting little spell, this, isn't it? I mean, Stokes actually into his 6th over of this spell. But Stokes and Potts.
Well, he's never shy of bowling when he's fit, Ben Stokes. Rattle huge long spells off when he can and when he feels like it. And again, Jennings just nudges that off his hip, pick up a single, take him further into the 90s.
Yeah, 93 now to Keaton Jennings, 173 for 2. With Bell back on strike. Mops his brow, Ben Stokes. He's probably 25 yards away from us here. Top of his mark, little stutter, and then he glides in and bowls, and that's a good ball to Bell that beats him and through to the keeper. And there is no run.
It's another thing about outground cricket. You just said it there inadvertently. Ben Stokes is 25 yards away from us. You do feel as though you can almost touch the players, don't you? It doesn't matter where you sit in the ground. So Stokes coming in off a decent run. 25 paces or so. George Bell on strike again. And Stokes in. A bit of width, and that's gloriously played by Bell. A little bit too full. And Bell waiting and reaching and won't get 4 as the ball just stops abruptly a foot short of the rope. So 3 to Bell from that nicely placed and timed off drive. Chased by Ben Rain, just what you want when you bowled a stack of overs, to chase it 55 yards and see the ball stop miraculously, as though it put its air brakes on. There was a thunderstorm on Tuesday that's juiced everything up, apparently.
It's left by Jennings, and Stokes kicks the ground in frustration. End of the over. We'll have a change around here. Paul can have a break. We'll bring Martin in, and we'll bring Callum in as well. So 176 for 2. 47 overs gone of the Lancashire first innings. Keaton Jennings on 93. Bell's on 7. Ben Stokes has just completed his 12th over of the day. And his 6th in this session. He's picked up his first wicket of the summer as well, Ben Stokes. Fit and looking healthy and bowling and in the wickets as well. Martin's here.
Have
Callum
you
will
mentioned Ben
join
Stokes?
Where have you been? Have you been on the promenade?
I'm all wrapped up in Paul's headset now. I'm trying to free myself from it. The sun is shining here in Blackpool as Potts comes up the hill. The ball to Bell. Ball played towards mid on no run there. So it was a murky old morning. We were wondering if they'd start on time. The light meter was hovering just under 300 flux when the players were warming up. There was a drizzle in the air. They did get going on time. Durham putting Lancashire in the hope of quick wickets. In what appear to be bowler-friendly conditions, this one nips back in and Bell plays it off towards backward square leg for 1. But at lunch they were 104 for 1, and then 1 wicket has fallen this afternoon, that of Bohannon for 39. So the opening stand, Jennings and Wells, was worth 87, ended when Wells was caught. Its second slip off the bowling of Matty Potts for 29, and then Bohannon caught by Callum Parkinson for 39.
Good little period for Durham here. Just building a little bit of pressure, something happening out there. A few inside edges.
Sort of married in with Jennings getting into the late 80s, hasn't he? He's slowed right down. He's been very watchful. Potts around the wicket now. Jennings moves his feet down to the pace to the pitch the ball and just plays that one safely away. So he's on 93 from 132 deliveries.
Yeah, since he lost Bohannon, they've just gone into the shell a little bit, haven't they?
If he gets these 7 runs, it will be his 13th first-class century for Lancashire, equalling the 13 he got for Durham.
Yeah, he's been excellent for Lancashire ever since he arrived. Leads from the front with a bat.
Ball dropped short on the leg side. He's not really sure where it's gone. He's setting off for a single. It's just gone behind him, and Bell shouting, no, 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 no. George Bell's another young lad. It's quite a youthful team, this Lancashire team, looking through the ages of the players. I mean, Josh Bohannon, who I still consider fairly young, is one of the senior members of it now. I remember him just sort of coming into the side when he was playing against Durham at Sedbergh in 2019. Bell's 21, Hurst's 20, Hartley 25. Aspinwall's 20. Potts bowls, and played almost inside the line of the ball there. Jennings got a bit of bat on it and steered it up to mid-off.
Yeah, them feet just not moving as well as previously for Jennings. Just looks a little bit stuck on the crease, kind of like we said a minute ago, just digging himself a little bit of an hole.
Jennings got 4,489 runs in 77 games for Durham between 2012 and 2017. Ball turned around the corner for 1 run. I remember when it was announced he was leaving Durham, I knew that Graham Onions had already lined up a move from Durham to Lancashire, because he'd only been offered a contract, a sort of incremental contract based on how much red ball cricket he played, and Lancashire came along with a 2-year offer for all formats, I think, for Onions, so he decided to leave Durham, but it was a case of just sit on the information until the point when it can become official. And then I got a phone call. I was in a hotel room in the ground in Worcester to say, "Oh, have you heard about the Durham player joining Lancashire?" And it was from a colleague. It's just been announced this morning, and a press release has come out. And I said, "Oh, Graham Onions," and they were like, "No, Keaton Jennings." I was like, "What?" So 2 of them left at the same time.
All right, I'm thinking, was it around the points deduction time? Was it?
Well, they stayed for another season after that.
Yeah.
It was Borthwick and Stolman left, and Coghlan left at the end of 2016, the points deduction and relegation year, and then Jennings stayed for 1 more season and Onions. But their reasons to leave to go to Lancashire were different. Onions wanted to play regular cricket.
Then comes Coghlan now to Jennings. 1 score away from his century, and he punches that through just in front of point. Might run away for 4, but it has been a slow outfield today. Fielder just gets there. Gets 3, Jennings, takes him on to 97.
Yeah, his explanation in leaving Durham to go to Lancashire, Keaton Jennings, he kept making comments about lifestyle choices and things like that. And you know, obviously Durham were in a pickle at the time, and you know, Paul Collingwood said when they got relegated it was probably going to take 5 years for them to get back up to the top flight, and quite a few punters felt the same. I felt the same. You felt like you'd had the heart ripped out of the team, and if you take the 2 COVID years out, it was 5 years.
Then come Coghlan to Bell. Bell just prods forward, and it's no run.
I just caught sight of a guy in the little terrace on our left there who I thought was absolutely burning to a crisp with no top on, but I now realise it's a sort of peachy, salmon pink striped affair that he's got on. It looked initially as if he wasn't wearing a top. There is a man in front of him with no top on.
Cotlin balls, and Bell has a think about playing it. He just leaves that through to the keeper for no run.
It's a nice little sun trap, this northeast corner of the ground on our left-hand side.
Yeah, and the balcony on the right,
Yeah.
just where the terrace is, just in front of, well, just to the side of the pavilion.
I'd be
Nice
in the shade
setup.
under a tree, I think.
Yeah, not much of a sun worshipper.
No,
5 or 10 minutes and then
much.
good to see no brollies inside those. We finally get a bit of sun. In come Cotlin bowls, just over pitches there, kind of Yorker length, and Bell digs it out, but no run. Bell just needs to settle a little bit here. Just had a few overs of a little bit of inside edge, outside edges, playing misses. A lot of doubtful shots. Bit of the short ball ploughed to him previously against Potts, so just like to settle and spend a bit of time at the crease for Jennings and try and build a little partnership. Cotlin bowls and he whafts at that one. It's a nick. As we said, Bell didn't look comfortable in the past 20 minutes. Played at quite a few that probably wasn't quite there to play at, and same again with that one. It's a length delivery, just shaping away. Bell goes for a very expansive drive, and it nicks through to Robinson. And it's the third wicket for Durham, and Cotlin's deserved that one. Been very unlucky today. Bowled some lovely deliveries. And he's finally got his reward.
Bowling point for Durham. Comes in the 49th over. Driving at a ball that just moved on him slightly, but as you said, he didn't look long for this world, did he?
Oh, he's one of the very busiest cricketers. George Belly likes to field bat on ball. He's, you know, a modern style cricketer, very wristy, very modern, but just looks a little bit uncomfortable out there with the way the ball was seaming and swinging for the Durham bowlers, and they got the rewards in the end.
New Zealander Tom Bruce out into the middle. Wealth of experience in first class cricket. 83 games so far, 5,500 runs, got 10 centuries and 35 50s. Boasts a higher score, 208 not out Central District in New Zealand against Northern District in 2022. And then he got 204 not out in the next match against Auckland. Best score this year, 73 in the last match against Notts. So far he's got 148 runs this year, an average of 18.5 from 8 innings.
Yeah, it's been tricky for Tom Bruce at the start of this year, and been a bit of pressure on his spot as the overseas coming into a young Lancashire team. But he'll be grateful to have got a knock last week and got that first half century off his shoulder. Then comes Cotlin. Oh, ball's a beautiful line of length. Tom Bruce with quite firm hands there. Nearly carried all the way to the bowler. But another good over, and gets the third wicket for Durham. Takes the score on to 181 for 3 after 49. Jennings on 97 and Bruce on 0.
Coughlin's 9th wicket of the season, best figures 4 for 45. That was his 120th wicket for Durham in first class cricket.
I feel like he's been unlucky. I feel like he's been the most unluckiest of the Durham bowlers today. 1 for 51 off 11. Don't quite read how well he's bowled.
Potts round the wicket to Jennings. There's an edge down towards Vagan, third man, and that should be enough to see him through to his 100. Gives Potts a little pat on the shoulder there. Now he raises his bat, takes his helmet off. Round of applause.
Yeah, it's a brilliant knock from Keaton Jennings. Often the man that stands up for Lancashire.
I think he edged through the slip cordon when he was on about 30, something like that.
Yeah, I think he wrong-footed Robinson, did he? He went through between the keeper and the slip, but so very often the man that Lancashire call upon.
This is 29th century in first-class cricket. So he's now got 13 for Durham and 13 for Lancashire. He gets another single here towards square leg. So 137 balls, 15 fours. Well done him. Email has come in, wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk from Paul Wilson. He says, hi Marty and the band of merry men. Greetings from a foggy but slowly brightening up Costadale Hartlepool. Just got in from work. Could do with a couple more wickets from the Durham bowlers. Should be with you until around 6ish before going out to watch a good pop rock band called Celtic Man and at the Ritchie's Club in Hartlepool. Likes his music. Does Paul as Potts comes in to bowl to Bruce, and the ball slams back off Potts' shin. Comes to rest just on the offside. Plenty of good turns seem to be doing the rounds, visiting Ritchie's Club in Hartlepool. It's almost got a bit of blue sky to the west of us. Not quite, but the sun is shining brightly. Potts bowls. Oh, that rises on Bruce as he plays forward at it, plays and misses.
Beautiful delivery, isn't it? Just a little bit of shape back into Bruce as well. Really tempts him to the drive, but just see the ball throughout the day, just lifted off a length a little bit. Been some really good carry to the wicketkeeper. There's still plenty in it for the bowlers, and a little tricky period for Lancashire now. 186 for 3. They started well. Need to make sure they capitalise on this start.
Just got a little bit more bounce off a length ball there. This one's right up into the block hole and played up to Clark at mid-on, no run there. Spice boys asked me to turn my mic up. I hadn't realised I'd been turned right down there, so I've been quite low for the last 10 minutes. What over is this then? The 50th over. 186 for 3. Potts heading back to his mark and turns to come in from the south end of the ground. Bruce plays the ball safely up to mid-off. End of the over.
Looks a very hard-handed batsman, Bruce. Looks like he wants to really punch the ball and get after it. Now he's had a brilliant first-class record in New Zealand and represented New Zealand in their white ball teams. He'll be looking forward to some T20 action in the next few weeks. But he's got a job to do here for Lancashire. Try and continue the good work he did last week and try and post a bit of a score with Jennings in a partnership more often.
I think Durham start their T20 campaign at Old Trafford, actually.
Is that next week?
Should be is it next Friday, next Thursday, is it? Are we there already?
In comes Cocklin and Jennings just wafted that one, gets an inside edge. Goes to Robinson, gets a single.
Yeah, next Thursday. And then the following night they play Warwickshire at home. Then a Friday night at Leicester. That was raucous last year. There was quite a few Leicester City fans in and got a little bit naughty at times.
Call it into Bruce and finds the outside edge, but plays it softly enough, which goes to backward point. No run. Bruce still looking just to get off the mark. Faced 6 balls so far. Jennings 103 off 139. 3 slips. Point a catching cover just about to go in. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Oh, they're just changing that field around now. Sort of a catching mid off more than anything with Stokes on his left shoulder. As in he comes, bowls, and Bruce just gets back down on that one. Yorker from Colin.
He's going for the Yorker length ball gets again, wasn't he? Just got the bottom of the bat on it.
Gets a single. Jennings back on strike. I like that catch in, just wide mid off. He's come in and played very hard hands as Tom Bruce. He's be used to batting on some lovely wickets in New Zealand, so he'll have to adapt a little bit. I think it's a really good catching position, that. As he bowls, and Jennings whacks that through the offside, back for length, cuts, might not run away for 4. Yeah, just goes over the ropes, picks up another 4. Jennings there to be punished, that delivery. Take the score on to 192 for 3.
There's a horrible looking hornet thing hovering around just out here. It seems to be in a standoff with us at the moment. It's like a little drone, isn't it?
Hopefully it stays outside.
Yeah. Does seem to be staring at us.
Create less noise than them drones. Are pretty quite noisy, them drones, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Calling in. Nice and straight to Jennings, who prods forward and plays that down the pitch for no run.
I was watching a cycle race a few weeks ago. I can't remember which one it was now, but there was a team time trial and the drone was following the riders, and you had a sort of rider's eye view. It was just off the shoulder of one of them. I was thinking, it must be quite strange riding, hearing that just above your shoulder.
Calling in, just finds a little bit of movement off the pitch, and Jennings gets an inside edge onto his inner thigh. No run. 192 for 3 after 51. Turned out to be a lovely day here in Blackpool, and the weather looks lovely for the remaining 4 days, so should be a nice 4 days of cricket for the local people in Blackpool.
Yes, that's right. Michael Hall's just tweeted, he said, I think you're a week out. Durham plays Somerset in the Championship next week. I hope you're right, I do. I thought it was too quick to be thinking I need to book streams for the T20s. It's what is it, a fortnight a day then, isn't it? Yeah, so they start against Somerset next Friday, and then the following Thursday it is. As Potts comes in, the T20 begins. That one loops up in the air but lands short on the leg side. Bruce facing Potts. David says, is our attack weak this season, or are the pitches rubbish? I think that we were discussing this earlier. The pitch has just been very placid and very docile, but I wouldn't put this wicket down in that category, not from what I've seen so far. There's a nice bit of bounce in it. Lancashire have batted well today. Potts in. Oh, nearly a caught and bowled there. He can't believe it. It's just slipped through his hands. He dived low to his left. That could have been the end of Bruce for 1. Down on his knees, Potts punches the ground.
Again, Bruce just playing out in front of him quite a bit with them hands. I'll be surprised if Scott Borthwick doesn't get the catch in mid-off that he had in the previous over into Potts as well.
Well, that's 2 shots from this over that have gone into the air, isn't it? Potts in again, and Bruce gets behind this one, plays it along the floor to Rain at mid-on, no run. Well, all the murk that has been sitting over us now seems to be burning away towards the east, and we're now getting clearer skies from the west, which makes for a lovely sunny afternoon here in Blackpool. I think the Pleasure Beach probably looks far nicer now than it did when I was driving past it with grey drizzle this morning. Edge from Bruce, it's along the floor and it's away to vacant third man for 4. It was wide of the slip cordon.
Just quickened up the outfield as well, hasn't it? The weather just this morning is a little bit slow just as it got to the boundary rope. Quite a lot of freeze already, but you just see the weather taking effect.
Score moves on to 196 for 3, so 54 away from a batting point. Potts to Bruce again. Bruce plays the ball safely to mid-on. It's a dot ball.
Bowled pretty well, Potts, hasn't he? He's kept the bat in the play, get the slips in in the game as well. Another bowler that's been pretty unlucky, but he's challenged the stumps as much as possible. He'll have one eye on the England Test team this summer.
Here he comes. A bit more effort in that ball, but it's over-pitched and it's drilled away by Bruce through the covers towards the far corner of the ground. Stokes chases after it. It's another hoy on the turn, and he nearly disappears over the advertising hoardings there. 2 runs. But, wide long off when he retrieved the ball. He now retrieves his cap. At the end of the 52nd over, Lancashire 198 for 3 here on the BBC. Coming up to nearly up to half-3 as well on day 1 here in Blackpool.
Coughlin to continue from the north end. You got 2 slips, 1 gully, point, cover, mid off, mid on, deep square leg and a deep fine leg to Jennings. Oh, and that's a wild bumper down the leg side. You want to complain if that was given a wide, to be honest.
Well, Keaton Jennings is asking why was that not a wide, and the umpire at square leg said it was dipping as it was passing you. But yeah, that was a rather erratic delivery.
The bowls and complete opposite this time, really full, but again down the leg side, and Robinson gets half a finger on it, but he only just slows it down a little bit to go to the rope for 4. 200 up for Lancashire, 202 for 3.
Yeah, 4 byes. Keeper was at full stretch, couldn't get a glove on it though. Just probably a finger end. 52.2 overs. See what's happening elsewhere. There were loads of wickets, raining wickets this morning, but I think matches have settled down a bit now. Notts were in a right mess early doors, but they're still batting. They were 4 down. There was 6 down for about 50, but they're now 117 for 6.
Coughlin comes in, bowls, and Jennings punches that down the ground, lovely. It's another 4. Beautiful shot from Jennings. Takes him on 211, 206 for 3.
Nottinghamshire 117 for 6 against Hampshire, so Lyndon James has 40, Calvin Harrison 25. So there were 50 for 6 at one point. .30 in Northampton, England's women play Pakistan in a T20.
Coughlin bowls and Jennings leans forward, plays it into the offside for no run.
Warwickshire 188 for 6 against Essex in Chelmsford, so a decent partnership there. Michael Burgess with 54, Ed Barnard, the former Worcestershire player, with 56, so that's a recovery for them. They were 104 for 6.
Posted some big scores this year, haven't they, as well?
Yeah,
Warwickshire.
I saw them do it against Durham.
Coughlin in and just sways down the leg side, and Jennings runs through for a single.
James Rue has 51 and Tom Banton 59. They're batting for Somerset in Taunton against Kent. They're now 246 for 4. So the last wicket fell on 172, so decent partnership building there.
James Rue will be another one looking at the bit of an eye on the England Test squad. Could he sneak his way in this summer? Coughlin in bowls, just back of a length, and Bruce plays that into the onside for no run.
Surrey 201 for 8 against Worcestershire at the Oval. They were 189 for 8. I'm just looking to see how bad things got for Surrey earlier on. The 4 wickets. 163 for 5. Yeah, they had been 15 for 4, then 163 for 5. Ollie Pope digging them out of a spot of bother with 63. Dan Lawrence got 84.
I believe it's a bit of a green seamer down there.
Change of bowler here. Ben Rain's going to come back into the attack to replace Potts from the south end of the ground. Northants 168 for 4 against Derbyshire in Derby. Glamorgan 143 for 7 against Middlesex in Cardiff. Now, they were in a mess, Glamorgan. At one point earlier on, when I looked at their scorecard, they were 103 for 7. And the other game today, Sussex 150 all out at Hove, Yorkshire 15 for 1. As Rain comes in here to bowl to Jennings. Jennings is on 112, just defends this ball. It runs up to Potts at mid-on. The Sussex scorecard, let's see what happened there then. Top scorer was James Coles, coming in at number 6 with 38. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 players didn't even get double figures. Rain bowls. Jennings defends. It runs to point. Ben Code took 3 for 37. And George Hill 4 for 22. Here, Keaton Jennings is on 112 from 149 balls. He's hit 17 fours so far.
Yeah, he's played pretty beautifully for Lancashire, hasn't he? He's had that one chance which nicked through the cordon between Robinson and Barthwick, just wrong footing. Robinson, I don't think he expected the edge and went a little bit down leg side. Jennings just kind of looked straight on, expecting it to be caught. But except that, it's been a pretty peerless innings from Jennings. Playing some beautiful shots down the ground and pouncing on anything that's short.
Plays this out through to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket for 1. I think it was a game against Somerset, possibly early 2016, when Jennings got hundreds in both games. I think Scott Borthwick did it against Lancashire around about the same period as well.
Catching mid-off comes in, just sort of where Ben Rain will hit the crease just as he's about to bowl. So reminds me of a bit of a 2005 Ashes catching position.
Rain in, and Bruce plays it up to mid-on, no run there. Yeah, I think Scott Borthwick was the 4th Durham player to score 100 in both innings, 134 and 103 against Lancashire in 2016. I think the match before that, the home game before that, was I think Jennings did it in the opening round of matches against Somerset in 2016. Got centuries in both innings. Rain to Bruce. Oh, Bruce plays a bit of a false shot there, one-handed, and it rolls away up to mid-off. He's looking to try and play through the line, then try and push the ball off towards the leg side. wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to send an email. At Marty Cricket on Twitter. Are you on Twitter?
Certainly am. Callum Flynn 4.
Callum Flynn 4. 04 or just a 4?
But I'm going to have to check that actually.
Is that a reference to your
4.
Batting number or your average?
Just my England number, that. England shirt number, yeah.
Rain in. That's gone off down towards third man. for 1 run. Do you get any choice over numbers or not? Because
no, yeah, we just got them.
you 1 to 11, are you?
No, so you know, you have your own number, shirt number, and that just stays with you. I think there might have been some as well, the earlier players to represent the England PD cricket team. So obviously the skipper took number 1, but then the previous skipper, but then he retired. So no one's got the number 1 shirt. No, I'm a skipper and I wear number 4. Which I don't mind. It's my number now.
Somebody needs to get that nabbed.
We're going to see our first little bit of spin. I wondered when we'll
Parkinson.
see spinning. It'll be interesting to see how Tom Bruce goes here, because been getting after the ball, so be interesting to see how he plays Callum Parkinson.
Just a reminder, listeners, to Sports Extra will be leaving us at 5 to 4. And we'll be back with them just after 5 o'clock. Commentary, of course, continues uninterrupted on the BBC Sports website and the app. So just a mini break for them.
Parkinson bowls and Bruce chips it over the catching cover. Gets a couple in the offside.
Potts wasn't far off that at all. He was full stretch in the air, nearly got his left hand under that one.
I'd like to see Scott Borthwick just get a couple more men around the bat here, just to try and force Bruce Weather to, if you're going to go, really go. Try and force a mistake out of him. He's itching
that's
to
3
go.
shots he's put in the air now, isn't it, in the last 2 overs or so.
Parkinson comes in, bowls, and just a little bit too full. Bruce just pats it down the ground for no run. Could be a little entertaining passage of play here. Jennings tends to play spin really well. Gets down, sweeps, reverse sweeps, and the conventional sweep. Parkinson bowls. Bruce into the onside for no run. And I think Bruce, like you say, he's itching to get after it. He's a little bit stuck on the crease and a little bit hard-handed, playing at balls that not quite the half volley that you'd like to drive. Parkinson bowls on a lovely length, and Bruce prods forward and resists the urge and plays that down for no run.
Hard-handed or stiff-wristed? Or a bit of both?
Well, yeah. Predominantly a one-day player, I believe. Parkinson bowls, and
I thought that was coming our way for a second there. I was ready to duck.
Bruce winds up,
yes.
But there's a little bit over pitch, couldn't really get under that, so he held back and pushed it off for no run.
Yeah, he's played 17 T20 internationals for New Zealand.
Parkinson bowls again. Bruce tempted. I like that from Parkinson and Scott Borthwick. I'd like to see another catcher in there, but it's a good start from Parkinson. 2 off the first over. Lancashire 2-1-1 for 3. Yeah, I feel like it's a passage of play where Durham could just probably put the foot down a little bit and put the pressure on Bruce. He's going to want to stick around with Jennings. He knows Lancashire's middle order have had some fragile collapses in the past few games, so there'll be a lot of internal and external pressure on this middle order, but I think Durham could just squeeze a little bit more and say to Bruce, you know what, if you want to go over the top, you do it, but there's a lot of pressure on you to do that.
In comes Rain, turned away by Jennings through square leg for 1. $211 for 3. 55 overs gone here on the BBC. So that first Parkinson over, first ball went for 2, and then every delivery after that was a dot. Rain none for 37. This is his 16th over. Did get Bohannon in the box earlier. Felled him. Bruce on strike. Plays the ball to Potts it mid-on.
Yeah, good from Borthwick. He's got another catching cover in there, hasn't he? A straight one, and He's got Alex Lees at the sort of catching mid-off. And is it Bedingham next to him? Might be wrong there. Just sort of 2 yards to Alex Lees' left. Forcing Bruce to go hard if you want to beat them 2 men.
This is defended by Bruce. How old are you now then, Callum?
What was that, sorry?
How old are you now?
29 now.
You still playing, or?
Yeah, so we've got...
Have you had a game yet this season, or not?
Yeah, so we started last week, sadly got beat. We've had 2 England fixtures as well against Leicestershire Academy.
There's been a few cancelled, hasn't there, already?
Yeah, the season got pushed back 2 weeks, and then we also got abandoned the 3rd game as well. So it's been pretty dull down this way, sadly. The ground's just...
Well, everywhere has, isn't it?
Ground is still so soft.
Water tables at the high.
Yeah.
Guarantee there'll be a hose pipe ban in about a month, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got an England fixture this Sunday against Yorkshire Academy down at Wheatwood.
Oh yeah, it's nice. That's just on the outskirts of Headingley on the Ring Road.
Like a sports campus, I believe.
Yeah, it's a nice place. A nice hotel there as well.
So yeah, looking forward to that, meeting up with the England boys.
Next ball bowled to Bruce is played up to mid-on. Last time I was there was covered a Durham one-day game a couple of years ago, and they had a game to go in the one-day cup, but they weren't going to go out, so I booked a last-minute flight from Leeds Bradford Airport, drove from Edgbaston at the end of a one-day game, got up to Wheatwood Hall just in time to grab a quick bite to eat. And I was only in the hotel room about 4 hours before I was up to get an early morning flight to Menorca. Lots of pilots and cabin crews use the hotel because it's just down the road from Leeds Bradford Airport. About a 10-minute drive. Rain to Bruce. That spits on him a little bit, and he manages to get on top of it and pushes on the offside. End of the over. Just the 1 run from it. 212 for 3 here on the BBC. What's your who do you play club cricket with?
So I play Denton West at the moment in the Greater Manchester Premier League. So probably about an hour and 20 minutes from here. So yeah, pretty good standard locally, but there's some excellent leagues in Lancashire. You've got the Lancashire League that play on Sundays. Well, the Cheshire League. You've got the Liverpool comp where a lot of Lancashire lads will play.
I went to see a couple of years ago after Durham had played at Old Trafford in a T20 and had a day's spare before I had to go down to Trent Bridge, so I went to stay with some friends in Rammy, and we went and watched Ramsbottom against Todmorden in the Lancashire League. That was quite a good afternoon.
Yeah, it's really it's one of them historical leagues, the Lancashire League. Like you say, they play on Sundays, play the odd game on a Saturday if they've got double headers, but yeah, every league game's on a Sunday. You get some brilliant brilliant pros in that Lancashire League as well. In comes Parkinson round the wicket to Jennings. Straight away, Jennings using his feet, trying to punch him down the ground. Stokes does the fielding, no run.
It was a Saturday when we were there, with Harry Pearson, the writer. He's written a book about a lot of the overseas pros who came and featured in the Lancashire League.
In comes Parkinson. Jennings down the wicket and tucks that into the leg side and gets a single.
He wrote a book a few years ago called Slipless in Settle, and it was basically a trawl of northern cricket grounds, so northeast, northwest Yorkshire. Had to be visitable by train or bus, basically. That was an interesting read.
Yeah, there's some... In comes Parkinson. Balls, full toss, and Bruce punches that down the ground. Parkinson does the fielding off his own ball and nearly clips the stumps, but
that's stinging.
Scamper through for a single.
He got too much of his hand on that there, didn't he? Deflected it past the stumps.
Well, them fingertips that you kind of try and take your hand away, but you just catch the end of it. Parkinson bowls and Jennings prods forward into the offside for no run. Slipping a catching straight mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, cover, deep backward point, short fine leg. There's Jennings down the track. Oh, and he finds the fielder. Parkinson gets the big wicket. Brilliant catch from Borthwick, just tracking back a little bit, but just a little bit too full, and Jennings just couldn't quite get the elevation that he wanted, but Parkinson started well, 1 for 4 off his 1.5, and Jennings goes for 115. 2-1-4 for 4, Lancashire.
He slowed a great deal, Jennings, didn't he? When he lost Bo Hannon, basically put the brakes on in the late 80s. It took quite a long time for him to get into through the 90s and up to 100, and then he's just driven that. And he's played it straight to Scott Borthwick, who was at mid-on. Borthwick jumping into the air to take the catch, but he didn't have to do too much. And Jennings departs, 214 for 4. And the wicket that Durham were desperately looking for there. The partnership comes to an end with him and Bruce at 33. And we've had 56.5 overs. Paul Allett back. Time is it? No, 13 minutes to 4. So.
Is that relevant?
No, well, it's because it will be when it's 4 o'clock, because I need to be on another radio station.
Oh, crikey. So, yeah, well.
It'll be relevant then.
All stations northeast, is it, Martin?
Well, Radio
Newcastle.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So your former manor, wasn't it? Was it Gateshead Fell that you played 4 years ago?
Oh my God, Gateshead Fell. Yeah, I played for Gateshead Fell. I think for 4 games when I was at Durham Uni.
Yeah.
And never took a wicket.
Did you not?
No.
My dad remembered playing for you when he was playing for Whitburn. He was a wicket-keeper batsman. So remember that had been early 80s, mid 80s?
No, mid 70s.
Mid 70s, was it?
Mm.
Wow.
Yeah, mid 70s. Good times though. I loved it up there. Had a ball. We had a great time at uni. Playing on the race course and.
Yeah, nice setting, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Durham are sticking at this quite well. 2-1-4 for 4. Prize wicket for Callum Parkinson there, getting rid of Keaton Jennings, who was suitably unimpressed with himself.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a couple of senior batsmen giving their wickets away now. Bohannon and Jennings, even though he scored 100, he'll still be disappointed. Another of Lancashire's younger end at the crease now, George Balderson. On strike to Callum Parkinson, slipping a short leg in place as Parkinson comes into bowl. Just pushed out into the leg side by George Balderson. That's the end of the over, 2-1-4 for 4. Bruce is 11 and Balderson just to the crease, faced just 1 ball.
So he's another youngster, Balderson. He's 23.
Well, yeah, he's been around a bit longer than the likes of Bell and Hurst. But there's four very promising young cricketers in this Lancashire lineup today. Tom Aspinwall, who will bowl with a bit of skiddy pace, I think, and bat. He's an all-rounder. Coming for Tom Bailey. He's just 19, might be nudging 20.
Rain bowls to Bruce. That's gone to mid-wicket, no run there.
So Lancashire, having been put into bat, weathered the storm, now just have to consolidate a little at 2-1-4 for 4. The way they've been batting in previous matches, the 300 all out is looming, and they really should be looking at a total of 400.
Rain to Bruce. Bruce pushes the ball out in towards the covers, no run.
So the experience of Bruce, who's signed as overseas player from New Zealand, plays for Central Districts out there, just had a rocky start to his tenure at Lancashire and just looked to be coming into some form with runs at Trent Bridge in the last game.
Got a silly mid-off in now, and it's gone to silly mid-off to David Beddingham. He gives the ball a bit of a rub on his left hamstring. Listeners to Sports Extra, a reminder, we'll be leaving you at 5 to 4, but we'll be back just after 5. Wherever you go, I'm sure it's going to be scintillating. Otherwise, listen to us uninterrupted via the BBC Sports website and app, but you will be back with us on beautiful DAB pretty quickly. That's a leave from Bruce. It's gone through to the keeper.
Bruce just withdrawing the bat from that. Not quite sure where we're going at 5 o'clock or 4 or 5 to 4, but we're going.
It's either my maths or his writing. I'll read that again for the 3rd time and get it right this time. Here's Rain, comes in and bowls. This is played off to mid-wicket. Basically, you're going in 5 to 4 and you're gone for an hour. You'll be back just after 5. So you're an hour and 5 minutes. Formula 1. Where's the Formula 1 this week? Is it Canada? It's normally Canada this time of year, is it? Is it Canada? Italy?
That's close, isn't it?
That's close.
Yeah.
Well, it was around about this time of year. I was in Italy on holiday watching the Formula 1 in Canada, so that's why I mixed the two up. Canada can't be far away then if we're into May. Rain to Bruce, playing out towards the covers. Dot ball, end of the over, is it? Yes.
Yeah.
I have to say, Formula 1's not my cup of tea, but my daughter's started watching it. Is it Imola where they? Is it Imola where they?
Well,
in Italy?
Yeah, they've got two. It's not
San
mine
Marino,
either.
isn't it?
It's not mine either. But I was looking this morning,
Right.
and I thought it was not Imola. But we'll check that, or I'll check it whilst I witter on for a minute or two. And we'll find out where the Formula 1 is.
Yeah, it'll be on the BBC website, won't it? The reason I say Imola is because the Giro d'Italia's on, and they were showing you some footage from 2 years ago when a stage finished of the cycle race finished in Imola. As Parkinson starts at you over here, that's gone to short leg, no run.
It's all about Lando Norris because he won last week, didn't he?
Yeah.
And as they all do, he lives in Monaco. But this...
Parkinson again, this has gone to mid-wicket, no run. It's not telling you. What, are you on the BBC website?
No, I'm on one of the broadsheets.
All right.
It was just a piece I was... at Emilia Romagna Grand Prix.
Right.
Which is Sunday afternoon, so they must be... What are they doing at the moment? Pumping the tyres up and making sure the batteries are charged.
Yeah. Ball's gone off down towards fine leg for 2. That'd be qualifying laps, leg by signals. Is it qualifying? Or?
Yeah, it'll be. Yeah,
and then not my thing.
There's a speed jobby trial or something as well, isn't there?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad it was left for me and you to talk about
it.
Yeah,
we'll
right on the ball there.
We'll have enlightened the listeners and viewers, won't we? That's fantastic. They'll be all rushing off.
There'll be people screeching at the radio now. Do you not know anything about Formula 1? Not really.
Which is why we're sitting in Blackpool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to the Grand Prix at Silverstone years ago, and it's just noisy.
Noise. You can't hear yourself think, can you? I went to Monaco once. That's another one. Not only is it noisy, it's very expensive.
Yeah.
There's lots of tinkering with the field here as Callum Parkinson.
They're bringing a helmet on. Bit of a delay as this extra helmet comes on. Thrown to Potts.
Yeah.
By Bryden Carse, who's doing 12th man duties. Potts puts the helmet on and is going to go and join a melee of players around the bat. Where's he going? Leg slip?
He's going to leg slip, yeah. There's a slip, leg slip, short leg.
Yeah. Short legs Clark. Parkinson wants another fielder in.
It's taking an age, is this?
It is.
So he's got...
Switching Beddingham over, he wants him at a short mid-wicket. He's now telling Coughlin to drop out to a deeper mid-wicket. Ackerman's at first slip, Potts at leg slip, Clark at short leg, Parkinson left arm over, and Alderson plays that down towards point, probably the only place where there wasn't anybody.
Well, he's just moved on from there. It's telling me this field, it's telling me that he's getting a little bit of spin. Because effectively he's only got 2 on the offside. Changes now for Bruce, who's on strike, who's a right-hander, of course, and there's a bit more sway to the leg side with a deep square leg, a mid-wicket, shortish and a mid-on. So still a 6-3 field. Slip and a short extra catching. It's spinning.
Yeah, beats the outside edge of the bat there. I just clicked on the BBC Sport website, 2 stories side by side there. You mentioned one of them this morning, but Scotty Scheffler charged with police officer assault before he arrived at the course today.
Yes.
Next ball squirts away along the floor to backward point, and now he's teed off.
He tried to evade a police roadblock because there was a crash outside the course.
It is alleged.
Apparently.
Yeah.
And the policeman didn't like it.
Yeah.
So they put him in handcuffs and carted him off.
Wow.
Which resulted in well, not that, but possibly because there was an accident. There was a delay to the start, wasn't there? They were supposed to tee off at 7 and they teed off at 8:35, something like that.
Right. What's going on now? He was just about to bowl another ball there, and then I think the umpire suddenly realised it was the end of the over.
It's taking so long, the umpire's lost count of how many balls have been bowled.
Right.
There's now 3 helmets on the field as well, being...
That's 15 runs.
Yeah. Positioned behind Robinson.
He's been charged with assaulting a police officer outside Valhalla Golf Club hours before his 2nd round at the US PGA Championship. He was released just in time to take to the course on Friday for his tee-off at 10:08 AM. They've processed that quickly then, haven't they? Down the yard, fingerprints, photograph, back the tee off.
Yeah, do you know who I am? I've got an important engagement today. He seems the most inoffensive of individuals, Scotty Scheffler. Clean living lad, just had his first baby. Can't be getting into a fight with a policeman, surely.
Ben Rain starts a new over here from the south end of the ground, running up the hill, bowling to Balderson. It's a dot ball, it's gone off on the leg side. I'm going to have to do a runner here, we're nearly at 4 o'clock.
Oh, well, good luck. And tell them all about the Formula One, just in the preamble. So Ben Rain trying to keep the pressure on for Durham. George Balderson on strike, 3 slips waiting. Oh, and it's gloved. But just short of the keeper. That really has bounced from nowhere. It's a good delivery from Ben Rain and startled Balderson as much as it has the keeper and slip. Just short of Robinson, and Borthwick couldn't get there either at first slip. I don't think it's gone through the top, but it's spat at Balderson. Rain to carry on past the umpire, full of length and just push to mid-on. Durham would love another wicket before tea, which isn't long. Scott's here now.
No. High ball.
Oh, yeah. How many overs to tea?
4 after this one.
4 after this. Sorry, I've got to sort of apologise. Oh, Rain's in again. I'll apologise now. It's just pushed into the leg side. A bit throaty, coffee, and losing my voice desperately. Anyway.
Sounds a bit,
gravelly.
Barry White type.
Oh my word.
Yeah. Sings a song.
Not my forte.
Does not surprise me.
No.
Yeah. Well, you're battling on.
Yeah. Might have to take an early bath, but you never know.
That's defended by Balderson away to the offside.
We've just done a bit of Formula One and a bit of golf, but it couldn't be called informative.
Right.
It's probably left the listener and viewer in more doubt than when we started.
Right.
So we'll not go there.
No. Give that a swerve.
Is Borswick loosening up?
Looks that way.
Leg spin before tee.
Twirling his arms around at first slip. Around the wicket. Rain to Balderson. That's defended into the onside. And he's chalked up another maiden. He's had a few of them today, Ben Rain. That's his 7th. 18 overs, 7 maidens for 37. Balderson and Bruce together now for Lancashire. 217 for 4.
Yeah, he's been unlucky not to get a wicket either, Ben Rain. Could have got one in that over with Balderson just gloving it. Short of keeper and slip. But very accurate, nagging away. It's the right sort of bowling for this sort of wicket on this sort of day.
It's Callum Parkinson. That's a bit short, and that's carved away off the back foot by Bruce. And 4 runs for Bruce.
Yeah, that was a hit me ball, wasn't it, from Callum Parkinson? He's seen the ball spin a little, just dragged that one down. Short and wide of off stump, Bruce. Taking his time, getting on the back foot, hitting it comfortably through extra for 4. Very meticulous in his field placing, Callum Parkinson. Got a slip and a short extra at the moment.
Forward goes Bruce this time and defends. And that's no run, 221 for 4. Got runs last week at Trent Bridge, Tom Bruce.
Needed them too, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Parkinson around the wicket. And Bruce plays it back down the pitch. 73 in the first innings against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge.
Got out just before the close of play, didn't he?
Yep. Clipped up towards mid-on. Where Ben Stokes fields, and there's no run. 221 for 4, Bruce 15, Balderson on 1. It's Callum Parkinson. To Bruce, pushed away to the offside. And again, there's no run. Slip in place is a short cover, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Forward to defend. It's Tom Bruce, gathered by Callum Parkinson. And the only runs coming off that over was that delivery that Parkinson just dragged a bit short and was hammered away for 4 by Bruce. So 221 for 4. Balderson and Bruce trying to get Lancashire to T4 down. Almost half the runs coming from the Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings,
who was furious with himself when he got out.
He was.
Just looked at it again. Head arch back, punched the bat, kicked the turf. I was just saying before you came on, this is where a danger time for Lancashire, because things look good and they should be going on to having 400 in their sights, I would have thought, but the way things have gone previously, could be all out 300.
It's Colin Ackerman into the attack. Oh, it's a full toss which Balderson sends high out towards the leg side. Doesn't reach the rope, it kind of plugs almost as it lands into the turf, and Balderson comes back for 2. He moves on to 3.
What's
Sure what Ben Stokes has done
I think he's thrown it sideways.
Yeah, right.
Scratching his head in disbelief.
Two, 3 for 4. Balls again, Ackerman, defended by Balderson, just turned away to the leg side, no run. I There's a bit of a slightly bemused look on Ben Stokes' face then. What he did there. Flatter and quicker from Ackerman forward because Balderson in defence, no run. So we're edging towards the tea break. 2-3 for 4. It's gone through to the keeper as
bit of spin.
Plays forward. Yeah.
And bounce. Somebody called Nathan Lyon in Lancashire's lineup.
Okay, off the front foot and defends. No run.
Which again is why it's so important for Lancashire to score runs in this first innings so that they can put pressure on Durham.
It's driven by Balderson through the offside for a single. Score moves on to 224 for 4 now. And that is the end of the over. Well, as you say, they got themselves into a good position, Lancashire. They're sitting pretty, weren't they, at 215 for 3. 180 for 2. They've been in good positions here. Not want that to see this kind of fizzle away. Good first innings score on the board, which is something that I've struggled with this season. Been a much better day though for Lancashire so far. A bit of a frustrating one for Durham, who won the toss and put Lancashire in. It's Callum Parkinson to Balderson. Run away behind square on the leg side for a single.
Plenty of all-rounders in Lancashire's lineup, aren't there? Balderson obviously has been the pick of the bowlers so far this year, but he's batting at number 6 today. George Bell, I mean, he batted 4, but he's a keeper as well, so you could call him an all-rounder. Matty Hurst, obviously, maiden 100 last week, but keeper as well.
Parkinson around the wicket, balls off the back foot, punched away by Bruce, no run.
And then Tom Aspinwall, who will come in presumably after Matty Hurst, another all-rounder. So young guys with strings to their bow, but it's batting that occupies their time now.
Got himself into a slightly awkward-looking position.
We couldn't decide whether to cut it, pull it, or whatever.
Didn't either in the end. Parkinson in forward. Goes Bruce and defends. Ball ricochets away into the leg side.
Yeah, just a bit.
It's Parkinson from around the wicket. Bowls again. And that's eased away down the ground for a single by Bruce. Gathered by Ben Stokes at mid-on. No run, 225 for 4. Parkinson to Bruce. It's punched to mid-off. Scott Borthwick fields. End of the over, just a single coming off it. 1 over left until the tea break. 225 for 4. Probably a decent time to the tea break too for Lancashire. They've managed to kind of wrestle themselves back into the session, I think, Durham, haven't they, really?
Yeah, they have. But no question that they've done that. With a little bit of help from Lancashire, Bohannon and Jennings help giving Durham a hand. And Lancashire just making it a little bit more difficult for themselves than perhaps they deserve after the way.
Time score, Lancashire 104 for 1 at lunch. Ackerman in to Balderson. Defends, no run, so 104 for 1 at lunch is 225 for 4 as it stands now with 4 balls left before tea. Left alone by Balderson.
Quickest ball of the day, that. Ackerman just slinging that down, actually. Robinson with his hands on his head, thinking that was mighty close to off stump. Another attacking fielder as we edge up to tee. Second slip going in. Cover coming up from the boundary into the circle.
Here's Ackerman to Balderson. That's driven to mid-off. They decide against it. They, for a second, think about trying to sneak an extra run in before the tea break, but Borthwick's quickly onto mid-off, the Durham captain. Here's Ackerman to Balderson. Oh, it's a big appeal for an LBW there. Well, it kind of started and it fizzled out. It was a bit of momentum to the appeal, and it soon fizzled out.
It's got to turn a bit, bowling it wide with a slingy action. It's got to pitch in line, and straighten and hold its line and hit the stumps, and I don't think it was going to do that.
Final ball of the afternoon. That's turned away off the back foot out towards the leg side, and that will be tea. And well, Lancashire have more than doubled their score from lunch. There were 104 for 1 at lunch, and they get to tea on 2-2-5 for 4. So runs score, but wickets lost in the afternoon session.
Yeah, Bruce on 15, Balderson on 5. It's a fledgling partnership, and one that Lancashire will need to prosper through the evening session if they're to capitalise on what's been a decent day for them so far. Very good morning session for Lancashire, having been put in to get to lunch with only losing 1 wicket. Durham have pegged away. They bowled better this afternoon than they did this morning, I think. In bright sunshine this afternoon, conditions have been good for cricket. Parkinson picking up the wicket of Keaton Jennings. Jennings and Bohannon, the 2 key wickets in the afternoon, both really gifted to Durham. And Lancashire go into tea in hope and expectation of pushing on past 300 in the evening. They're 2-2-5 for 4.
Cheers, Paul. We'll take a break. Catch you in about 20 minutes.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played what a moment. He don't play.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's pair brother.
Fine chance to run, get the winning hit, on come the crowd. It's a really wonderful game of cricket.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Really important really to not be afraid to take those opportunities and go as far as you can with those opportunities. And I think what for us is really important is that we get to do that for Lancashire cricket. And the beauty of what Lancashire cricket do is they understand the importance of cricket in India, and they understand the importance of that cricket fan that doesn't just live in India but is Indian. What's important for us as Badger and Coombs is to support that for Lancs cricket as well. And I think what we're very proud of is that we don't just press buttons, we don't just put up cameras, we understand the technical, digital, creative opportunities that we can use with that kit to heighten the brand for Lancashire cricket in India. But because we've got such a good team in Mr. Singh and his lads, it's been an absolute breeze for us, and sharing that culture with them here and that experience here in Bangalore with them has been brilliant.
We've been very tired, and we've all worked really hard to get the best out of what we've been trying to work on here. The opportunity that's come with this project, it has honestly been such a great experience and opportunity to be able to work on and engineer a production like this to this scale and this calibre. It's crazy to think that it's something that I've done.
Everyone's been great, everyone's smiley, even at an unearthly hour that we all get here, and especially the Badger and Coombs team who do far more than I do. I just wander in here and chat about the cricket. Everybody behind the scenes is putting in the work and the skill to get this broadcast to what it is. So yeah, as ever, there's lots of smiley faces behind the scenes, which makes it a pleasure to come in and work.
This is a big deal for Badgers because it's a huge scale production.
A lot of work has gone in over the last couple of weeks working with Colin and the team at Badger and Coombs. And so yeah, there's been quite a lot of hard days, sleepless nights trying to get everything sorted.
And this is quite pioneering from the production company Badger and Coombs, and they are a very, very professional outfit. Take it from me, I've worked with all of them.
Over in Bangalore, there's been 5 days of games. We've had a double-header T20, a 50-over women's match and a 3-day men's game.
Pre-season tours have traditionally been very difficult for fans to access. But now, by being able to see the matches live, the fans are brought ever closer to what their players are doing in the run-up to the domestic summer.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Lancs TV.
It was a challenge to doing a live stream 5,000 plus miles away from Emirates Old Trafford. To save on costs and to save on logistics and things like that, we opted for getting in touch with a local production company who have all the kit, and then myself and Katie, we flew out our remote production kit. We thought, let's try and get all this into one Pelly case, and kind of pack it up in such a way that the whole of the remote production fits inside that pelly case.
Using the Stream Hub's talkback system, me and Colin would be engineering things on both ends.
Is your if you could take a look at RX2 for us, mate, and just double check the sims?
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're talking about.
I never would have expected to be out in Bangalore, India, on tour with Lancashire Cricket. If you'd have told me that years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. I never would have thought that Lancashire would fly me out here to direct for them. That's just an incredible experience to have. I feel very privileged that myself and the company have got that relationship with Lancashire Cricket, where they have that trust in us and we have that trust in them. Typically in industry, it takes a lot of years to kind of work your way up, so the opportunities I've had at Badger and Coombs to try different roles and learn on the job and progress up through the different stages has been phenomenal, and yeah, it's amazing.
It's a great opportunity to be able to broadcast our pre-season tour games live from Emirates Old Trafford, but also live from Bangalore. It's just a great opportunity for us to grow the Lancashire cricket brand, both in India, in England and across the world, and we're just trying to grow the love of the game and grow the Red Rose brand as much as we can.
I think the sky's the limit. I think you guys are so innovative and what you come up with, and we're happy to play along, and it gives us a great insight to what you do and how that stuff works.
Oh, great effort, Asp! Get in! Finish off!
Everybody's bought into this different way of consuming the content.
No task has been too great. We've challenged us as well and try and make us push on and be the best we can be. You're always coming up with ideas, like today, the example with George Bell. We got him mic'd up, and the first over, they go out there, we take a wicket, and Belly gives us the commentary.
George, what are you in these pre-season games? Is it just about trying to find a little bit of rhythm when you're a bowler with a batter? Just get back into the groove of it all?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely a part of that. Obviously, you want to get back into the swing of things, and you want to find your way back into the season, basically. But also, there is a big focus on wanting to still play the game, win the game. That's an insight that not many cricket fans get. You don't see that on many streams. So I think with sort of your brain power and your creative thinking and our cricket knowledge, we've made a really good team together. I think what we've tried to do is sort of show the nuances of the game in a different way and bring it to the audience, bring what's happening out on the pitch to the audience, get the players more involved and just innovate as much as we can. And I think the Badger and Coombs Lancashire Cricket collaboration has really gone a long way to that. And for the county game and the game in general, that can only be a good thing if everyone is singing off the same hymn sheet.
The director is most important because she is looking at all these cameras, and out in Bengaluru there will be maybe 6 or 8 cameras.
This is where I sit during a match, up on the balcony just outside the changing rooms as well, here in Bangalore. If you come with me quickly, I'll show you where our camera positions are. We're working with a team from India who are looking after the camera work and things like that. We've got Katie directing downstairs, which we'll go and take a little walk down there now. But as you can see, great camera locations, great views. If you'd like to follow me down the stairs. So look, let me introduce you to all the guys from our Indian Badger team who are amazing. And this is where Katie is. Again, we've got returns coming down from the UK. And where we spoke to you before, we've got our 2 Air 320s, the returns, so coming through the internet here, and then Katie has her talkback.
Liv and Frankie sort this sort of things out. She's just having a cup of coffee, so she'll be on next. So going back over here, I've no idea what that lad does. What's he doing here? Taking pictures? He's taking some good lad, that's the way. So let's get back to the engineers. See, I've always wanted, it's dangerous to let me loose in anything like this. Look at all these here. Come down here, Arthur. Look at all these. I wonder what these do. They don't seem to be bothering them, do they? I'll tell you what will bother them. I'll take this plug out.
So I've just nipped out to the hotel garden actually, just to take a couple of minutes to explain a little bit about why Badger and Coombs are here in India with Lancashire Cricket and the importance of what we do as a company. We're not just a TV production company, we're not just pointing cameras and all that kind of thing. We're actually more of a digital creative consultancy as well. We're quite lucky in the vast range of skill sets that we have at Badger & Coombs, and what that does is it gives us the ability to advise clients about digital growth strategies, especially when it comes to engaging brands and brands engaging audiences. We get to have conversations about, let's put a microphone on a player and bring a fan in from home on the other side of the world to talk to that player, or this is how we can look at creating user-generated content and bringing the audience into the broadcasts, and how can we get the audience to feel like they have control over the narrative of a broadcast, for example. What that does is it engages that audience member in a way that they feel connected better to the brand. We're really fortunate at Badger & Coombs to have Lancashire Cricket as a client. They're fantastic, and they're really invested in our success just as much as we're invested in theirs, and they believe in what we believe in, and they believe that we can bring that great hard-working talent to the Emirates Old Trafford cricket brand. And just recently, and very recently, Lancs TV has launched a 24-hour 7-day-a-week television channel in India on the Geo platform, so it's us that have been able to help them facilitate that. That's a massive step for a cricket club in the UK to do that, and Badger & Coombs are incredibly proud to be behind that, and to give the confidence for the chief executive and the team at Lancashire Cricket the confidence to take that step. So we've done that because we've constantly advised them on the technology and the things that we can do. They've seen it firsthand, that we don't just point cameras, we don't just hit buttons, we do a lot more than that, and we are continuing to do that. So yeah, if you're interested, you should get in touch with us at Badger & Coombs.
I think for the overall outcome of the project, I think everyone's been really happy with it, and I think we're all very proud, honestly.
Take people for what they are. You obviously you welcome everyone in, and then if they're just as welcoming, I think a good development in a relationship, you get a nice bond, and I think that's exactly what we have got. All your guys are brilliant to work with, you're not in the way at all or anything like that. It's just a brilliant relationship that's kept growing and growing, and we're happy to have you all around, and hopefully vice versa.
And they're all young and they're all ambitious and they do it right. And I'm an old stager now, but it brings the youth out in me when I'm around all these young people, watching what they do technically. And I, for one, I can tell you, it's mind-boggling.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Welcome back to Blackpool for the final session of day one here between Lancashire and Durham in the County Championship. Durham putting Lancashire in this morning. They will be resuming any moment now on 225 for 4. 64 overs gone. And Tom Bruce has 15. George Balderson has 5. 3 wickets falling in the afternoon session. Josh Bohannon pulling a ball from Ben Stokes out to Callum Parkinson on the leg side boundary. He was caught for 39. That ended a partnership of 76 with Keaton Jennings. George Bell was then in and out for 8. Called behind off Paul Coughlin before Jennings drove a ball from Callum Parkinson to Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, and he took a catch leaping up into the air at mid-on to dismiss Jennings for 115 against his former team. So Jennings now has 13 first-class centuries for Lancashire. He had 13 first-class centuries for Durham. So Bruce was a little bit fortuitous in the early part of his innings, played a few false shots, 3 of them went in the air in the first 2 or 3 overs. And there's nothing fortuitous about that first shot though. That is pulled away for 4 from a long hop from Parkinson up to the steps of the pavilion. Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. We've also got Kevin Howells from Her Majesty's 5 Live alongside us.
And why wouldn't Radio Newcastle also be Her Majesty's? Or His Majesty's, gosh.
Oh, yes.
You said Her Majesty.
I did. It's just habit, isn't it?
Yeah. Of a certain age.
Yeah. Ball cut by Bruce towards point. Picked up in the deep by Rain, 1 run. So, pleasant afternoon.
Pleasant afternoon. I think it's been a really... there is a tendency maybe to get a little bit caught up in the Stokes thing and all that sort of stuff. But just as a couple of sessions of cricket, it's been really entertaining, hasn't it? Enthralling, you know, to get to a score like this first day, terrific stuff, I think.
Yeah, there was somebody asking if Durham's bowling was weaker this year, or was it the tracks? And I thought, well, the game's not run away from them.
No.
Parkinson bowling here to Balderson. That's gone out through the covers for 1. Lees picks it up. You've got to give credit to the batsmen. They batted well. Haven't been put in. Murky conditions this morning. There's quite a bit of drizzle in the air.
Yeah. To
the point where we weren't 100% sure they were going to start on time.
No.
And in the conditions, it seemed like a decent toss to win and have a ball, didn't it?
Yeah, and conditions did sort of seem to favour the bowlers. Maybe they'll think they're a bit aggrieved, but...
This is cut to point. A bit of a misfield there from Clark, but he retrieves it at the second attempt.
Sorry, Martin.
Bruce on strike, I was going to say.
Couple of chances. One that went between slip and then the keeper. There was a very difficult chance just down on the boundary.
Ackerman at full stretch, yeah. Oh, that was the Parkinson one, wasn't it? This is driven upfield. Yeah, Parkinson was diving like Superman through the air.
Oh God, I mean, that would have gone everywhere had he have taken it. I mean, he would have gone everywhere as well. Because it does sound like, from what I'm seeing, he's
that was a Wells flick off a Coghlan delivery. This is defended and rolls out on the offside, and he just pulled it off towards long leg, and it was flying. And Parkinson raced along the boundary, leapt into the air, managed to get a hand on it, but it went for 6. There was an Ackerman effort as well. He couldn't quite hold on to one.
So yeah, they may feel they could have bowled a little bit better, but I'm with you. Actually, I think I'm going to give a lot of credit for
Bohannon, wasn't it, when he was before? Wasn't 4 before he was out, actually, Bohannon, but he clipped the ball from Coghlan to the slips, but Ackerman couldn't hold on to a tough chance at second slip. He was at full stretch as well.
So 6 coming off that first over after tea. 231 for 4. Bruce Balderson. Sounds a good name, actually. Bruce Balderson. Bruce and Balderson. Balderson's on 6.
Bruce Balderson, KC.
Yeah.
Do you think he's a criminal lawyer, or what do you reckon he is?
I'd go criminal lawyer.
Yeah.
Certainly BBC 2, 9 o'clock. Round the wicket, Potts. It gets a leading edge there. Flies out. He was looking for that on the onside. Flies out through the gully area. Very close there to Alex Lees. They'll go through for 2 runs. Oh, he didn't know where that had gone.
Looked like he took his eye right off the ball there, didn't he?
But it's 2 runs. And it's 233 for 4. But as you were saying, it's with the sun out now. Back to the weather side of things. With the sun out now, it's glorious, and just popped into the pavilion just briefly there around tea time as well. What a lovely modern pavilion that is from the inside, and it has a real traditional look and feel about it from the outside. Round the wicket comes Potts. Goes forward and very nearly gets an edge to that through to the keeper. He's still got a couple of slips in. He's there at gully, a backward point.
It's got a bit of a mock Tudor look to it, hasn't it, on the outside?
But I like the look of it. I mean, lots of great, especially on an afternoon like this afternoon, for sitting out and having a bit of a drink and watch the game. I mean, it's just a lovely decked area, isn't it? Away there to our right-hand side, and to the right, clearly, obviously, the pavilion as well. So, nice spot here at Stanley Park, Blackpool. 3rd session of the opening day as Potts bowls up onto his toes, Balderson into the offside, and no run.
Those decking areas are important additions at cricket grounds these days, particularly when they became big beer gardens during lockdown. My local club tonight, all the parents will be there after work watching the kids doing All-Stars, and then it's the T20 match afterwards.
Friday night, busy night. A lot of clubs, Marty, up and down the, which is brilliant to see. There's a lot of clubs doing really well with that on a Friday night. Potts turns in past umpire Bailey, and that one is allowed to go high over the off stump and through to the keeper Robinson. So again, no run. But that's just been terrific. I've noticed that over the last couple of years, and I don't want to be controversial, having only been on for a couple of minutes, because I've no evidence to back this up.
Are you going early, Kev?
I'm going early just to say that I'm just wondering whether you can tie that in a little bit with the 100, because as you say, there are loads and loads of families.
No, I think the All-Stars has been around longer than the 100.
Well, it has, but I'm not sure in such big numbers. This one is low and turned away square on the onside for a single, but I don't want to get involved.
Well, probably not in the northeast, because there isn't a 100 team in the northeast.
No, but it's on the telly. 234 for 4, Bruce on 20, Balderson on 9. Let's move on. But for whatever reason, there is a great atmosphere around lots and many clubs on a Friday night, and if around about this time families are on their way of thinking of just setting off for their evening there, hope you have a good night, especially if the weather's anything like it is here now.
Well, when I got here last night, it was about 9:30. I went to have a look at the beach across the road from the hotel, and I was just telling the kids, I'm looking down towards Hoy Lake. You could see Hoy Lake lit up in the distance, and of course they all know Hoy Lake because of saving lives at sea.
And the next ball of this over is worked away through Lakeside, square by Bruce. Come back for 2. They'll have to be quick coming back for that second, and they are. They get there successfully. Great programme. Love that programme. Back to the cricket and the score, though. Score now 236 for 4. Bruce 22, Balderson 9. That programme was put together splendidly. Really good programme, that. Love it. 5 runs from that Potts over, giving him 1 for 58.
My point was going to be, you suggesting that the 100 may have had an impact on young viewers on TV. It's helped like my girls with their geography, saving lives at sea.
Correct.
Of course, we just live around the corner from a lifeboat station in Sunderland. Thing is, here the tide goes out for miles. I couldn't see the sea last night.
So, I mean, I was in Blackpool last night, and that was interesting. But I've been to Lytham St Anne's as well. It's slightly different down there, but still a lovely.
Mind you, I was surprised by some of the things I saw last night.
Right.
Here's Parkinson left arm over from our end of the ground. That one's just played into the floor by Balderson, who's on 9. Yeah, there was one karaoke bar was belting out what was supposed to be music last night, I think. Next ball defended, just trickles behind short leg.
But it's nice being by the coast and enjoying our cricket.
Parkinson flights that right up into the crease. It's played along the floor up to Borthwick and mid on no run. It was a gorgeous drive over last night. Coming down the M6 past the Lake District with a beautiful pinky hue on the mountains from the sunset. This is played out through the covers by Balderson. He's going to get 2 here. Beddingham chases after it and his wide-brimmed hat flies off his head as he retrieves the ball towards the boundary.
That didn't go to the boundary, but we have seen some lovely shots, haven't we, today? Some lovely strokes.
238 for 4. 29.2 overs remaining today, so I think we'll be finishing around about 6:30. Next ball is clipped off the hips and down into the ground and bounces off short leg Graham Clark, no run.
Keeping a very close eye as much as we can on Durham, Marty, over the start of the season. Difficult, even at this stage, difficult really to know where the team is. I mean, such stop-start and pitches and things.
That's just dragged down the leg side there, being chased by Potts down towards the boundary at the far end of the ground. He tries to dive in, but the ball's beaten him to the ropes. It's byes. Thought there might have been a bit of bat on that, actually. 4 byes. 242 for 4. 67 overs gone.
Yeah, but your assessment at the moment, it's difficult to really know too much about.
Well, they're unbeaten. Obviously, they lost the first match entirely to Hampshire to the weather, so fought hard to earn a draw on a really docile track at Edgbaston with a 50-yard boundary with a Kookaburra ball. And then the first week of the Duke's ball, you know, won a good game in 3 days at Kidderminster against Worcestershire.
Here it's Potts in and bowling. Oh, very nearly gets a little nick there from Bruce. This is good from Potts. He'll be starting out more than a little frustrated, beating the bat. He's been doing that for large parts of the day as well.
That game last week was just turgid at Hampshire. Flat track. It was obvious from day one there was nothing going to happen other than a draw.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be watching cricket on tracks like that all season.
No, I think we're in for a good game on a good surface here. Next ball, firm bat on that from Bruce, back up to Potts. He thinks about doing the fielding, but then a teammate will come along and say, hey, you're the bowler, you take a rest. I'll sort this out. There, David Beddingham doing the bending down, picking up for him. Yeah, we've had a good crowd in here today, and by and large it's stayed as well post tea. I hope and I know for a good crowd over Saturday and Sunday with a good forecast as well. And I think it's been really brilliantly set up. Let's see, 2 slips going down here at the moment. Now this is in the air on the lakeside. I think it's going to fall safe. It should do, and it will do. Fielder out there at square leg, but they go chasing out towards the boundary. They'll come through for 2. It didn't get hold of that as he would have wished.
The last time these two played here in 2007, it was over in 2 days.
At Blackpool.
Yeah, and 18 wickets fell on day one.
Yeah.
Glenn Chappell took 7 wickets, Otis Gibson took 8 in an innings for Durham, and Chappell 7 for 56, I think it was, career best for Lancashire. Highest score in the entire match was only something like 77.
244 for 4 here at the moment. Lancashire in the first innings. That's been carved away down towards a vacant area down here at third. That's going to be 4 runs, signalled by umpire Rob Bailey. And maybe that's what Durham possibly be looking back at today. You know, in and over, there's perhaps been just 1 or 2 loose balls. There's been some really good stuff in between as well, but stuff that maybe has taken off a little bit of the pressure. 248 for 4, the last boundary there. 6 so far from this over from Potts. This is his 16th over. He's in, he bowls again. Nicely driven into the offside, but good stop by man. Fairly close in the covers there. Gets his hand down to it well, does Bedingham. Good stop.
David Fennick says there are quite a few surnames in this game that are footballer surnames, but he's listed Chris Balderston on here, but he was a footballer and a cricketer, but he's not playing in this game, and you're mixing him with George Balderson, who is playing in this one. Jennings, Bruce, Bell, Hurst, Williams.
And it's Potts in, and again, this time along the ground though, carved down to third. Might give an opportunity to chase this down, because it's not the fastest outfield at times, we noticed. Good sliding stop. I think they go through for 3 though in the end. Do they get their 3 there? So saving 1 run. Chasing that down as close as he could get to it before the
batting
boundary.
point.
It is, because the score moves on to 251 for 4 with that 3 coming from that last ball of that over. So a total of 9 from the over, and Potts 1 for 67 from his 16 overs. Bruce on 31, Balderson 11, 251 for 4.
It's a bonus point each then. Durham have won, having got 3 wickets in the bag. Bonus points cut out at the end of the 110th over in each first innings.
Been extraordinary scores elsewhere in the country today. We shall go through, but this is your over.
Parkinson, left arm round from the north end of the ground. This is played away out through towards the cover area on the boundary to Ben Rain.
The one that sort of really takes my note is that Worcestershire Surrey game, where Surrey were 15 for 4 at one point, recovered to 213, but now Worcestershire 28 for 2, trailed by 185 runs, 2 down.
Forward comes Alderson and defends this one.
Joe Leach taking 3 wickets there, but Dan Worrell, he's a wonderful bowler, terrific cricketer, taking a couple of early wickets in the Worcestershire reply.
Parkinson in again. Ball played up to Stokes at mid-off. Parkinson jogs in, bowls, and that's an edge. It's gone along the ground down towards third man. Lees is chasing it towards the terracing in the far corner of the ground. We'll get 3. Quite a big surface area this, Kevin, isn't it, for a club ground?
I agree with you.
Especially when the ball goes off into the corners. There's 3s to be had.
The other thing I'm thinking from a club ground is, you know, I haven't actually been sitting on those rows of seating there, but it has quite a large feel to it, doesn't it, this ground, in terms of the facilities and the sort of seating that's available.
Parkinson in, and he tries to dive and get the return ball there. Doesn't quite get it clean. It bounces off his finger ends and runs up to Borthwick at mid-off.
Another one that's taken my eyes in the 2nd division, where Sussex were out for just 150, but now Yorkshire 63 for 4 in reply.
Next ball is a front foot defensive shot from Balderson, and that is the end of the over. The scoreboard seems to have frozen, so Hasn't caught up with the runs yet that were from the over.
255 for 4.
I think there were 3, yeah. There was a 3 in the middle, yeah. And then a single.
The other end of the scenario is that Gloucestershire at 309 for no wicket.
Yeah.
Against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Nottinghamshire have recovered. They were in some real bother, weren't they? But they're now 147 for 7. And it's Potts comes around the wicket this time to go a little nick. Yes, he does. Through to the keeper. Wicket taken. It's Balderson who's gone. Straightened up a little bit on him. He stood there, but not for very long. And umpire Bailey was very quick in raising the finger. So that is the 5th wicket down at 255 for 5 now. Balderson's gone for 14. And Potts probably thinking he deserves a wicket or 2 more for his efforts today. Has another one.
Partnership of 41. 255.
40 balls he faced for that 14. It was the first ball of this 17th over from Potts, giving him a 2nd wicket. I think he's done okay today, as Potts to say. I think he may feel more than just a bit frustrated the way things have gone for him. But delighted there to have got that wicket, which was a simple take in the end for the keeper. Just seemed to straighten on him a little. Maybe the thinnest of edges, but it was an edge, and it also means the 5th wicket has fallen, 255 for 5. This is what I'm saying about the position really at tee, that for all that, you know, I've been really interested to hear what Durham make of it at the close today, but whether they say they will be frustrated, I don't know about some of the bowling, but I give a lot of credit to the batting here today, as Marty did earlier, but also just take another 2 or 3 wickets maybe before the close, and I would say this is just a brilliant first day in terms of hoping for a very good contest, possibly, you have to be very careful, but possibly 4-day cricket. And we just wait for a slight alteration in the field here.
Well, the last two matches that I've covered between these two at Outgrounds went 4 days. Sedbergh School in 2019, Southport 2016.
Hurst off the back of a good knock last time. Does he get into the pads? Not out. The appeal there from Potts, he almost rejected his own appeal, I think, in the end. He almost turned his own appeal down. Perhaps there was a bit of an inside edge. Can't see, we're standing behind the batter here. I have to tell you that my natural compass is dreadful, because I really feel that I'm in the south end of the ground here.
Yeah.
But apparently it's the north. Next ball, and it's a full delivery with extra bounce and lift through to the keeper. It's a very stupid thing to say, because how on earth do you know? But just this
well, the sea's to our right, isn't it? So that's the west on this side, obviously. But the way the sea curves in round the Fylde coast as well.
The more you think about it, the more it's fairly obvious that we're in the north. But
yeah, but what is confusing is there's a big bank of water just to the south of us. So to be thinking of the south and then thinking there's water there. But
thank you, Martin.
Yeah.
Thank you. 255 for 5, and it's from the south end that Potts is in a bowls to Hurst. Just pushes that back up to him. And
isn't that the it's the Ribble estuary, isn't it, just to the south of here, along the Fylde coast?
I would have to look that bit up.
So you cross the River Ribble at the Tickled Trout near Preston, don't you?
Right next to the motorway.
Yeah.
I think you do. I think you do. I generally, at that point, Marty, I'm wondering, why am I in the wrong lane again?
Yes.
But I think it is there, you're right. Next ball, bowled, and and very good delivery, full, and just pulls the bat out of the way in time there.
Yeah, why have I picked lane 9 of 14? When you need to be off the A59 to Clitheroe.
I don't really want to get into that sort of discussion, because I can't imagine that for anybody that's maybe tuning in from further afield, but it is one of those where no matter how hard you try to get in the right one, you're always in the wrong.
Don't ever drive on the Katy Highway in Texas. I think that's the widest piece of motorway in the world now.
Thank you very much. I shall take your advice, as I always do. 255 for 5. Hurst still on Norton. Another good straight delivery from Potts. Pushes that back to the bowler. completes that over. 255 for 5 then. Bruce 32. Hurst has faced 5 deliveries for his naught bat. That was a wicket maiden for Potts. And getting rid of Balderson. So he'll be pleased with that. 17 overs gone, 2 for 67. Here's bowling figures.
Stephen Murphy emailed a while ago. He says, I'm watching the match and listening to you in Riding Mill in Northumberland. I'm a Durham member, but was brought up in Cleveland, just up the coast north of Blackpool, before coming to the northeast in 1974. That was when your metropolitan boroughs were formed, wasn't it? He said, the best job I've ever had was with the caterers at Stanley Park when Lancashire entertained Glamorgan. I was in my mid-teens and had some school holiday work. When I reported for duty and told them I was hopeless in the kitchen, they said, well, you'll just have to be in the dressing rooms as the runner.
He's back.
Ben Stokes is back. Read you a little bit more of that in a moment as Stokes comes in here. Right arm over. And bowls a Yorker length ball to Bruce, who keeps it out around about off stump. He said, for 3 days, most of my working time was when the players were off the pitch, and I would get tea, coffee, soft drinks and sandwiches for them. As a result, when Lancashire were batting, I sat on the pavilion balcony with David Lloyd, Barry Wood, Farouk Engineer, Peter Lever, Ken Shuttleworth, Jack Simmons, who had been a pro at Blackpool before playing for Lancashire, Frank Hayes, Jack Sullivan and the captain Jack Bond. All were my heroes.
There's some big names there.
Stokes to Bruce. Bruce plays the ball safely short on the leg side, and he said Clive Lloyd was away on duty with the West Indies. Glamorgan were captained by Tony Lewis, who gave me a £2 tip at the end of the match, but I had to share it with 4 other staff. The team also included Majid Khan and Tony Caudle, a man with an amazing physique, as I realised when I saw him coming out of the showers.
Oh,
it's a family show. It's a family show.
I thought,
yes.
You're not going to finish that sentence, are you?
No.
Did you not see that one coming?
Well, didn't say anything untoward, did it really? For the modern audience. Here comes Stokes, bowls. Gone down the leg side, little waft of the bat there from Bruce.
At the end of this over, I shall be moving aside.
Yeah. I have to as well.
You'll have to. Well,
it's a very long email. I'd love to read a lot more of it, but I haven't got time. So thanks for that anyway, Steve.
One more delivery, and then I shall move out for Paul Allett to come into this seat. Make sure we don't get told off. We're not behind the bowler's arm here, but we don't want to be a distraction.
Don't want to incur their wrath.
Well, certainly not the England Test captains, you know.
No. Stokes bowls. That's a forward defensive dot ball. Paul Allett's returning with Scott Reed, teasing Kevin that he's done 50 minutes on the air and does he need some lozenges. 2 balls left of this over. Stokes to Bruce. Bruce forward to this one, places up to Beddingham at mid-on.
I'm impressed by Durham's attitude. Really, they had the best chance and didn't take it in the morning, but they've stuck well this afternoon. Really have. I'm also heartened and pleased to see Ben Stokes coming on after tea. 5 o'clock, first day back as a bowler. Good effort.
He's been doing a lot of sessions in the nets the last few weeks, and on the field during breaks and stuff as well. Bruce turns this ball from Stokes up to wide mid-on to Beddingham, and he gets a single and will keep strike. 255 for 5 here on the BBC. I'm off to talk to Radio Newcastle.
It's been brief but enjoyable, Martin. Thank you very much. 256 for 5 then. Lancashire, Bruce on 33, looking to be a bit more expansive. Matty Hurst just come to the crease on 0 not out. And Lancashire in need of a partnership. Once they'd got to lunch and survived so well and only lost 1 wicket, they'd be looking at 300 plus now. They must be looking at up towards towards 400. Might be a shade too many, but they don't want this innings to just peter out now. We've got quality at the crease at the moment. Matty Hurst, the youngster who scored a maiden 100 at Nottingham last week. Bruce, the overseas player, with Aspinwall to come.
It's excellent to see the way Hurst went about it as well last week. I think kept to he's quite an attacking player. He's likes to fill bat on ball and kind of took the attack to knots.
Well, that's the way he plays. I mean, he is an aggressive batter, but there's a difference when you're just making your way in the game. It's a big step up for coming into first-class cricket.
Coughlin bowls, and that's just punched down the ground for no run.
Yeah, Coughlin's been unlucky today. Bowell for Durham could have had a couple of wickets quite comfortably. A couple more, should I say. He's 1 for 62 at the moment.
Yeah, he don't look overly positive his figures, but he's bowled a lot better than what they say. They say 1 for 62 off. He's into his 14th now. That's just flicked into the leg side for a single off. But Bruce takes him on to 34.
Still enough in the wicket to keep the bowlers interested and the batsmen honest. Bit of seam movement. We've seen a bit of turn as well when Parkinson's bowled. Coughlin in again. That's well left by Hurst, outside off stump. Good line, just nipped back a touch. And the indication that there's still a little bit happening, quite clear to see. I know there's a new batsman in Hurst, but 3 slips waiting. Nothing overly aggressive apart as far as field placings are concerned, but 3 slips, the indicator that there's a little bit of movement out there. Coughlin in again, past the umpire. That's nicely driven by Hurst, not over hit, but just pushed down through mid-on. They'll come back for 2. So Hurst off the mark, and he'll feel better for that.
Yeah, Durham have kept with the 3 slips for most of the day, even when Lancashire was on top and there was only 1 wicket down. I think the wicket was still doing plenty, but the Durham bowlers just wasn't quite finding the right areas. Lancashire batted well, but I think Durham will be a bit unimpressed with how they bowled in the late morning session, the early afternoon.
Swatted away by Hurst, that was only fractionally short, and he's rocked onto the back foot and swatted it away for 4. It's an impressive stroke from the young man. Finishes the over. And Lancashire 263 for 5. Hurst on to 6 and Bruce 34.
Yeah, he's done well to keep that on the floor as well. He would have been tempted to go with that, a bit of the extra bounce, well above shoulder height. He's done well to roll his wrist over the ball and keep it grounded.
Well, he's an instinctive player, Matty Hurst, and that's just a swat away. Controlled stroke as well. 100 that he scored, a maiden 100, will have given him a huge boost in confidence in his first full season, really, with Lancashire. Stokes then to Bruce. Down the leg side, and Bruce flicks at it, doesn't get anything on it. It's taken by the keeper.
Stokes has looked pretty fit for any England fan listening in. Looks fit, strong, moving well. 1 for 54 off. He's into his 14th over now.
He comes again. Lengthy run. Bruce goes for the pull. There's half an appeal from the slip cordon as the ball flashes through to the keeper. Nothing from Stokes. No interest from the umpire. One thing you can say about Ben Stokes is that he never leaves anything on the training field. He's got himself into peak condition. Martin was saying before you came on that he's put in some lengthy stints, both in net sessions and in sessions during play, or in intervals in play over the last few weeks, to get himself into this position. In he comes again past the umpire. It's nudged into the leg side by Bruce. That'll be a single.
I think it's great to see someone who could quite easily go and earn the big bucks in the IPL and the franchise cricket as well, and putting his loyalty into the red ball game as the England skipper.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, he can obviously do that, but I think, honestly, he wanted to get himself fit and ready for Test cricket, and the only way to do that, he thought, was to take a break away from franchise, concentrate on his fitness back with Durham, and play the odd game like this. Into Hurst now. It's nipping back and down the leg side, and Stokes is frustrated with himself that he's off target.
It'll certainly help England's balance, won't it, when it comes to Test summer, having Stokes back as a fully fit all-rounder. They can potentially try and squeeze another batsman in there, or if they really wanted to, another bowler. But
well, it allows them to possibly play two spinners if that's what they need. Maybe more pertinent away from home than in England. But it gives you so many options. I agree. He's in again now to Hurst, who leaves that outside off stump. I just get the feeling that Stokes is feeling good about himself. There's a bit of extra pace, a bit of extra zip, a little bit of a stare back at young Matty Hurst over his shoulder as he finished his follow through. It's a full run, 25 paces or so, in past the umpire, and gets Hurst to involuntarily flick at that outside off stump. In the end, it goes harmlessly through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. 264 for 5.
yeah, good finish from Stokes there, just getting Hurst to try and just fend at one. A bit of a nothing shot. Thankfully for Hurst and Lancashire, he didn't get any bat at it. Looking in good rhythm, Stokes. Struggled a bit this morning, which I expected. His first ball for a long time.
Well, he just eased his way into the spell, didn't he? He was basically just making sure that he got himself properly loose before he built up his pace a little bit. He's bowling as quick now as he's bowled at any time during the day. Coughlin again. Bruce digs that one out into the leg side, no run.
Two slips, one gully, point, cover, mid off, mid on, and a deep square. Coughlin balls and punch through the air in the cover region, and he should pick up 4 for Bruce. On the up slightly, but picks up another 4, takes the score on to 268 for 5. Bruce 39.
Let's just give you some scores from around the counties in the first division. Essex playing Warwickshire. Warwickshire recovering 252 for 6 they are now against Essex, as I say. Nottinghamshire playing Hampshire at Trent Bridge. Notts 152 for 7. It's a struggle there as Lancashire pick up another single. Somerset going well, 359 for 4 against Kent. And Surrey 213 all out. Worcester in reply 49 for 4. A little bit in the wicket at the Oval by the looks of things. Hurst on strike to Coughlin. No run into the gully. Second division then, Derbyshire and Northants. Northants 241 for 4. Glamorgan Middlesex. Glamorgan all out for 183. Middlesex 7 without loss. Leicester Gloucester Gloucester going beautifully after their first win for eons last week, 332 for 1. And finally, Sussex 150 all out, Yorkshire 79 for 4 down at Hove.
Matthias pushes that into the offside for no run. 269 for 5 here, Lancashire. Just looking to rebuild after a couple of wickets.
So a good programme of county cricket around the country today. No interruptions, which is good.
Coughlin bowls and Hurst allows that through to Robinson for no run, and that's the end of the 74th over. 269 for 5, Bruce on 40 and Hurst on 6.
New ball at 80, or is available, and I think that'll be taken. I think generally, if you're putting a side in, you're looking to bowl them out for under 300. Obviously, the fewer the better, but 300 you probably top whack. So anything above 300, Lancashire will be in bonus territory. Stokes is going to continue enjoying himself from the looks of things. That run getting just slightly longer, bouncing in. Good rhythmical approach and snapping delivery as that ball goes past the outside of off stump. No stroke offered by Bruce. Still a decent crowd in here at Stanley Park. Ice cream van doing a decent trade. There's a fresh orange stall up there. There's pizzas as well. Express grill. Sorts of entertainment. A couple of bars in the corner there in the white tent. Stokes comes in again past the umpire. Slower ball, that one. Ball from slightly wider of the crease as well. Drawing Bruce into that forward stroke. Very nearly attempted a drive at it and checked his stroke.
Just a 2-slip, 1 gully, point cover, mid off, wide mid on, and a deep square with a deep fine leg for Stokes to Bruce.
Stokes in again. Good ball, just kept perhaps a fraction low. But, well kept out by Bruce as he pushes it to extra cover. He had a wander around the ground earlier with Shield Berry, Daily Telegraph senior cricket writer now. Been on the cricket trail for over 40 years, 45 years probably. And if he's still going in June next year, he was telling me, he'll have done 500 test matches.
That's a good effort.
It is. Stokes again, short and pulled away. There is a fielder at deep square. So it's just a single for Bruce. Yeah, 500 test matches. It's a lot of watching, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of stories.
A lot of days, weeks, months and years spent watching England cricket. Shield Berry. He had a fresh orange juice, I had an ice cream. And he treated me. Probably on Telegraph expenses.
I think I'd choose the ice cream over the orange juice myself.
Orange was good. It's fresh, being squeezed. Stokes in. Hurst checks a drive and ends up angling it down to third, backward point. And we'll try and pick up 3 here. Bruce coming back to the keeper's end. 3 to Matty Hurst. Takes the total on to 273 for 5. Hurst on to 9. Bruce 41. Ben Stokes in his 15th over. 1 for 59. It's a good workout, 15 overs. He's in again. Oh, that's dismissed by Bruce. Pulled away in front of square. and hit firmly, and so firmly that it beats the fielder out on the square leg boundary and into the hedge in front of the pavilion for 4. So 8 off the over from Stokes. It's just a not that short, but beautifully played off the back foot. Takes Lancashire to 277 for 5. Bruce 45, Hurst 9.
Yeah, he played the one earlier on in the over where he got a single. Lovely as well. Picks out the fielder, but hit the middle of the bat. And like I say, he's got that one in front of the fielder. Run away in front of the pavilion for 4. Looks pretty strong on the back foot, does Bruce. Looks like he's waiting for any seam bowler just to drop it a tad short to pounce on. As in comes Parkinson at the south end. Change of ends for Parkinson.
Yeah, 21 overs left in the day. New ball due in 5 overs, so Parkinson could get in a couple here with his slow left arm spin. Just a slip. Had an attacking feel, very attacking feel before tee.
Punch down the ground from Hurst for no run.
Ball from the Stanley Park end prior to tees, now at the southern end of the ground.
Play ball pretty well before tee, Colin Parkinson. Then he comes and Hurst just plays that into the offside for no run.
Be a tempter for Matty Hurst this, because you were saying, Callum, he's an aggressive young batter. He's got mid on, mid off up. His bowls again. Oh, edge pass slip. A diving slip. Not enough on it to go for 4. So Hurst will come back for 2, but a bit of spin there. We've seen help for all the bowlers today, and it's still there.
Imagine they might have played some competitive cricket in the younger days against each other, Hurst and Parkinson. As in he comes, bowls and just prods forward. Hurst plays it back down the ground for no run.
One that beat slip has encouraged Parkinson to bring in a second slip now from mid-wicket. Bowls again, fraction short, and Hurst on the back foot pushes it to point. No run there. In again, rattling through his overs, just push back to the bowler. 279 for 5. Bruce 45, Hurst 11.
Stokes is going to continue, so imagine Potts and Ben Rain might take the new ball if the Durham skipper Borthwick decides to take it on 80.
Well, I think he'll decide to take it. You might well be right. Rain and Potts could be the two. Seen Ben Stokes bowl spells with the old ball and then can carry on with the new ball, but that's mainly in Test cricket. Don't think he'll be doing the same today. Although you never know, won't put anything past him.
I imagine he's not the easiest man to grab the ball back off.
Not when things are going his way, or when the side needs wickets, that is for sure. So he's in again, in past umpire Illingworth. Just eased off his hip by Bruce for a single.
Been quite comfortable there, Bruce. Just anything on a length, back of a length. Just tucks it into the leg side quite nicely, where probably issues this innings earlier on was his hard hands trying to drive the ball early. He chipped a couple up in the air, just bouncing before the fielders, the Durham catchers.
Stokes in again, Hurst up on his toes, just blocks it out to extra cover, no run.
as a bowler, Paul? Was it a challenge to bowl at someone who's over 6 foot and then someone who's considerably smaller to try and adjust your lengths, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, it does cause you a bit of an issue, because a good length to one is a half volley to another, and a short ball to one is probably still short. Stokes in again. But you know, you do have to adjust, and it's not that much of an adjustment between these two. Bruce is tall, Hurst, you know, I suppose on the shorter side. It can be an issue. The old Pilling Lloyd days, Clive Lloyd, they're long gone.
.280 for 5 Lancashire, 2 slips, 1 gully awaits. Stokes just pulls out of the action there. I think he's looked down at the footholes a couple of times today. Bruce 46, Hurst 11.
And he comes again, Stokes. And this is leg side and flicked away by Hurst. He'll only get one. Down to Parkinson at fine leg. Still putting himself through his paces, Ben Stokes. And still getting annoyed with himself. He's got to realise, and he will realise, that this is his first spell of proper bowling for quite some time. First time he's been fully fit for 2 years, so it'll take a little bit of adjusting to and getting right as a bowler. That's a good Yorker, really good one. Bruce has just dug out, just managed to jab his bat down on it.
Some late shape as well still there for Stokes, with his kind of bowls a little bit over the head with his angles that he creates. Just shaped into Bruce, and like I say, he's dug that out really nicely.
Well, yeah, we all know he just gets past the perpendicular at the point of delivery, and when he's bowling well, the ball appears to be angling in, but then veers away from the right-hander. He's in again. Solidly played by Bruce, well behind it. It's a no ball as well. Stokes doesn't like that. Striving maybe for a little bit of pace, although his rhythm looks really good. Playfully tossing the ball from hand to hand as he gets back to his mark, starting wider on his run-up this time, and bowling much wider of the crease. Just lobbed into the air, but safe as houses. Not safe as houses, just lobbed into the air and caught and bowled.
Yeah, he's deserved that, to be fair. Stokes, he's bowled pretty well, like you say. His rhythm's been great, he's been running in hard. And Bruce just turns early on one. A little bit back of a length, don't know if it's stuck in the pitch a little bit. That's why Bruce was on it so early, but a little bit of a soft dismissal for Bruce. He was looking pretty good there for Lancashire. He's out for 46 off 86, and Lancashire 285 for 6.
Well, we were talking out angles, Callum, earlier on, and that it deliberately started running up much wider, curved his run up, bowled wide of the crease, angled it in at Bruce, and I thought initially he just pushed it down into the ground. It lobbed off the leading edge straight back to the bowler, and that's the end of Bruce. Gone for 46, 285 for 5.
Yeah, a bit of a soft dismissal, sadly, for Bruce. He was looking good there for Lancashire. But a good spell of bowling from Stokes. Picks up his second wicket of the day. Both of them bit back of a length deliveries. Like Paul said there, just changing his angles up. That's what Stokes is really good at, his little things. We've seen it as the captain of the England side. He just does little tweaks every now and again, and so often than not the turn out to be gold and they produce positive results. That's where it's done again.
It's a bit of a tame dismissal in the end, wasn't it, really? Yeah. Looked nicely set, didn't he?
Yeah, he looked good, didn't he? He started a bit ropey, but he really got into his work and looked very comfortable. But Lancashire have to keep batting now. They can't let this good start go to waste as Parkinson comes in and bowls, and that's prodded forward for no run.
Yeah, that's the thing here, isn't it? I reckon that probably lunchtime eyeing up a first innings total of 400 runs here, but got a bit of work to do.
In comes Parkinson, bowls, and Hurst just plays that forward for no run.
Also exposes a new batter, doesn't it, to the new ball, which is 3 overs away.
Yeah, and Hurst isn't. He's spent 25 deliveries at the crease so far, but he's also a fresh batter at the crease, so Hurst pushes that into the offside. Again, no run.
Yeah, so a couple of youngsters out there now, Hurst and Aspinwall.
Lancashire will just be happy to turn up tomorrow still batting, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Parkinson bowls and Hurst just plays that down the ground. Back to the bowler.
Yeah, I think that would be a win, wouldn't it, from a Lancashire point of view, if they're still out there tomorrow batting.
Yeah, they've got Hurst pushes back on the back foot again, back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, you got to look at the positives you've been put in.
Yep.
And a great start from Lancashire with Keaton Jennings leading from the front, as he so often does with the bat. Real skipper's knock in what's been a tricky couple of weeks for Lancashire. Hurst just hits that down the ground, takes a single. Full toss from Parkinson there. Takes the score to 284 for 6. Hurst on to 13. That's the end of the 78th.
Yeah, he said after the game on Monday at Trent Bridge, Keaton Jennings, about kind of senior players kind of stepping up a little bit. Well, that's a absolute definition of it, wasn't it? His innings today. I'm sure he would have been. Well, you could tell he was frustrated with the way he got out. His reaction kind of gave it all away, didn't it, really? But
it's one of them dismissals that some people will be thinking, did he need to do that? But he's on 115, whatever, and he's seen it well, and he plays spin so well, so he's got to back what he does well, especially when he's on 115.
Stokes then sets off and bowls. It's pushed away by Hurst up towards mid-on, and there's no run, but a good day for Stokes, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's been running in well, hasn't he? He's one of them. I mean, can you put any limitations on the man? He just, even when he looks dead and buried, he just keeps going, doesn't he?
Finds a way.
He's done it for so long for England, out in South Africa, in India. He finds the energy from somewhere.
He's got the energy here to come back in and bowl. Forward goes Hurst in defence. There's been something lovely about it as well. Just at the side of the commentary tent there, there's a couple of spectators that were just gathered behind me, and I could hear them having a conversation, and they were pretty much as they could to be behind the bowler's arm. Obviously, you can't get right behind it. And they're 40 yards away from the England Test captain. And I could hear them talking about how pretty this is pretty cool, isn't it, watching this? It was really nice to hear. It was so close to Stokes, and you get a feel of it, don't you? Feel of the action as he comes in and bowls again. Oh, that's a nice delivery. And he just drops his hands there, and how's that one to? Oh, actually had a little bit of a nibble, didn't he? He's come through to the keeper.
Yeah, going back to that point, we spoke about it before on air. I think that's a brilliant thing about outground cricket, isn't it?
Yep.
I mean, last year, you wouldn't have, the Blackpool fans that came down, you wouldn't have expected Lyon and Stokes to be playing against each other this year. And some other internationals like Potts, Jennings, players like that. So it's brilliant for local cricket and the local supporters.
Stokes comes over the wicket, balls again. It's glanced down towards fine leg by Hurst for a single. 285 for 6. Yeah, last year it was Alistair Cook, wasn't it? Or Sir Alistair Cook last year for Essex. So Alistair Cook last year, Ben Stokes this year. Who are we going to get next year at Blackpool? Could it be?
You should be
Stars we're
guessed.
going to get. Got a reputation to uphold now. We've got a big name. We only get the big names to Stanley Park. Yeah. Cook last year. It was a good game last year. I mean, Lancashire on the wrong end of it. It was a really good 4-day cricket match.
Yeah,
last year.
Was it Rob Jones got some runs in the fourth dig?
Yeah, he got century, didn't he?
Was close to actually getting Lancashire over the line to a positive result at one stage.
Yeah, it looked like it was on, didn't it, when he was batting? Stokes again, balls this time to Aspinwall, sends in the Yorker. First ball he's faced, Tom Aspinwall of the season, is the England Test match captain. Firing in a Yorker to him. Digs it out though.
I think that's a great thing about our ground cricket as well. They often result pitches.
Yes.
And you often, they break up a little bit quicker because most of them, I mean, Blackpool does have a head groundsman, but they don't quite have the facilities and the expenditure that somewhere like an Emirates Old Trafford does, so you do often find result pitches in outground.
Stokes again, balls. Oh, that's ballooned off the shoulder of the bat down towards the third man boundary. Aspinwall gets his first runs. Colin Ackerman and Graham Clark catching up with the ball down towards the boundary. And Aspinwall's off the mark with that. Perhaps not quite the way he intended or would have imagined.
They have found some extra bounce, haven't they? Sort of throughout the day. So it was a good spell from Stokes. He's really in rhythm there. 2 for 70 off his 17 so far.
Cheers, Callum. Come take a break. Martin's going to come back. Yeah, what's that? Five overs spell from Ben Stokes. And he's picked up 1 wicket for 17 runs. Here at Stanley Park in Blackpool, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sport website and app. We're on Lancs TV as well. County Championship Division 1 and Division 2, scores from elsewhere. I was flicking through the fixtures when I was off commentary. I was certainly having a look at the match at the Oval. It's parking some bowls and forward goes Aspinwall. There's no run. That's been quite an eventful day. Surrey were 15 for 4 at one point, and then eventually all out for 213. As Parkinson's in left. And Worcestershire in reply is 63 for 5. With Dan Worrell picking up 3 wickets for 16 runs. So Worcestershire 63 for 5, replying to Surrey's 213 all out. Again left. Taken by Robinson, and there's no run. Somerset playing Kent. Leicestershire up against Gloucestershire Division 2. That almost sneaks through. Defended by Hurst, and there is no run. Yeah, Gloucestershire 3, 5, 6 for 1 in their match against Leicestershire. Elsewhere in Division 2, Sussex are 150 all out against Yorkshire, who in reply are 101 for 4. And defended by Hurst, just pushed away, no run. The Division 2 game is Northamptonshire at Derbyshire. Northamptonshire 260 for 5 against Derbyshire. Here comes Parkinson. And that's left. And through to the keeper. End of the over. That's 80 overs gone, so there is now the chance to take a second new ball for Durham. 287 for 6 after 80 overs. Let's just rattle through some of these other scores in Division 1. Somerset 391 for 5 against Kent in Taunton. Nottinghamshire are 168 for 7 in their match against Hampshire at Trent Bridge. And Warwickshire 273 for 6 against Essex. The new ball has been taken here. Ben Ryan's going to return, and Martin Emerson's back alongside me for the start of the final 16 overs of the day.
So Ben Rain back into the attack. Bowling figures from a Durham point of view today. Rain none for 37 from 18 overs, 7 maidens. Potts 2 for 67 from 17 overs, 3 maidens. Stokes 2 for 70 from 17 overs, 2 maidens for him. 1 for 74 and 15 overs from Paul Coghlan, no maiden there. Parkinson 1 for 25 and 11 overs, 1 maiden. Ackerman none for 3 and 2 with a maiden. As Rain bowls here to Aspinwall. He was on 2. So his first game in the championship was that rain-affected match at the start of the season against Surrey, where didn't get a run, didn't get a wicket. Former product of Sedbergh School, played for Cumbria as a schoolboy, actually played for Durham under 15s against Derbyshire in 2017 as well. I would imagine Martin Spate maybe sent him across. Rain in, and that one has a bit of bounce on it and just goes over the stumps and through to the keeper. Decent bounce in this wicket today.
Yeah, there is. It's been, well, they've got the new ball here, so that's going to help. But yeah, I agree. There've been signs of it when they've just pushed it a little bit fuller. They've found a spot from both ends actually. Good bounce and carry through to the keeper. I think it's a pitch you want to be dropping too short on.
Rain comes in and bowls. Edged and gone, second slip, and that is the end of Aspinwall for 2. I think Ackerman's at second slip, and Lancashire now 287 for 7. There were a number of people on the YouTube channel in the comments section earlier predicting a Lancashire collapse and didn't seem to have much faith in their team, but Durham, having perhaps not bowled as well as they could have done, having put Lancashire in this morning, have stuck to their guns this afternoon. They've put the pressure on. They kept things generally tight, and they're now 7 down.
Yeah, they come back well, haven't they? Back end of the afternoon session, a little rattle of wickets, I think, just to help kind of swing a bit of the old momentum back towards Durham. Safe pair of hands, isn't he? Ackerman doesn't drop many. Catch again low down to his left. Was dropping quite quickly towards the turf, that, because Aspinwall didn't really go at it too hard. So he's taking it about ankle height away to his left hand side, Colin Ackerman, but it's a good slip catcher. So the new ball strikes almost straight away. Well, just the third delivery when the new ball has found the outside edge. Yeah, Lancashire in danger here of having a good position, just unravelling a little bit. Still 13 away from the 300 mark, and the second batting bonus point as Saqib Mahmood comes out to join Marty Hurst, and Ben Rain with his first wicket. He's bowled well, and he probably deserved and could easily have had a wicket in the morning session. Ben Rain, he's probably been the pick of the bowlers for Durham and gets a bit of reward there.
Strikes with a third delivery of the new ball. Mahmood is the new batsman, right armour. Right-hander, he leaves that one. Goes through to the keeper.
Goes wide.
Born in Brum, raised in Rochdale. So he bowls again following the wide. This is defended.
Yeah, second successive game this for Saqib Mahmood. He played last week at Trent Bridge. That was his first match of the summer, and plays again this week as they try and build up his kind of match fitness.
Well, there's another lad, a bit similar to Paul Coghlan. Not played that many games despite his age. That's off the pad. It's gone off towards short leg, no run there. So he's 27 now, and Coghlan's 31, but this is only Mahmood's 32nd first class match. A disrupted career.
Yep, yeah, he missed pretty much the last 2 years. with back injuries. Hopefully those days are behind him. He's due a bit of good luck when it comes to that.
Rain to Mahmood. Oh, he drove at that. I thought I heard a little click there. End of the over. So a wicket in it, and the only run was actually the wide. Otherwise, it would have been a maiden.
Presumably. Well, actually, they've held back both Potts and Coghlan for a little while here, haven't they? So they could go to either of those two with from that south end. It was Potts that took the new ball this morning with rain. Looks like it's going to be Potts to take it again. It is. She's got Hurst on strike, and Potts, who's bowled 17 overs, 2 for 67, comes in and bowls. It's down towards the third man boundaries. Come for 4 runs. Hurst moves on to 14 with that. Sorry, 18 actually. Now 292 for 7. Just run away to the right of third slip. Alex Lees is still. There's Borthwick, Ackerman and Lees, the 3 slip fielders. Potts sets off again. Hurst on 18. Lancashire edging towards 300. This defender just dabs the ball back down the pitch. Gathered by Potts off his own bowling, no run.
So Matty Hurst is another new cab off the rank, isn't he?
Yeah. From
Wigan. So what's this? This is his 8th game, 20 years old. Got 104 in his last match though against Notts, following a duck in the first innings, and got 54 not out on debut against Nottinghamshire in September last year, followed by 76 not out in the next match against Kent.
Yeah, it's a good end to the season last year for him. He's beaten by Potts this time. He's turned around by Potts. Plays forward, the ball just angles away into the gloves of the keeper. It's a really nice delivery by Potts.
He's also had a 58 against Kent this year. So Lee Cricket Club, is that the same spot as Lee RMI, is it?
Presume so.
Yeah. What's Lee? It's Railway and Mechanical Institute, isn't it, RMI? I think. Testing your non-league knowledge there.
Yeah, it's out of my comfort zone. There's a little dabble at that. There's Hurst as Potts comes in again.
Go on, dive in feet first, like me and Paul Allett did with the Formula 1 earlier.
I hear that didn't go.
It went swimmingly, given that neither of us have any interest in it. We managed to eventually work out which country it was in.
Oh, well, that's a start.
But I got the wrong racetrack in said country.
Okay. Potts to Hurst. It's punched down the ground. Clark will chase after it towards the long on boundary. Hurst comes back for 2. Clark does catch up with it. Thinks about coming back for a 3rd and wisely decides against it.
I think you could say our office is split down the middle when it comes to Formula 1. There's those who are really into it and the rest of us who are just left cold.
Are you in the cold category?
I'm very much in the fridge.
Right, okay, that is quite cold.
Yeah.
294 for 7, Hurst on 20. It's Potts in, balls, Hurst shuffles forward and just punches towards mid-off, and that's no run, and that's the end of the over. Hurst on 20, Mahmood on 0, Lancashire 294 for 7.
I felt a little bit let down recently because I discovered my daughter's been watching Drive to Survive on Netflix, which is I believe a fly-on-the-wall documentary series about the Formula 1 season.
Okay.
But she tries not to watch it when I'm in the house.
Why, you're that bad with it? You would say switch that off, would you?
Yeah.
Oh dear. But you like your cycling?
Yeah.
Well, what's the difference?
Well, it's because there's effort in cycling, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
You know, these guys are just sitting in a fast car, putting their foot to the floor. I don't mind rally driving. Yeah. Here's Ben Rain to Mahmood from the zoo end of the ground.
Can't
It's a
call it
dot
that.
ball. He can. It's behind us. Isn't
Well, yeah, technically you suppose you can. I don't know what. Have you got any particular unusual animals in the Blackpool Zoo? I don't know what they've got. They said there was the pelican last year, definitely, because that escaped. I wonder if they've got any giraffes. Love a giraffe at a zoo.
Mahmood down the track. Wallop. That's gone for 6, just to the right of our commentary position. It was a low, arcing shot, but Mahmood's decided he's not going to stay there and take any more from Rain. He's going after him. A couple of steps of the feet and bang.
Didn't he? Gave that a wallop. Well, that's some way to edge up towards the 300 mark. Swings through that all the way for 6. Well, that does bring up the 300.
Yeah, 300 for 7. Second batting point. Defended by Mahmood on that occasion. So 82.1 overs. So Tom Aspinwall caught off Ben Rain in the second slip for 2. As Rain bowls again. This is turned away out through deep mid-wicket by Mahmood for 2 runs. Clark runs after it. Now what are they applauding?
Well, the 300's just gone up on the board away to our left, so that was saying 299 on the scoreboard inside the ground.
Right, well on the screen it says 302.
Yeah, we'll stick with the screen.
Yeah.
Since we
I think our scorer's a little bit confused by that. Got an interesting shield around his computer screen there, Ken, hasn't he?
Yes.
Rain comes in and bowls. Oh, playing a miss there from Mahmood. Perhaps maybe he just took the bat in at the last second there. No, I think he played it there. Useless Durham Stats says Tom Aspinwall's dismissal. That's now 23 Toms out of 226 wickets. I presume for Rain.
That's
226 wickets for Durham, wouldn't that be? Because he's got more than that in first class cricket.
How many Toms has he got out?
23 apparently.
23. Oh, okay. How on earth has he gone through and found all that?
Rain bowls. Mahmood gets behind that one, just plays it back to the bowler along the floor. Time Singleton, hello Tim, haven't heard from you in yonks. He says, greetings from a sunny Saddleworth Moor. Long time off Twitter, glad to hear a familiar voice, he says. Nice to see you back, Tim. So earlier today, Useless Durham Stats says Ben Rain milestones. Ben Rain is 1 LBW short of 75 and 2 short of 50 caught by keeper. And he has 22 Tom scalps in 225 Durham first class wickets, now 23.
It's Potts to Hurst, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run.
Imrad a little earlier today, he said the ground looks lovely. Watching on YouTube. Wonder why it's busy, maybe because a certain player is playing for Durham, maybe.
Yep, could be even busier tomorrow, I guess, isn't it? Over the weekend, and the forecast is nice. A chance to see Ben Stokes have a bat tomorrow. That's worked out into the onside by Hurst off the back foot, just kind of snapping it with a bit of bottom hand up towards mid-on, where Clark fields no run.
Jamie Bowman's just tweeted a story that he wrote for his local newspaper. Lee Cricket Club's Matty Hurst hits his maiden century for Lancashire. What's one of this papers in his group? Is it the Wirral Globe or something like that?
His Potts balls, forward goes Hurst. And again defends up to mid-on, no run.
Newspapers dotted around sort of south west Lancashire, the group. Have you got some information?
Just to say that for listeners on Sports Extra, from 6:15 tonight, England's women against Pakistan's women in the second T20 live from Northampton. Commentary of this continues as ever via the BBC Sport website and app. Potts to Hurst, leaves that, and it's taken by Robinson, skipping away a pace to his left-hand side.
They won the first one last weekend, and it didn't look like they had enough runs, but then Pakistan collapsed. And did they get home by 53 in the end, I think, England, something like that?
They cruised it in the end, yeah. Yeah, they made a stinking start, didn't they? They were 4 down pretty early on. Managed to recover. Go on to win. So that's from 6:15 tonight. Second T20 international between England and Pakistan from Northampton. Left again by Hurst, taken by Robinson.
When you think of Northampton and covering matches there, what's the first thing that comes into your head?
That it's lovely.
Eh?
It's very nice and it's welcoming and it's friendly. And it also rained for 4 days the other year when I was there.
Rained for 4 days when Durham were there in 2018. I went to London one day to watch Sunderland play at Fulham. The game was called off. I hadn't even finished my breakfast. I got a phone call to say we're off for the day. It was only about 8:30 or something.
I changed the field here. Potts is just having a conversation with his slips and he's moving Alex Lees a couple of paces to his right and then 1 step forward. Potts to Hurst, forward and defends. Pushes away into the offside, picked up by Bedingham, an extra cover, end of the over.
I was
That was at Maiden. It's 302 for 7.
I was in Northampton on Monday night on the way back from Southampton. The steps are the thing I always think of.
The steps?
Carrying all your kit up those endless steps all the way up to the top of the press box. The big steps as well, aren't they, for little legs? Rain has the ball and is ready to bowl the 85th over. 302 for 7 Lancashire. Mahmood is on strike on 8. Rain in. That one nips in. Mahmood turns it away late to mid-wicket to Bedingham.
Joe Root's batting for Yorkshire. Going through the scores just before you came on, Martin, mentioned that Yorkshire 122 for 5 in their first innings, replying to Sussex 150 all out. Joe Root 47 not out for Yorkshire.
Mahmood down the track again, and he's missed the ball. It's come off his pad. Rain saw him coming, so angled it down the leg side. I think he was once again looking to dispatch towards Cow. 5 minutes to 6. Day 1 here in Blackpool. Sun shining. All the murk of the morning and eventually sort of blew away by early afternoon. Or melted off anyway. Rain bowls to Mahmood. Mahmood steers the ball just wide of third slip down towards third man for a single.
Yes, just a little bit of early morning cloud cover was. I mean, it's definitely felt like a bowling morning.
Yeah.
I was asking Paul Allett, who was with us a little bit earlier on, about what Lancashire would have done at the toss. He said that Keaton Jennings would have bowled first as well.
Rain into Hurst. Hurst plays the ball back to him. Doug Rains emailed, "Good evening, Marty and pals. A good fight back this afternoon. Great to see Ben bowling again." I presume you mean Stokes. Got 2 to choose from.
Oh, this particular Ben's bowled very nicely today, Ben Rain. And indeed is the other one.
Rain comes in and bowls. Ball's gone from Hurst to point to Coghlan. Coghlan is the reason why Peter Siddle's not playing, because that was the question that Doug's asking.
He's here, isn't he? I've
Yeah,
seen him.
so Coghlan's come back into the side. Carter's stepped out, and you've got Ben Stokes back in the team as well. And Siddle's stepped out. Last ball of the over, just the one run from this so far. Hurst's faced 54 deliveries for his 20 as Rain bowls. Tickles it down the leg side, and that is a fantastic catch from Ollie Robinson. He got a long way across there, an awful long way across there. He's at full stretch. By the time he's landed, he would have been at something like third leg slip. What a cracking piece of wicket keeping that was, and Hurst has gone. And Lancashire 303 for 8. Hurst out for 20.
Outstanding catch. He absolutely flew, didn't he, Robinson? Brilliant wicket keep. I mean, had it just kind of stopped it, stuck a glove out and just stopped it, and the ball bounces down, you'd have said, brilliant work. He's saved 4 runs down to the final leg boundary. But watch this back here for the viewers on Lex TV. This is brilliant. Just absolutely takes off. Bang! Here he goes.
One-handed.
One-handed, yeah. Kind of horizontal to the ground, wasn't he? Brilliant work.
Do you reckon third leg slips where he finishes?
Yeah, he's come way across. Yeah, brilliant work by Ollie Robinson.
Super catch.
He's had a fantastic impact, hasn't he, at Durham?
Yeah, he's been a good signing. Will Williams, the new man.
He is, yeah. Well, because you have got to 300. That was kind of about the minimum, I reckon, this morning at lunch. 104 for 1 at lunch. Got to that 300 mark. There's runs on the board, I guess. It might not be as many, potentially, as what they would have hoped. We'll see what Williams and Mahmood can do together. What a wonderful flying grab from Ollie Robinson. And Hurst caught down the leg side. Potts to continue. Ben Stokes is coming up for a chat. If you are joining us on 5 Sports Extra and get yourselves ready for the international game, which is going to follow in the next 15 minutes or so, 6:15. Coverage starts for England's women against Pakistan in the second T20. Ben Stokes bowling for Durham today. Back, running in, bowling well, getting through 17 overs today. Nice and lively in the field. There's Potts to Mahmood. That's run down to third man. And reach the boundary rope, but they might come back for 3. Yeah, Williams made his mind up 4 in them, I think, running towards the keeper's end. Good running. Takes Lancashire on to 306 for 8. Yeah, Stokes bowling 17 overs today, 2 for 70. His first wicket of the summer was Josh Barnum, who top-edged a pull shot down to Callum Parkinson at fine leg. And then he had Tom Bruce caught and bowled for 46. Playing his first championship match for 2 years. Stokes. Here's Potts meanwhile in and bowls. Flashed away by Williams. Down towards the backward square leg boundary. Nicely played. Timed beautifully off the pads. Gets his first runs. Lancashire move on to 310 for 8. Williams on to 4. With Mahmood on 12. Good looking shot down to the backward square leg boundary. Still 3 slips in place. Durham have got this new ball in their hand. It's only 5 overs old. It's left by Williams, taken by Robinson. And there is no run. It's kept beautifully through the course of the day. Ollie Robinson.
Could see Durham banning tonight at this rate.
Possible. Yep, 10 overs to go. And we're going to get them in, folks. It's lovely. Blue sky and some nice sunshine and a late afternoon, early evening sunshine. It's a really nice day. Potts in and bowls. Ooh, seemed to shoot through, really. gone through to the keeper. Yeah, it did. Blimey, it bounced about 6 or 7 yards in front of the keeper. That did just shoot through. And Williams rather quizzically coming down to take a look at the pitch as well. 3:10 for 8. Mahmood 12, Williams on 4 at Stanley Park in Blackpool for Lancashire against Durham. And there's Potts at the top of his mark, loops around, and he's back in and bowling. And that beats Williams. Through it goes to Robinson. And there is no run.
Williams is another one from New Zealand. And with Bruce. So he's played for Canterbury in the domestic competition for 10 years. This is his 3rd season with Lancashire.
And he's on strike, waiting for Potts. He's in and bowling. He plays forward and defends. The ball deflects away to the leg side. Takes his bottom hand off the bat. As he guards the top of his off stump, and it's the end of the over. Probing one again from Potts. He's picked up 2 for 80. Running hard all day. 3:10 for 8, Lancashire. 10 overs left tonight.
Before he joined Lancashire a couple of years ago, he'd had trials for Somerset, played for their 2nd team while he was playing for Bridgewater Cricket Club in the West of England Premier League. Had 5 years there. Nice town, Bridgewater, just to the north of Taunton.
News from that T20 international, by the way. England have won the toss and will bat first against Pakistan. 6:30 start. Coverage on 5 Sports Extra from 6:15.
Ben Rain, over number 87 of this Lancashire innings. Bowling to Mahmood. He bounces in. Mahmood hooks it up into the air, and that's gone anywhere. It's gone down to fine leg for 4. That was as agricultural as you get, really. Quite an ugly piece of cricket, that.
Well, he swung hard, didn't he,
Yeah.
Mahmood?
Pirouetted on 1 foot as he hit it.
He did, yeah.
314 for 8. Mahmood's on 16 from 14 deliveries. Rain comes in again and bowls. Mahmood down the track, wafts it, fresh air. Nowhere near that one. Beaten by the bounce, and he took the wrong line. Anyway, at least he's played himself in.
Yeah, he's not die wondering here, is he,
What
Mahmood?
number ball was the 6th? Was it the 3rd delivery he faced or something? Rain 2 for 51. This is his 22nd over.
.50 for Joe Root, by the way, as well. Yorkshire 131 for 5. Root reaches 50.
Rain bowls, and Mahmood pops it back to him. It doesn't quite carry. He dived forward, but it bounced just in front of him. That was off the leading corner of the bat there. Right off the bottom corner of the bat. He was through the shot before the ball had really got to him. Didn't quite carry.
A good summer Root, adding a half century after back-to-back hundreds in the county championship. Can he make it 3 centuries on the spin? Yorkshire 131 for 5 and reply to Sussex 150 all out.
Halfway through this over. Past the umpire comes Rain, he bowls, tries to York Mahmood. Mahmood digs it out, plays it up to Stokes. At wide mid-on for 1. Williams on strike now on 4. 315 for 8 on the BBC. And we'll depart at the end of this over. Callum can come back in. Rain has 2 balls left. Here's the first of them. Williams defends. It rolls short on the offside to Beddingham.
He's probed away all day, hasn't he, Ben Ray? Took the new ball this morning, started nicely from that top end and in tandem with Potts.
That's ball of the 87th over, 315 for 8. Rain balls, Williams leaves, and that's gone through to the keeper. See you all later on.
Cheers, Martin. Yeah, 9 overs left tonight. I guess you're looking to try and get to the close of play and maybe start again tomorrow, see what they can scramble from these final couple of wickets. Mahmood 17, Williams on 4. 315 for 8. Been a really enjoyable first day. Delighted for the club, for Blackpool, and a lot of people put a lot of time and effort and kind of will, I think, to try and get these games on and to get cricket played here, and it's always a big operation, and I suppose made even bigger when Blackpool Cricket Club found out that Stokes is going to rock up and play. But yeah, everything's gone really well on the first day. It's been a very enjoyable 4 days of cricket. Here's first day of the cricket. There's Potts to Mahmood. Oh, blimey, he's gone again. He slapped it over long on for 4 this time. 1 bounce and 4. He stepped to the leg side and wallops it down the ground for 4.
Not holding back, is he, Mahmood?
He's not. He's certainly not going to die wondering here, is he? He's having a right go at this. 21 not out now.
Be asking for a promotion if he carries on.
There we go. Step to leg side, swing through that. The position Ben Stokes out towards the boundary at long on. 319 for 8. Potts balls again short, dug in from the bowler. Grumpy fast bowler.
Just a little bit quicker, that one.
It was a bit, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
That was a typical fast bowler to a fast bowler.
Played underneath it, went to go and hook it, Mahmood, played underneath it. Through to Robinson. And there's no run. He bowled, I think his 21st over of the day is Matthew Potts, so he's put the miles in today as well. Keeps running in hard, doesn't he? Here he comes again. Balls to Mahmood, that's carved away through the offside. That's going to be 4. And Mahmood's rattled his way up towards 25. And that's pushed Lancashire on to 323 for 8.
Just causing a little bit of chaos out there, isn't he, Mahmood? Just moving around quite a lot, swinging his bat hard, so...
Not the worst way to go about it, is it?
No, it's a bit of a defensive field, and, you know, you've still got your 2 catches in, but like you say, it's a good way to go about it with a new ball.
Balls to Potts, and that's coming in our direction. It's going to be 4 more. He's got a little thin edge on that. He has, yeah. Well, I suppose you've got to chance your arm a bit here, and you try your luck out. He's now at 4 boundaries in the over. He's now 29, and it's 327 for 8.
I like the way he's going about it. Like you say, the new ball, and another catcher comes out now, so just a 1 catcher in, but the tail enders for a reason. Sometimes often forget that, don't you? And often if you keep it on a line of length, they'll struggle to play it. So he keeps changing his length up.
Potts to Mahmood at the step to leg side, hammers it away through the offside. It's in front of square. There's a chase on here to try and cut that off towards the boundary, and it is scooped up out on the boundary rope, and Mahmood comes back for 2. And Coughlin it was there out in the deep that's managed to get to it. It's gone from kind of almost deep backward punt to extra cover. There's a lot of grass to make up to scoop the ball up. Mahmood's now 31 from 22. Lancashire are 329 for 8.
We can sneak the way up to 350. Lancashire will be happy with that, being inserted to bat.
I think so. Potts to Mahmood, and then steps to the leg side. Almost shaping to try and maybe uppercut it over the keeper and the slips. In the end, it just rolls past the face of the bat and into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. Well, that was an eventful over, wasn't it? 4.442, and then dot as well. And he's not far away from. He's his best score for Lancashire here, which was 34. He's 31 not out, 329 for 8. These are real bonus runs, this for Lancashire, right at the back end of the first day.
Yeah, they'd have been open for probably north of 350, weren't they, before when Jennings was set and Lancs was looking good, only one down, plenty of runs on the board, but had a bit of a collapse. And the way it's gone in the past few weeks, Lancashire, I think they got offered 250 when they got put into part. I think they would have snapped your hand off for that, so I think they'll still take a lot of confidence into that dressing room tonight. Then comes rain, balls, and Will Williams fancy a little bit as well. Dances down the track, puts rain through the covers, and that's another 4 for Lancashire. 3-3-3 for 8, sorry. Takes Williams on to 8.
Yeah, watch out if you're sat by the edge of the boundary rope at the minute. There could be a cricket ball hurtling in your direction anytime soon. Into someone's back lunch, I think.
Just see Callum Parkinson limbering up now. Maybe a bit of spin, that could be entertaining as well. Then comes rain. Bowls, and Williams just tucks that away off his hip. Looks for 2, but Parkinson does the fielding. Yeah, I think spin's a good option as well. Put a couple of men out. The tailenders certainly won't hold back and they won't be able to resist, so you're going to have your chances.
Yep.
Been a good day though for Lancashire and for Blackpool as well. Like you say, it's been a fabulous day hosted by Blackpool, and they've got another solid 3 days of sun as well. I believe.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Weekend looks very nice. Get yourself down to sunny Blackpool if you fancy watching some cricket. Watch Ben Stokes bat tomorrow. Watch Nathan Lyon bowl.
Be a good battle, that, won't it?
Be terrific.
Yeah, very good battle. Then comes rain to Mahmood. Sharp ball, and Mahmood just plays that, but just drops the hands kind of below it. Doesn't quite connect. Goes through to Robinson.
They added now these two. 31 put on from 21 deliveries.
And comes rain. Balls, and Mahmood surprisingly plays a defensive shot. Just into the offside for no run.
It's turned into a serious knot this now, isn't it?
Wants to see it through, wants a red inker for the night, doesn't he?
Yeah, come back tomorrow. Keep going.
I reckon he knows what his first class score, what his Lancs best is, sorry, actually. As a bowler, I reckon he'll certainly know that as well. Then comes rain, balls, and just follows Mahmood, who goes away to the leg side. They think about 2, but they decide on no, with the field spread on the leg side to get a single. Takes Mahmood to 32. 335 for 8.
Yeah, second successive game this for Saqib Mahmood. He played last week at Trent Bridge. That was his first game of the season. Picked again this week.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see him back, isn't it? He's been so unfortunate with them back injuries that he's unfortunately been having. And even just for England cricket fans as well, he was just starting to break through to the white ball squads of England, so it's excellent to see him back on the cricket field again. Then comes rain, and a big appeal for LBW, and it's given. Will Williams looks a little bit surprised by that one, but it hits him on the front pad, and the umpire raises a finger, and that's a 9th wicket for Durham. The 3rd for Ben Rain, 3 for 58 off his 23 so far. He's been very economical, and he's been probably, figure-wise, the pick of the bowlers for Durham.
Yeah, I think he's had a good day, hasn't he? I mean, we say these numbers back it up, but just even taking away those numbers, watching him bowl live, he's beaten the bat loads, hasn't he? The first this morning in particular. Maybe a little bit unfortunate at times, but he's got his rewards now. He's got 3 wickets, 3 for 58. And Nathan Lyon heading out to join Saqib Mahmood. Well, we're going to see Durham bat tonight. 7 overs left. Lose a couple for the change of innings, don't you? So,
as a Durham opener, I reckon they're thinking, don't bowl at the stumps for the next 2 overs, and then we'll get them out.
Yeah,
don't think they'll fancy 2 overs, 3 overs, just about. But they couldn't think of anything worse right now. Parkinson's gonna come on.
Yeah, that would be quite an awkward little spell, wouldn't it, at the back end of the day, to come out and face 4 or 5 overs, something like that.
Just can't really win, can you?
No.
Well, what happens?
We've been calling for a bit of spin at the back end here. This will be interesting how Mahmood takes on Callum Parkinson.
Field spread as we expected. Long on, long off, long on. Deep cow corner, deep square, and a deep cover. Mahmood 2 off his Lancashire best.
Here comes Parkinson in and bowls. Can he tempt Mahmood here? He's left that first delivery.
It's turned a bit though. Nathan Lyon will be happy watching that.
Ackerman got a bit of spin as well, didn't he, earlier on today? Parkinson bowls. And that turns as Mahmood plays forward. Oh, yeah,
that's gone nicely.
Oh, it has, hasn't it?
That's gone nicely.
Yeah, it's going to keep the off spinner in the Lancashire dressing room nice and interested. Parkinson balls getting through to the keeper. 3 really good deliveries sent from down. Just sliding past the outside edge. 3-3-5 for 9. Parkinson to Mahmood, gets bat and ball this time, just pushes it away into the offside. And there is no runs, so 32. Mahmood, 3-3-5 for 9. 1 ball left of this over, then 6 remaining tonight. He's defended so far, he's been beaten a couple of times and defended. What's he going to do with this one? Just plays forward calmly, pushes the ball to the offside.
He wants that red ink over and I on these. Wants to come back tomorrow, put him back on. Does Mahmood.
3-3-5 for 9. And balls. That's clipped up towards mid-on. I think that must have been the last ball of the over, it was. So he's pinched the strike. And the score is 336 for 9 at the end of the over. With Mahmood now on 33, so he's 1 run away from equalling his best score for Lancashire. Not his first class best, that's 49. But his best Lancashire score of 34. 6 overs remaining this evening. I'm not sure where kind of the balance of power lies really after this first day. I mean,
yeah, it's very 50-50, isn't it? I think
it is, yeah.
I think Lancashire will probably be the happier of the two. As well, them also. Lancashire would have been a bit disappointed with probably not getting more runs with how they started, but being inserted into bat with overcast for 2 hours this morning, I think Lancashire we're pretty happy with the day's work. And then comes rain to Mahmood. Balls and Mahmood goes down the ground. And Stokes is up, so he gets another 4. Takes him past his Lancashire best onto 37 now. Mahmood.
Yeah, I think that point about the morning session, it being pretty cloudy, overcast this morning, I mean, that could have been a quite horrible couple of hours, couldn't it, when you're batting first?
Yeah, I thought Wells and Jennings did really well up top. If you lose 1 or 2 early there, a collapse could be on the card again. Ben Rain comes in, bowls a slower ball, but doesn't get the wide decision. Mahmood stays within the lines.
So I suppose with that in mind, the fact that was a pretty tricky first couple of hours this morning, fact that they got to lunch just 1 down, that was a really good session. Now, I think Durham have fought back, and in the end, if they bowl Lancashire out and they've won the toss and put them in and they bowl them out on the first day, then I suppose they're reasonably happy with that as well. But it does seem pretty 50-50, but this little partnership might help.
Rain bowls and Mahmood just backs away to the leg side, slices that 3-point and gets a single to the deep point boundary. Brings Nathan Lyon on strike for his first delivery. Yeah, it'll certainly be a 50-50 day. But like you say, this partnership will just give a bit of momentum to Lancashire. Give them a nice little buzz and energy into the changing room. Be a little bit disappointed losing a few easy wickets in the middle and in the late middle order, but we're pretty happy up to 3-4, 1 for 9 so far. Oh, and that's another 4 runs, I think. It's off the glove or off the hip. It's off the glove of Nathan Lyon. He picks up 4 first ball. 3, 4, 5 for 9 Lancashire. Creeping up to 350.
Sending down 17 overs. So Lancashire, right at the back end of the day here, still going in their first innings, edging up towards the 350 mark. They're 300. Yeah, well, he said last week, didn't he, about wanting to see the senior players stand up.
Got the 3 slips in still to Lyon. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. In comes Rain. Balls full of a length and Lyon gets forward, pushes that down to mid-off. Decides on not taking a single.
Yes, they had a bit of good fortune, but you needed a bit of that, especially when the conditions were like they were. They got to lunch just 1 wicket down with 100 runs on the board, and it was a pretty good morning session. I think Keaton Jennings, it's only frustration really.
Mahmood 38 off 35, Lyon 4 off 2. 5 overs remain after this delivery for Lancashire today.
Was the man that got him out for 115, so the only bit of frustration, I reckon.
As in comes Rain, balls back of a length, and Lyon pushes that through to point. Mahmood sits on his bat at the other end, fancies the strike. 5 overs remain in the day. It's been a pretty even day. Durham will probably be been disappointed with their first session. They'd have been hoping to take some early wickets, but Jennings and Wells and Bohannon batted and battled really well through that first 2 hours for Lancashire. And then the afternoon session's been probably a bit more Durham's sway. Took some vital wickets of Bohannon and Jennings. And then this evening's session been a bit more 50-50 again. Mahmood, if anything, just swaying it back to Lancashire with this little knock.
I think I'm with you on that. Get to 358, another batting bonus point. This little cameo from Mahmood, just the tonic probably that Lancashire dressing room would have wanted that.
He's even stealing the strike off the last ball and turning them down off the last ball now. He's at the non-striker then.
Loving that.
He's a full all-rounder now.
Parkinson in the balls, he's played that nicely as well, played it late. Just steering it down towards the 3rd man boundary. Alex Lees just catch up with it. Mahmood gets a single this time. Moves on to 39, so it's 346 for 9. Gets Lyon on strike.
Lancashire will have to work hard tomorrow. It's going to be, like you said, the sun's going to be out in the next 3 days.
Yep.
Looking at the forecast, so it's not going to be easy to take the wickets of the Durham batsmen. You've got a pretty good batting order, but quite the way down as well. So
Parkinson to Lyon. Play back to Parkinson on the bounce, no run. Could be this man, couldn't it, Lyon? He's going to have a big role to play tomorrow.
Going to have 3 left-handers as well to bowl out with Borthwick, Lees and Stokes, so really fancy his chances.
Parkinson in.
Especially when he sees that going past his outside edge.
Pete's Lyon with a little bit of bounce and some turn. Yeah, that's going to keep Keep Nathan Lyon interested, certainly. He's found some lovely turn here, hasn't he, Parkinson, in this little spell? Was left alone by Lyon.
Yeah, I thought he's bowled well today. I thought when he came on, he got Jennings in his second over, I think it was. Bowled really well early. I think he's a very good cricketer, Callum Parkinson.
Into Lyon. That's just dabbed out through the leg side. And there is no run. Mahmood thinking of taking a single, but Lyon sends him back. 346 for 9. Got to a position where they can get to 350 here. I don't want to miss out on that extra batting bonus point. Lyon forward in defence is no run, so there might be a slight change of approach with some swashbuckling batting from Saqib Mahmood, but 4 away from getting to 350 in the extra point. Might just see a slightly different approach, perhaps, we'll see, but seem to have played a little bit more sedately, haven't they, in the last 2 or 3 overs.
It's one of them tricky scenarios, isn't it, where you change your approach, you try and go sensible, but then if you get out, are you like, oh, why have I changed my approach? It was working.
Yeah. You just carried on with the way it was. Yeah. Ben Rain's spell has come to an end with that second new ball, and it's been a lovely spell. He's bowled 6 overs and picked up 3 wickets since the new ball was taken.
It's not bad if you can do that every now and again, is it?
Yeah.
3 off just your 6 overs.
Paul Coughlin to replace him.
Oh, he's bowled well today as well. He's running in, bowled some decent spells as well, some long overs just before lunch and just after lunch. In comes Coughlin, bowls, and Mahmood backs away to the leg side a little bit. Looks at the umpire like, oh, is it a wide? Doesn't get given. Goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yep, tomorrow could be a day for being patient, couldn't it, I guess, from a Lancashire point of view.
There's still plenty in the wicket, isn't there? There's some balls that seem to be popping off a length a little bit, so there'll be enough in there that gives Lancashire some belief as he bowls, and I think that might be a wide. Nope, it's a no ball instead, over Mahmood's head. Quite a distance as well, so that's called a no ball from the umpire.
Proper balloon that, didn't it? Blimey.
I think you'd have to pay a tennis serve to get.
I think you would, yeah, I think you would.
Lancashire 2 runs off another batting bonus point. Coughlin bowls and just tucks Mahmood up, follows him a little bit to the leg side.
Yeah, so in come, didn't he? Just took a little step to the leg side, and Coughlin able to arrow the ball into him.
Just trying to slash one through the offside, isn't he, Mahmood? That's what he's after. The leg side's packed with fielders, deep square, deep mid wicket, deep cow, long off. Long on, sorry. Stokes about 5 yards, 10 yards off the rope. Again, Coughlin follows Mahmood, going to the leg side. More or less every delivery here, so sends the short one in. Mahmood ducks under it. Not going to get these 2 runs easily from the Durham bowlers. In he comes again. Bowls a lot fuller this time. Mahmood hits that through the covers. Just wide of mid-off. Takes a single. The field come in now for Nathan Lyon. The catchers go back in. With 3 slips joining Ollie Robinson there. It's an interesting one to keep deep points out. Lancashire only need one more for the batting bonus point. Thought they might have brought him up. Squeeze. And Lyon does exactly that. Takes the single to point. And Lancashire get that extra batting bonus point.
Well, they've done well to get to 350, haven't they? Because when that second new ball was taken and Lancashire lose their 7th wicket, 287 for 7 at the fall of the Aspinwall wicket with the new ball. And then Hurst and Williams following pretty quickly after. Mahmood's been the driving force behind it to get to that 350 and that extra point.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people expecting Durham to maybe face a few overs, wouldn't they, tonight? But Mahmood's been brilliant. A little counter attack, 40 or 41. The field comes in for the last ball. Mahmood tries to slay it through the onside, but just finds mid-wicket. Doesn't time it. That's the end of the over. Lancashire 350 for 9. That's after 93 overs with 3 to play today.
So we're going to look at what's happening elsewhere. First day is coming towards a conclusion in the both Division 1 and Division 2. In fact, we're the only Division 1 game still going. So close of play at the Oval. This has been quite a lively match. Surrey 213 all out. Worcestershire 112 for 7. In reply, 2 wickets for Roach, 3 for Worrell, 1 for Clark and Abbott. Worcestershire still trailed by 101 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Somerset have closed on 440 for 7 in their match against Kent. So play back to Parkinson by Lyon. There's no run. Centuries there for Tom Banton, making 133, and James Rue making 114. Somerset 440 for 7 at the close. Parkinson to Lyon, that's left. Warwickshire have closed on 308 for 6. With Ed Barnard 115 not out. Michael Burgess 105 not out for the Bears. Parkinson to Lyon, defended, no run. And Nottinghamshire have closed on 212 for 9. Quite a peculiar looking score, isn't it? The close of play, 212 for 9, and they've had 95 overs, then left by Lyon, through to the keeper, no run. Lyndon James has faced 210 deliveries for his 92 not out. Ollie Stone faced 107 balls for his 24. Harrison 89 balls for his 25. Parkinson to Lyon. Squeezed away into the offside, no run.
It's been a day of recoveries a little bit, hasn't it? Sorry, had a little bit of a collapse and recovered.
290, 212 for 9 knots at the close of play at Trent Bridge against Hampshire. In left by Lyon. End of the over. 2 to go tonight, and Durham won't be batting if Lancashire are bowled out here. Division 2 scores. So Derbyshire against Northamptonshire. Northampton 297 for 5 against Derbyshire. Rob Keogh 75 not out. Glamorgan were all out for 183 in their match against Middlesex. Middlesex have closed on 62 without loss. Gloucestershire have enjoyed a very good day with the bat. 385 for 2 at the close, with Cameron Bancroft making 160. So 385 for 2 Gloucestershire against Leicestershire. And they're still playing in Hove, where Yorkshire. Root still going? No, he's out for 67. Yorkshire 166 for 6. Replying to Sussex 150 all out.
That goes Coghlan. Mahmood slashes outside the off stump. Goes through to Robinson for no run. 1.5 overs left now for Lancashire and Durham for the day. The crowd just starting to make their way to the exits.
Make their way to the bar.
Yeah.
Friday night in Blackpool.
Wild.
Stay clear.
Oh, Coghlan bowls a bumper and it doesn't get up that much. Mahmood ducks under it, but probably only just goes over his shoulders. It's a little bit low, that one.
Didn't it? He did well to get right underneath that, crouching down, Mahmood.
He'll get back to the changing rooms and he'll say something because he's seen it well or something like that. Typical fast bowler comment when they get some runs. I like this from Durham, just being a bit more attacking. Like I said before, sometimes you can go very defensive early against tailenders that are slashing, but the tailenders for a reason, because often they can't play the balls in and around that corridor of uncertainty, so just got to keep hitting that line in length. As he does there, Mahmood swings himself out of Blackpool nearly.
He's aiming for the tower with that one, wasn't he?
That could have gone anywhere if he hit that one.
Could have put his back out.
But it does go through to Robinson for no run. He's trying to get to his first class best of 49 tonight, I reckon. That's what he's after.
Nervous 40s.
Bowls again, just wafting outside off stump Mahmood, just keeping it just outside off stump here, the bowler, and just trying to get Mahmood just to snick off to the keeper in the cordon. 2 of the slip cordon away.
Yep, it's Scott Borthwick and Colin Ackerman at first and second slip.
Ball's a lot straighter this time, and just it's the pad of Mahmood, goes out onto the onside. Bowler does the fielding, no run. Been a pretty good day's cricket all round. Good battle between bat and ball. The wicket looks like it's got enough in it for the bowlers, but also if you get in and you take your time, your bat time, it looks like it's quite nice to score on as well. He bowls back of a length, and Mahmood just allows that through to the keeper for no run. That's the end of the 95th over, 350 for 9.
Yep, 6 deliveries left of the day. 350 on the board. There's Nathan Lyon having a conversation with Saqib Mahmood. Role to play tomorrow with the ball. Both of those two. Lyon in particular might have quite a big part to play. Of course, you can still win the signed Nathan Lyon shirt. Viewers on Lancs TV. There's a QR code. And you can enter now to try and win that signed Nathan Lyon shirt.
It's not a bad little shirt to have, is it? In the
pretty good, that one.
Homemade bar.
Right, final over of the day. It's Parkinson to Lyon. Let's play defensively away, and there's no run. I've seen Callum through the course of this season so far, both home and away. Lyon has obviously attracted a lot of spectators and kids to come up and looking for autographs, and he's taken time out to pretty much sign absolutely everything.
That's what you want, don't you, as a...
It's left again.
Signing someone as an overseas, you want him to represent the club on and off the field the best he can. And someone like Nathan Lyon, he's a brilliant cricketer, of course, but from all accounts, he's a great bloke off the field.
Parkinson 2, Lions 4, and just squeezing the ball down towards the gully region. There's no run.
It's just great for the kids as well, isn't it? To see someone like Nathan Lyon, one of the best Australian spinners of all time, behind.
Parkinson to Lyon. Oh, that's edged and put down. That second slip, that was almost the innings wrapped up. That's Potts. That's Matthew Potts, isn't it?
It's a tough chance, isn't it? It's a real tough chance. Going to his right, slashing Nathan Lyon as well.
Yep. Right at the end of the day. Yeah. And he's bowled a lot as Potts. He's had a good day. He's running hard for his team.
His head's basically in the hotel room already, I think.
probably in the pool, isn't it?
Yeah, in the ice bath, ready to recover.
350 for 9. So looks like Lyon and Mahmood are going to continue tomorrow. They've got a couple of deliveries left to face. Forward again. And defends. Oh, is that it? That is indeed it. Just that one ball to face at the end of the day. So Nathan Lyon on 5 and Saqib Mahmood on 40 will resume tomorrow for Lancashire. 350 for 9, Callum. It's been a really good day. I wonder whether that Mahmood knock has just pushed it in Lancashire's favour.
Yeah, I think it tips it a little bit, maybe 55-60% to Lancashire of the happier of the two teams, I'd say. Like Durham would probably have been hoping to take the first session, putting Lancashire into bat. Overcast, the wicket had a little bit in it, the ball was moving around, but they probably just bowled too many boundary balls and they didn't build enough pressure. Like they didn't bowl in partnership. It was great in the morning, but when they came back after lunch, after lunch they started pretty bad. They conceded 30 off the first 4 overs, but once they got into the work, once they got Bohannon out and Jennings, that's when they started to build pressure. The lacquer went off the ball, and the ball was moving around a little bit more, and they really built some pressure. Like you can see with the ball was there, though. There's 3 of the seamers going over 4 and over there. So Lancashire, they batted really well for the majority of the day, and I think Lancashire will just tip it the happier of the two teams going into the changing room.
So, 3 wickets for Rain there. That's where we stand. Lancashire's captain, 115. Bruce and Mahmood, the unlikely kind of hero at the back end of the day for Lancashire to get them up to that 350 mark. He'll resume tomorrow morning. Josh Bannon making 39, the skipper, standout performer with the bat. 3 wickets for Rain. And we will come back tomorrow. Thank you for all your contributions through the course of the day. Big shout out as ever to all the crew, the Badger and Coombs crew that have managed to get everything going here and plug everything in and get everything on air. And it's certainly helped us feel very relaxed in the commentary tent. Probably because Colin isn't here. That's probably the key reason behind it. But well done, guys. We'll catch you tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock.